Hey everybody, Quick Shot here looking back at Europe's match history. Any standout games that helped shape what LEC is today?
But we are going to get on into Draft 4 Game 3 here. Kalista banned out, Syndra banned out, Pantheon banned out, Senna banned out. I'm seeing a bit of a pattern here, Venius.
If it's Aphelios' first pick, I'm going to be upset, Like, I want to see Reckless on a carry. Like, where is the Xayah Rakan? Like, Hylissang is famous for his Rakan. Just give them some agency. Give this bot lane something to play through, because the way in which G2 is playing right now is dominating. They are drafting well, they are controlling, and here we see the first big adaptation. Azir will be taken away from Perks, and now G2! Wow, they're going to lock in the Aphelios. Clearly, they were ready for this one, Medic.
Yeah, and the Corki as well, one of the well-known mid lane picks into Azir. Not the most interesting matchup in the 1v1, but we'll see how both those mid laners can influence the map. It looks like Reckless might be going across towards his Misfortune, and I know you're a big fan of this pick.
Yeah, I'm actually a super big fan of this pick, because I think Reckless is one of the best players at utilizing some of the tools that Misfortune has, and we're going to see how he moves around the map with this champion. And we're also going to get to see the Gragas from Fnatic, so now you can already see a lot more agency, a lot more scaling, a lot more teamfight options coming out from Fnatic. And given that G2 have banned away the Thresh themselves, they're going to have to think about what direction they want to go for their bot lane too. They could either lock in a support now, or they could grab themselves a jungler, but it looks like they're going to do neither, and they're heading in the direction of going for another tank top medic. Could this mean that they're going for the Enchanter support once more? Could this mean that they're thinking Lulu plus Aphelios once again?
It's definitely possible. It gives Caps a little bit more safety. Of course, the Wild Growth helping him if he gets caught out of position. Usually you'd see the Aphelios teamed up with something like a Braum or a Thresh for that safety position, but with the Thresh being banned away and now Set removed by G2, does minimize that. Well, I mean, Set can be top or support, of course. We'll see where Fnatic want to go with their bans. Maybe want to get rid of some of those enchanters, because Mickey's look really good on them, and if you make them play Aphelios Pike in the bottom lane, or Aphelios and something that can't protect him as much, it could work out well.
So I like this adaptation from Fnatic, banning away the Zilean. We talked about enchanters, and I think that that seems to be the trend that G2's going towards, and so Fnatic is respecting that. They're taking the Zilean off the board, and Rakan, we talked about it at the beginning of draft. I think that it would have made a lot of sense here for Fnatic, because then you would have had both Selfmade and Hylissang on engaged champions, so G2 are going to look to take that one off the board, and now you can see this support pool is getting very narrow. What direction will both these go towards? As we see the final ban coming out from Fnatic being that Jarvan, that primary initiation tool that G2 have often relied on, that double tank setup where they've had the Ornn plus the Jarvan is largely what enables an Enchanter to be played in the bot side of the map. So now we're going to have to see further adaptation as we enter the second phase of picks.
So Trundle would make sense, gets you a strong jungler. You can get through tanks pretty easily with the Subjugate. Could of course be support Trundle, but I expect it to be in the jungle for Jankos. I'd actually really like to see a Nautilus come out from G2. I think it works well with the Aphelios and also helps you lock down that MF if she stands still and uses her ultimate. Fnatic looking towards their support. Pike, of course, a Hylissang special, a G2 special, a good players in Europe special, but instead it looks like it might be something a little bit more defensive in the form of the Braum.
So Braum is typically a good pick into things like the Ornn, and now you can start to see that G2's engage tools are slowly being whittled down. They don't have the Jarvan anymore, and with the Braum to mitigate the Ornn ultimate, it's now a lot harder for G2 to just force a fight whenever they want. Their scaling is still good because they have the Corki and the Aphelios, but the overall team fighting from Fnatic is much stronger compared to what we've seen before, with the Zac engage, with the Gragas follow-up, with the fact that they have so much crowd control, with the Braum and damage from the Azir and Misfortune. I feel like Fnatic already have so much more agency than what they've had so far in this series, and I think that this is a step in the right direction as we see another Enchanter in the bot lane, Medic.
Mickey, what happened to you? I used to love watching you play.
He was what? He was a Thresh, Rakan, Pike main. Now he's a Yuumi, Lulu, Janna main. He's full-on Enchanters. He has embraced the dark side, the poke lanes, the protector AD carries. Yeah, okay, so we're going to see a similar style where the front line is primarily going to be Jankos and Wunder with a lot of peel and protection. Like, Caps is going to be a big hyper carry with the support from Janna, and remember all those engage tools that I was talking about for Fnatic? Suddenly those get a lot harder when you're playing against the Janna. I'm sure anyone has experienced trying to start a fight, and then Janna just like, whoosh, and you just get blown away. You get blown away, nothing you can do, and it's so frustrating to deal with. So with the poke coming out from both the Corki and depending on what gun Aphelios has, the Aphelios as well, I think like both these fights are going to be pretty interesting because it's going to be very dependent on who uses what and when. Bwipo's engage is going to get mitigated by the Janna. Wunder's engage is going to get mitigated by the Braum, which means that both teams are going to be throwing up poke back and forth, forcing each other to use those crucial abilities, and the moment they do, that's the key for each team to strike.
But you have to remember, the Janna is not only a good pick in this comp, it's also a great callback. Last time G2 beat Fnatic, it was Wunder on the Janna. We'll see if Mickey can get the win for G2 today as he picks up that pick. On to the Rift we go for what could be the final game of the day. Vedi, I had a little look at the numbers across the course of the break. If G2 win this in 23 minutes, 31 seconds or less, it will be the fastest best of 5 we have ever had in the LEC, topping Spring Split last year, where G2 demolished Origen in a quick 3-0.
And how disappointing would that be for Fnatic, right? The team that this split has been second pretty much for the majority of it. Yeah, sure, there was a period in time where I think they were dancing around third, they were tied for a large portion of it, but I think everyone has had G2 and Fnatic as the clear top twos. And then coming into playoffs, they played extremely well. Everyone was praising them as being the favorites to win the LEC, and now they're at the risk of having the fastest ever LEC final loss happen. Or like the fastest LEC final period happen, rather. And so I'm sure Fnatic definitely don't want that to happen. They have shaped up their draft a lot, but then G2, again with their adaptation, have brought out the Janna. And I'm excited to see how this will develop. And a lot in this series, we've been talking about like early pathing, what will we see from these junglers. And we can see that for now, Jankos is going to start on red, and he's going to do pretty much what he's done every game. Go from red immediately into bot side. Selfmade going to take a bit of a different approach. He's gone for the solo start as well, and he's going to go from wolves and actually do a full top side clear. So this gives him a couple options. He could either look for a top side gank, he could look for a bit of an opportunity in mid, he could go for a potential invade, or he could just hang around and then start pathing towards the bot side of this map. So Selfmade has given him quite a few options so far with his current path.
Yeah, and there's a reason we have seen this Gragas banned out so often throughout the course of this series. It's because Selfmade's pretty darn good on the champion. 9-1 across the course of the LEC Spring Split. And we'll see what he decides to do early on. Right now, Wunder and Whipper on the opposite side of the matchup. Actually, Caps almost stunned up here, but going to try and turn this back around. The exhaust has been used, heal used as well by Reckless, and Jankos is in the right place at the right time. Wunder showing Whipper a little bit of the hammer as he brings the pain down in the top lane. Shouldn't be able to kill Whipper entirely, but he does with the Brittle. Manages to get him dead. Reckless has to flash away in the bottom lane, and it's all gone pear-shaped for Fnatic.
What is going on right now, Medic? This isn't the Fnatic that we were promised. This is some weird. What has happened? Bwipo dying 1v1. Sure, like okay, people would joke about this in the past, but this dude has been incredibly consistent. And in this matchup, one where he brought the Zac out during the regular season, for him to die 1v1 to Wunder, very uncharacteristic from him. And then Reckless and Hylissang going full for an all-in engage against Caps and Mickey. No, it can't happen again. Bwipo, he has Flash. No.
I mean, he had Flash the first time, Vedius, and he continues to use it, so. But I mean, this is Zac, right? You play on the edge, so.
Reckless and Hylissang as well, trying to force that all in on the bot side of the map. Like, Jankos has consistently pathed bot in the early game. Like, admittedly, they didn't have a huge amount of information as to where he started because he did do a solo start, but even then, like, we're seeing some very surprising performances from this Fnatic squad, and G2 are just quick to take advantage of it.
Whipper has to flash away. He's trying to get onto his Bloblets as quickly as possible, but he might just be dead. Wunder, all you have to do is land one more Bellows bet, and Bwipo cannot survive. Wunder just kills Bwipo, squashes him like a bit of Play-Doh.
Yeah, Wonder is just smurfing on Whipper right now. He also doesn't have teleport. So Wonder, who was already at an advantage after getting that initial solo kill, now can just push that wave in. Whipper's going to lose a huge amount of farm. Like, things are already crumbling for Fnatic very early on into the game.
And I think, like, we ask, what is this Fnatic? This is not the Fnatic we've seen through the rest of playoffs, but also G2. They've stepped up coming into this series. Like, this is not the G2 we saw lose to Mad Lions last week. It's a little bit like the G2 we saw beat Origen and beat Mad Lions, but this is another level. G2 are playing out of their minds.
You're definitely right. G2 is playing extremely well, but that was largely in the first 2 games. In this game, it feels like Fnatic is just handing it on a silver platter, and G2 is just like, okay, I guess we'll take that. Now, they do have a big wave stacked up in the bot side of the map, but no Trundle. He is going to start pathing that way, which means that G2 could look for an early Drake if they wanted to. Selfmade is currently sitting at the top side, but G2 don't have full information on where the enemy jungler is. And the other thing G2 have to be cautious of is the fact that Nemesis right now has control over the mid lane wave. So with these 2 wards, well, 1 ward on the bot side with top side Scuttle control, it may be a little bit dangerous for Jankos to start off this Drake, but again, it is an option for G2.
Perkz low on mana will just clear out the wave in the mid lane, as you say. Nemesis has had priority in that lane early on, as expected. Hylissang try to trade here on towards Caps. Mickey doesn't have the flash. Root is going to come out there, but Hylissang looking for the concussive blows. One more auto would be enough, but he's overstayed as Caps opens up with the Inferno. One more auto will get him the kill, and now Reckless is on the receiving end of a lot of hurt here. Caps trying to do what he can, but he has overstayed. Nemesis teleporting in behind as Reckless falls. Mickey's going to go down as well, and now Jankos underneath the turret is tanking this up, and this could be what Fnatic need to get a hold back in this game. They pick up 3 kills in the bottom lane. A double goes to Nemesis, and Fnatic have started fighting back.
And Fnatic finally get on the board, but it looked a little shaky at the start of that play. Hylissang flashing in to try and lock down Mickey. The execution of that was just way off, and G2 were able to quickly turn that one around. If it weren't for some quick thinking and the fact that they had Prio in mid lane, this could have ended in disaster for Fnatic once again. So you can see Caps playing this extremely well, recognizing that Hylissang is overcommitted, swapping between the 2 weapons to be able to damage out. But then the TP flank comes in and Jankos recognizes, okay, maybe I don't want to commit to this play. And then he realizes, okay, fine, I'll go for the kill onto Reckless. I'll put him behind and trade 3 for 2 in this exchange, allowing Nemesis to pick up these kills, which is going to be extremely valuable for Fnatic as the game progresses. The fact that this is now 800 gold ahead of Perkz means that Fnatic have now been able to equalize a little bit and offset the huge disadvantage that they found themselves in the top lane with.
And I think now all eyes have to go on Nemesis. And you have to say, well, you've got an 800 gold lead in the mid lane. How much can you do with that? How far can you take this advantage? Can you push Perkz back in lane? Because Perkz has been having a stellar series so far. He's going for a Corki build. We've seen a little bit on the edges of Corki builds. The Mane Mune Corki gets you a lot of damage. But it's only really risen in favor recently. He's on the bad end of some of these trades.
It's as a result of the presence of mind changes where you can now get all that extra mana from getting kills and getting assists, so it synergizes very nicely, and you do get a lot of damage and AD off the back of it as well. And so he's going for much more of a scaling build, that's for sure, and the fact that Nemesis is already so close to his Nash's Tooth is going to be very valuable for him. Selfmade now looking for a gank bot.
Caps has no flash, doesn't really have a way to get away from this. Mickey has a flash, but he's not even going to get the chance to use it. Good kill there from Fnatic in the bottom lane. They even out that scoreboard there. Almost even in gold as well.
Mickey, the ultimate support, dying for his AD carry. That is what all AD carries wish their support to do for them, but we know that very few actually do. Now, of course, Fnatic are going to capitalize off the back of this by securing themselves the first Drake of the game. G2 going to trade on the other side of the map. Surely Whipper will not die again.
He's using the Let's Bounce, picking up those bloblets as much as he can. Wonder lands the Call of the Forge God, looking for that knock-up as well. Can get the last auto in, but that's just the passive burn. I wonder if Wonder's going to be able to use the Bellows Breath to take out this kill. Doesn't quite have the range, and so has to retreat.
Yeah, the tower was a little too dangerous there for Wonder, so he will pop the passive from Whippo, and G2 will be able to secure this Rift Herald, but Fnatic feeling a lot more comfortable than they were before. Selfmade also been involved in a lot of the early game action, and you can see that the gold is evened out a lot more. So I want to draw your attention very quickly to the minimap. Look at Reckless. Look at what he's doing. He has resets, he has the Berserker's Greaves, and he has the triple Doran's Blade. Often what he'll do is rotate up towards the mid lane on this Misfortune, and because of how fast her movement speed is, you can actually look for a lot of opportunities. He realized that Nemesis was just pushing in that wave, so he's decided, okay, there's not much value in me heading over there right now, so he's just going to path towards bot. And you're going to see this a lot from Reckless throughout the game, because the great thing about Misfortune is she basically has inbuilt mobility boots, which means that she can move to bot lane, catch a wave, and still rotate up to join the rest of her team because of how quickly she can move around the map. And it's something that Reckless takes a lot of advantage of, and we're going to keep track of as the game progresses. But we're about 10 minutes in. We've been talking a lot about how even the gold state is, but now we're kind of looking at what are these next steps. And a lot of the focus is now going towards early plates. The Rift Herald is available for G2, and given that Jankos is pathing towards bot, it looks like they want to try and get a little bit more gold into the pockets of Caps.
At the moment, he's going to back away. I wonder if that was just G2 playing around the fact that Caps didn't have Flash and expecting Fnatic to make a play down there, so they were just wanted to be in the area in case something happened. Caps will back away, gets himself a BF sword. So pretty even on gold with Reckless right now. Whipple and Wonder continue to trade in the top lane, but Whipple seems to be getting to an okay position in these trades. He hasn't died against since those 2 early kills.
I mean, the fact that he died twice early is still very surprising. Of course, the great thing about Zach is he doesn't need kills to be relevant. He's a low econ top laner, and so he's always going to offer value regardless of how far behind he is, just because of the sheer amount of utility that he provides. Another big trade here for Wonder.
Wibos does still have ult, whereas Wonder doesn't quite have his off cooldown. Just comes off as I was saying that, so I wonder if Bippo maybe is trying to bait Wonder into something here. Nemesis is on his way up. Wonder's going to flash away. That is a Summoner Spell burnt from the G2 top laner.
Yeah, you can see the healing now really coming through from the passive of Bwipo, and now that he's reached a point where his trades are going much more in his favor, definitely a much more comfortable position for him. Meanwhile, on the bot side of the map, G2 are looking to utilize the Rift Herald to try and secure an early tab, but a TP comes through from Fnatic.
Fnatic don't want this to happen. This is Bwipo coming in behind. Teleport used by G2 as well. Jankos rooted up. He gets the Subjugate off just in time, and Bwipo, of course, does not have his passive. Here's the Call of the Forge God. Hylissang eats it up with the Unbreakable Wall, and here come the rest of Fnatic looking for the fight. Selfmade coming in from the side. There's no perks here yet, and Wonder's going to get locked up. A great cast as Nemesis slides in and shuffles Fnatic back, and G2 have lost 2 already. Perks trying to come in from the side. He can get a lot of damage down with these missiles if he can connect, but he can't quite find his mark. Fnatic get 2 kills in the bottom lane.
Yeah, really good play here from Fnatic. They're still a little bit behind in gold because of the tower plates that G2 picked themselves up for, but the TP play from Bwipo is much more reminiscent of the Fnatic that we've seen so far in playoffs. They wanted to punish G2 for making this investment towards the bot side of the map. They weren't going to do the traditional trade. They were like, no, we're going to fight here. Only 2 members of G2 sitting bot as Mickey was getting some vision. You can see this alcove ward allows Fnatic to find this flank. Meanwhile, look at the minimap. You can see Azia and Gragas already rotating down, and Corki had used his teleport to get back to the mid lane, which means that he's always going to arrive late. This now gives Fnatic a numbers advantage, and it forces G2 on the retreat. Good barrel, and here the ultimate from Mickey actually knocks Nemesis behind to allow for a very unfortunate Shurima shuffle, which then puts G2 into this situation where they're like, oh no, we're being attacked now from 2 sides, and Fnatic end up finding a bunch of kills. So Fnatic now in a very comfortable position, even though they're 1k cooldown.
You can see that 1,000 gold lead is only in the top lane. Wonder 1,000 gold ahead of Bwipo, but Nemesis has a lead himself in the mid lane. G2 trying to capitalize on that top lane disadvantage for Bwipo. Bwipo still doesn't have his passive, doesn't have his ult, doesn't have his flash, and really doesn't have a hope in hell of surviving this one unless he does something miraculous. Bwipo locked up underneath the turret, and he will fall. G2 get the kill. Wonder his 3rd on the board.
So as you rightly said, the kills keep going down onto Wonder, which is probably the best case scenario for Fnatic because, as was mentioned earlier, Bwipo is always going to offer utility and value, even if he's like 0-5. Meanwhile, more plates are being invested into Reckless, more plates are being invested into Caps, and a lot of this game is going to be between the mid laners and the AD carries, who are going to be the primary damage dealers as we get later into this game. But you can see how much stronger Nemesis is at this point in the game. 3-0-1, already has the completed Nash's Tooth, already working towards what looks to be like a death cap as well, means that Nemesis is definitely going to be one of the primary carries of the game.
And a mid laner being a primary carry is not anything new for European League of Legends. In the past, it's been Perkz and Caps. Since spring 2016, these two players have claimed every single championship. And now we'll see if Fnatic and Nemesis can stop that spree from happening. Because, as you say, Vedius, a lot of this game, a lot of the way Fnatic will fight these teamfights is on Nemesis' shoulders.
Now, of course, because G2 committed Caps towards the top side of the map to secure that tower, Fnatic had control over bot side and over the mid lane, which means that they have easy access to the river and will be able to secure the second mountain. So Fnatic now have this the Infernal Soul rather, as a primary win condition, and they're already much stronger at this point in the game. The thing you have to keep bearing in mind is the scaling aspect of Caps. The thing I think Caps is going to struggle with in these fights is dealing with the Zac, and that's why Mickey is going to be so important as we enter the mid-game, and these fights are going to be ever-present. Remember we were talking about at the beginning of the game? I want to reinstate that. Braum Shield versus Janna Tornado and Ultimate. These are the two tools that will mitigate the engages from both sides, and if something gets used too early or if something doesn't get properly thrown up, then that engage is going to come down onto the carries of both Fnatic and G2, and then they're going to be in some serious trouble.
Keep your eyes on the supports, the AD carries, and the mid laners. In fact, keep your eyes on everyone, because every single player in this game has shown in the past, in these playoffs, that they can stand up and that they can make the big plays for their teams. G2 now looking perhaps to contest this Rift Herald. Perkz coming in. He's got the package. He's got an easy escape tool as they jump in, and he'll use it to get the hell out of dodge. Meanwhile, G2 are pushing in the mid lane and the bottom lane as Wonder is down there by himself.
So Fnatic trading mid lane priority for, mid lane pressure for this Rift Herald. They can use this to break into the mid tier 1 as well. And I kind of want to say, even though Fnatic is behind in gold, they're actually in a very comfortable spot right now, because one of the things that G2 will have to struggle with is trying to get through the Azir wave clear that is just very good at holding the line. He's very good at delaying out the game and especially keeping his mid lane turret alive. The fact that Fnatic have used this Herald top means that the map is going to be a lot more exposed, and Fnatic are going to have tools to stall out this game for longer and set themselves up more for success as the game progresses. So I think there's more of an issue for G2, especially if they can't break this mid tier 1.
Hylissang had to use his exhaust. Rekkles having to flash away here because G2 just continually put the pressure on. They find these little advantages. You can see there both Hylissang and Rekkles thought they were safe, but a Tornado locked up Rekkles. Now he's burnt his flash, going to use the bullet time, but the Call of the Forge God is coming out to try and stop it. Hylissang knocked up with the Ram. Nemesis fighting off towards Perkz in the side lane. Perkz landing a lot of those missiles, but Nemesis and his soldiers are doing absolute work. Perkz has to flash away, and at the moment, Nemesis is in the advantage in that 1v1.
Yeah, so Nemesis is basically winning 1v1 in the side lane. Not something you typically see from an Azir, but in this comp, he's more than happy to do that. He's going to try and TP out of this situation as G2 look for a collapse. He recognizes that he didn't back quickly enough, but he will be able to get out of harm's way. Fnatic also hold on to, as I was saying that, the mid-tier 1 does fall. And I like that G2 did commit so heavily into trying to secure that mid-tier 1 because I think it was really important. Because as long as Fnatic held that, it was going to be much easier for them to move into both sides of the river and then start attacking these side lanes and getting that deeper vision control. But now all these outer towers are starting to fall. Now the map is opening up a lot more, and we're going to start seeing these 4-1 setups largely from both sides. Of course, the big advantage that Fnatic has is that with the Azir being as strong as he is, he's going to have a lot more control.
Yeah, he's got his death cap complete alongside the Nash's Tooth. No Triforce yet for Perkz. Still only sitting on those level 1 boots, so doesn't have that magic penetration, doesn't have the sheen. Well, he does have the sheen procs, but not the full Triforce damage that comes out. And as we've said, even though G2 are slightly ahead in gold, that gold is inconsequential right now. It's basically even between the two teams. Mid lane, there is a 2,000 gold lead for Nemesis.
With the Drake spawning in about a minute's time, that's likely where we're going to have to see both teams start setting up for. You can see that Origen is now pushing out the bot side of the map. Perkz has just pushed out the top. He does have TP advantage over Nemesis, which means that he may look to try and keep him there so that he can then TP down and give numbers over to G2. But for now, Fnatic using their numbers as a 3-man to push in mid, gain this mid prio. But the fact that they haven't been able to take the mid tier 1 makes contesting for the river that bit harder. So they're going to concede it for now, wait for Nemesis to push out the top lane, and then have him actually group down. As I say that, we're actually got Bwipo roaming. I think the goal of Bwipo here is just to shadow Nemesis to make sure that he's safe in his rotation back down to group up with the rest of his team.
Have a look at how many wards G2 have around this mid lane, though. They're starting to get cleared out, but it was just a slew of them. 2 in mid, 1 in the mid-top bush, 1 in the mid-bottom bush. A control ward where Mickey is, another ward just around the corner, control wards in the river. G2 trying to get total vision control. Fnatic just forced in the mid lane, looking for this turret. They're going to take that tower pretty quickly as Bwipo jumps forward and the damage comes out and Caps is deleted off the face of Summoner's Rift. Nemesis goes on a rampage and now Fnatic have easy access to the river.
So you can see what happens when Janna isn't there to protect the Aphelios. The low mobility AD carry very easily gets dived on by the Zac and instantly melted. And that's ideally what Mickey wants to be doing, as you just saw on your screen against the Zac, but he was sitting in Fog of War, he caught Caps unawares, and Fnatic were able to find themselves a quick kill. They get the tier 1, they get themselves the Infernal Drake, and now they're at Soul Point. Fnatic definitely bouncing back here in Game 3.
This is so much more the Fnatic we expected to see coming into these finals. The first 2 games look like an aberration now as Fnatic, as you say, are fighting back, bouncing back here against G2. Soul Dragon up in 4 minutes, 44 seconds time. And we have actually officially passed the quickest ever best of 5 timer here, Vedius. G2 aren't going to be able to get it. And if we get to 23 minutes, we won't get the quickest ever best of 5 in European history either. I think Fnatic will hold on to the honor of not having that record in this
It looks
series.
like it. I mean, Fnatic right now is in a great position to be able to bounce back in this 3rd game, potentially bring us to a Game 4, but there's still a lot left to be played. Itemization is still coming through from the side of G2. You can see that the Muramana is not yet completed for Perks, so once that comes through, he's going to be feeling a lot stronger. He is a level behind Nemesis as well. Caps in a similar position where, even though he does have 2 completed items, being 1 level down and being at the mercy of whether or not Bwipo can dive on top of him is going to dictate the outcome of a lot of these fights. But I do feel that in terms of front to back, it's a lot easier for Fnatic to be able to execute.
Well, we'll see in about 3 minutes time, probably. There's no 20-minute Baron here from Fnatic. Hylissang has been locked up. He's going to try and put the damage back onto Wonder, but he's already used the Unbreakable, so he has to burn his flash. Now Hylissang trying to re-engage with Selfmade. There's the concussive blows. Nemesis off towards the side is distracting 4 members of G2 as Wonder's being jumped on by Bwipo. The Moonlight Vigil doesn't quite land. Nemesis putting the damage down onto Caps. He's still alive just for the moment, but now he'll die. Caps gets it. G2 able to get out 5 players strong. Fnatic on the defensive now as Caps opens up with the shurikens, but won't get the damage down he was looking for. G2 could just go straight towards this Baron. They've just used the Monsoon. They've healed up. G2 could be the ones making the Baron play.
Fnatic are cautious of it. You can see that it has been started off. The Janna Aphelios combo is slowly melting through this, and Selfmade is in the vicinity, but Wonder TP's back in.
Wonder's looking for the home guards, trying to chase down Reckless. Doesn't have the call of the Forge God, no slow yet, and that strut is going to speed up Reckless. Hylissang, though, caught out, trying to jump back with the stand beside me, and there's the Make It Rain to get the slow on G2. Hylissang might be sacrificed here. Reckless will be able to get away, just walks away by himself. But Hylissang, oh, does he have another W? Can he jump across the wall once again? Reckless going to have to use the Blast Cone to make sure he escapes to safety. No Baron, but a kill for G2.
I mean, I think that's the best case scenario for Fnatic. They don't give the Baron over to G2. They only overall lose 2 members, and they're actually able to get back out onto the map, so they don't really lose that much in terms of control or objectives. Here we see where the fight really kicks off. Hylissang jumps forward, and G2 see an opportunity to re-engage. A lot of ultimates end up getting used, but the 3v3, G2 feel pretty confident. Meanwhile, in the jungle, you can see that Nemesis is having to deal with Jankos and Caps and Perks, who are all looking to chase him down. He thinks he's safe, but a huge package from Perks cuts off the escape route from Nemesis, and he ends up getting blown up as the rest of G2 are disengaging, and Fnatic can't find any additional kills. We then, of course, see that back and forth around the Baron, where G2 do get an additional kill off the back of that, but overall, this just means that G2 closed the kill gap a little bit, but it doesn't result in a huge amount of map pressure swing in their favor.
Doesn't really change the game state as such.
Yeah.
Just changes that scoreboard a little bit. 1,000 gold lead for G2. Selfmade perhaps caught out, got knocked up on the wall there. Has to flash away, and that's a big Summoner Spell burn. Call of the Forge God was blocked by Hylissang. And as you said earlier, Vedius, you have to watch for that Unbreakable. That's so impactful for Hylissang if he uses it to get rid of that key engage ultimate. Now, Wonder was standing on a control ward here. Perks is coming across it as well. G2 now realized there was a control ward in that bush all along, and so they couldn't really set up the trap they wanted. Fnatic, though, are in a 1-3-1 here, Vedius. Bwipo is pushing in the bottom lane, and Nemesis is by himself in the top.
Well, with this comp, Nemesis knows that he can win out in a 1v1 against the Corki, and Bwipo's probably feeling pretty confident that he can also 1v1 the Ornn. I don't think that they should be able to kill each other, but he should at the very least be able to hold him. Meanwhile, with the wave being pushed in bot, Fnatic have the reset from Bwipo, and they're using this to gain some control over the river, but the TP comes in from Perkz, and G2 are contesting this. They've now grouped up as 5. They're sacrificing the sideway farm, and Fnatic want to look for an engage, but Bwipo's going to cancel it for now.
30 seconds on that Dragon. G2 cannot give it up. An Infernal Drake on Fnatic would be the death knell for them. The final nail perhaps in this coffin. G2 have control over the area. No Fnatic vision here yet. I believe Mickey was faking her back. He could have gone back though. He's going to go back now. He's looking for the extra wards, got 2 control and buffed up his bulwark, but not the engage available for Fnatic. We're standing across the wall here now with the Dragon coming up in 10 seconds. Fnatic will look for a fight. They don't have to fight around this, of course. They'd love to take it, but they can just try and pull G2 across towards the Baron instead.
Yeah, and this is where Fnatic is forcing G2's hand. Hey, are you going to give up the Drake or are you going to give up the Baron? G2 are trying to contest both. Caps is soloing the Drake as Fnatic are starting this objective off, and G2 are just trying to buy time. Look at the flank from Bwipo.
Bwipo in a great position, but he's not going to use the Elastic Slingshot. The Baron down to 4,000 HP as Fnatic try and do it. Wonder jumping in, the damage coming out as Hylissang gets low. But look at the damage already on Jankos. He's down, that's the jungler. No smite available. Cap still on his way to join the team. Monsoon used by Mickey. The Baron ever lower as the Call of the Forge God comes out. Hylissang almost chunked out. He's going to fall, and now Fnatic are retreating back towards the top lane. But Bwipo is the next target for G2. They'll put him into his passive. The Bloodlust form, and Fnatic cannot defend them. 2 kills to G2, and they will chase Fnatic away. Will they continue on this? Because they could just turn towards the Baron. Teleport used by Nemesis to get away, and G2 decide not to do the Baron and just settle for the kills.
So G2 actually get their cake and eat it too. They're able to deny the Infernal Soul and buy a little bit more time for themselves, and they actually stop the Baron from going down. And the key thing about this is Fnatic is looking for a fight, either with a numbers advantage or to secure the Baron. The ultimate gets used very early from Azir, but look at how quickly it gets broken by Wonder. At this point, you're thinking, okay, the Trundle is dead, which means that Fnatic can now win the team fight. But Caps joins the fray, and there's no threat on him. Look at his positioning this time around. He doesn't have to fear anyone trying to dive onto the backline, which means that he can just play from behind his tank, and he can just slowly dish out the damage while Fnatic is forced to retreat.
And now G2 gain control of the river. It's only 1,000 gold between the two teams, but we're starting to see these big items on G2. Trinity Force upgraded into Trinity Fusion for perks. The Mura Mana fully stacked up. Infinity Edge, Essence Reaver, Runan's Hurricane on Caps. These are very powerful carries for G2, and although Nemesis is at 3.5 items, although Reckless is at 2 items, we've seen some fights start to turn in G2's favor. It's all about how the disengage happens, whether the Call of the Forge God is blocked, whether the Elastic Slingshot is knocked back with the Howling Gale, and whether Nemesis can dish out the DPS that he really needs to for Fnatic.
Yeah, a lot of weight is going to be on the shoulders of Nemesis. He is incredibly strong with these 3 items, and we see a lot of ults being thrown around, Medic.
Oh, bullet time comes out. Mickey just about able to survive, and here comes the re-engage as Bwipo jumps in. Wonder doing a lot of damage with the Call of the Forge God coming out. Selfmate's going to fall, and now Bwipo is caught out all by himself. 5 members strong. G2's continue to push in. Bwipo almost goes down. The Moonlight Vigil not going to have enough damage as Reckless opens up on Wonder. They trade it 1-for-1 so far in the fight as Nemesis is able to put the soldiers up and force G2 away. Instead, he goes forward. Has to flash away. Caps trying to get forward, trying to get the damage down as Nemesis will fall underneath the turret. And now it's 2-for-1 in favor of G2, and their eyes turn straight back towards the Baron.
Yeah, with Nemesis dead, this is a great opportunity for G2 to actually start this one off. They have the protection from Mickey as well, but with 3 members of Fnatic alive, of course they're going to look to contest this. Zac is up, that engage tool is primed and ready to go. The damage from Reckless is there as well. Let's see who is able to come out on top.
One good double up could kill a player from G2. Jankos is so low. Reckless going to put the Make It Rain down. Caps is tanking up the Baron right now. Bwipo stopped in his tracks as the Howling Gale meets the Elastic Slingshot, and now he's dead. Reckless and Hylissang, it's all on you. You have to do something here because the Baron's already fallen. Jankos going to open up on Hylissang. He puts down the Unbreakable. Selfmate's going to join the fray as well as Jankos goes low, but Hylissang's dead. The flash away. Wonder TP'd in behind him, and he meets Reckless and shut him down. And now with the Baron, G2 could have turned this game. Fnatic looked to be the favorites, but G2 are fighting strong.
G2 are now in full control of this 3rd and potentially final game. The The pressure is overwhelming Fnatic, and Nemesis in that crucial moment ended up dropping. With 5 members of G2 alive, I think with the wave clear of Nemesis, it might not be enough, but they're knocking on the doors of the base. The teleports are coming through. Only 2 members of Fnatic are currently alive. This could very well be the game.
Whippo's back up now. Selfmade's up as well as Nemesis. The Hylissang's just about to respawn, but G2 are looking to end this one as quickly as they can. Selfmade jumps in, they shut down the Corki, and they're looking for the Caps as well. Whippo jumps onto the back line, but Nemesis is already dead, and Caps is going to open up on Whippo. Selfmade, Hylissang, you've got to get in there. You've got to fight with your teammate, because Reckless is on his way. It's a double for Caps. 8-3-4 on the day in the game against his former team. And the bullet time coming out. G2 will back away. They won't take the Nexus, but they have taken so much from Fnatic.
Wow, that was very intense. Perkz just kind of dives into the Nexus turrets there, and while he did lose his life, G2 did not lose the fight. Mickey now been caught out, very low HP. G2, they're going back in.
G2 looking for the re-engage as Hylissang has stepped a little bit too far forward. Caps can't find the moonshot, but Hylissang is getting chunked out. He's almost dead. He's done. Caps goes legendary. And Reckless now tries to open up, but he just doesn't have the damage. He's only at 2 items. Caps has so much DPS in comparison. 9-3-4 on the Aphelios that Fnatic could not make work in the first 2 games.
And these fights were always going to be about how well do the carries survive? Can these tanks get onto the back line? And a lot of the fights that we've been seeing from Fnatic, Caps has not been threatened. In that initial Baron fight and the last fight that we just saw between the 2 teams, Caps was left untouched, which means that he was just dishing out all this damage. He had his core itemization completed, and with the support of a Janna as well, it was just too difficult for Fnatic to come out on top. And you thought, oh, maybe Nemesis can stall, maybe he can hold out, but then he dives in at that tower defense. If he had stayed alive, it would have been a lot harder for G2 to do that Baron, but with his death, it opened the door for G2. They secured the Baron, and now they are in full control. They're looking to 3-0 Fnatic. They're looking to match Fnatic in terms of European titles. G2 are looking to take the win.
Ocelot said it, same amount of titles in half the time was the aim. Fnatic have been in 15 splits, G2 only in 9. 7 titles in 9 splits is what G2 would get if they take this game, if they take this series, and now they're looking to take this bot lane push. They've got the minions pushing in, super minions coming in the mid lane as Fnatic try and scramble a defense, try and find some way of stopping the unstoppable tide that G2 seem to be. They're waiting for the waves, they're trying to match up, they're trying to sync it up. Super minions coming in the mid lane. And the recalls come out from G2. It looked like they were going to do something, instead they reset, they look for these next items, and they can come back onto the map.
Yeah, for now, G2 are just going to play it safe. They know that they're in a very commanding position. Caps is incredibly strong, but you've got to respect Nemesis, and you've got to respect the fact that Fnatic's ability to engage from a very far away distance is very potent. Whippo can use that engage to dive onto the backline, and if he can land a crucial E, then that could be all Fnatic need to be able to win out on a team fight. You remember the amount of disruption that they have with Gragas Barrel, with the Zac ultimate, with the Azir wall. There are so many things that G2 have to be careful of so they don't overcommit. They're just going to reclaim some control over the map. They've pushed out bot. Obviously, bot is still pushing in favor of Fnatic right now, so G2 are going to leave that and now start to play through topside, look to slowly chip away at these outer towers and start getting closer and closer to the base of Fnatic.
See the damage that Perkz does with those auto attacks. Caps as well, just going to shred through that tower in a second. Wonder pushing in the mid lane with the super minions coming in. 1:30 left on that inhibitor before it respawns. Bot wave pushing slowly towards the base as G2 go quickly in the top lane. That inhibitor tower is already dead. They're looking for the inhib next. Wonder doing what he can in the mid lane to try and force Fnatic back, but that inhibitor's gone, and the elastic slingshot comes in, stopped in his tracks. Whippo already almost in his passive, has to use the stopwatch, and Perkz off towards the side is just zoning the rest of Fnatic. Hylissang flashes forward and misses the Winter's Bite, and now Whippo's in his passive, gone down into his second life. Can he come back alive? The Monsoon used by the Janna just to try and heal up his teammates. Hylissang's done, Whippo's done, and perhaps Fnatic are done as Nemesis is caught underneath the Nexus towers. A double kill for Perkz. Reckless tries to do what he can with the bullet time, but he just can't do enough. G2 take 4. Caps goes legendary, and G2 are looking to dive Reckless on the fountain. G2 are inevitable. G2 are inescapable. Europe, G2 are your spring split champions as they take down the Nexus and claim in the end their 7th title, matching the record set by Fnatic. 7 titles for G2.
Thank you all for tuning in, and let us know if you enjoyed the game or have a specific match that you want to see by tweeting at LEC. Match History, we'll see you next time.
Hi, I'm Quickshot from the League of Legends European Championship, the LEC. It's the best league in the world. But are our teams any good? No, our teams are great.
Ace production, dank memes, best responses on social media, good content. We've got it all right here. Question is, why would you want to watch anything else? Traditional sports? Pfft, I'm good at soccer.
Just tune in. Not only do we have the best League of Legends players in the world, we've also got the best content on the market. I'm on a horse.
It's not only entertaining, though, because you'll also learn a ton. You might even make it out of that cardboard 5 elo hell you've been stuck in for forever. Trust me, you'll be climbing the rank ladder in no time at all.
Just listen to this testimony. Medic, what rank were you before watching the LEC?
Bronze 4.
And after?
Bronze 2.
Exactly. I've never been that low, because I have eyes, and I use them to watch the LEC.
So stop wondering about what you're going to be doing all summer and come watch the best League of Legends content in the world. Week in and week out. We are the League of Legends European Championship. This is the LEC, and we're back.
Charged up. Hello, everybody. Let the game begin.
You stay on my mind, think about you all the time. Got to get to know you well. If you kiss, then I will tell. You stay on my mind, think about you all the time. Got to get to know you well. If you kiss, then I will tell.
Okay.
You stay on my mind, think about you all the time. Got to get to know you well. If you kiss, then I will tell. You stay on my mind, think about you all the time. Got to get to know you well.
This is my creed. The boots that make me faster. The items that make me stronger. The potions that I drink. I get the best to be more powerful, so my champion rises to the top. But all this leveling up means nothing if I don't level up myself. It's the healthy potions I drink in real life that make me stronger. Because you can only rule the game when you realize you are your most important champion. To play like a pro, eat like a pro.
chance against me. I can calculate 90 trillion moves in advance. Not fair. Not fair.
Red Bull gives you wings.
No! Yes!
I will tell.
Appa! Appa! Why can't you hear me? Right, because this isn't my home. This is the home of the LEC, the official home. We're back in the studio. All summer split long. And while the fans can't be with us here in person, they are in spirit. And don't worry, because your snacks and your drinks are not going to go to waste. Now it's time to head into the studio and make sure everything is set up. I need to get myself ready and get ready for a split full of games. Nice. Studio is looking good. Stage is looking clean. The stage is fine. Thank you very much. You can leave. The lighting needs work though. Let's turn this off. And I think we need to get ourselves ready for a show. I think we need to inject a little bit of energy to the set. There we go. That's feeling better. LEC is a professional show on a professional stage with a professional opening ceremony. I've seen this before, but don't worry. I have the perfect idea to make it fresh, new, unique. While we might be getting ready for the summer split, the studio is not yet ready for the players to take to this stage. They won't be joining us for now, and that is not a problem, because we are here to produce the best content in the world. I'm as ready as I'm going to be. Are you? The LEC Summer Split starts right now.
everyone, to the opening week of the LEC Summer Split. We are back in our studio to give you all the best moments from the Rift as the teams start the road towards the greatest honor in League of Legends, representing EU on the world stage. I'm Shox, joined by the dynamic duo of Medi Vedi.
At a safe distance away from each other. We're excited, Shox. How can we not be? The Summer Split is about to kick off. We have the best teams on the planet. We have the best content on the planet and the best duo ready to bring you all the hot stuff.
Not sure about that last.
Sadly, no
No
horse.
horse. No horse. Show's already ruined. We're super happy that we get to be back here. As said, teams at home, we're here. But hopefully this show can just create a cool diversion from you from everything that's going on in the world right now. We'll try and make it the best show possible. And we have 11 weeks to do it. 11 weeks of action lie ahead of us. And here is what is in store for the regular season. Now, first off, due to the ongoing COVID-19 pandemic, we have made the difficult decision to cancel our plans to host the summer finals in Malmö, Sweden. We are, however, currently exploring other options for the event, and we'll share more with you in the near future. All we can really do is follow the government guidelines.
Oh, definitely. And as you heard earlier, teams are going to be playing from home. The broadcast, though, will be here for the entirety of the split in the LEC studio.
And as a result of that, we will also be introducing Super Weeks. Some of you may be familiar with them if you've been following Europe and North America for a while. We have them in week 1, we have them in week 8, but basically it's 3 days of League of Legends action now. That will mean that on Sunday, 4:30 p.m. CEST, you'll want to be here because we're going to have even more League of Legends content coming your way.
Yeah, it's 3 days of games. Fantastic way to start everything off. There is something we have to do before we get to all the rest. There was a little thing called the mid-season streamathon and a certain competition between the regions, and we have to congratulate the French team on winning. Oui, vraiment, les félicitations à l'équipe française. Donc, c'est phénoménal, tu vas jouer très bien. Mais alors, ce sont les idiotes. Ici, mes deux collègues, les idiotes complètes, qui ont perdu le titre contre les Français alors.
Bonjour, je suis ici aujourd'hui pour rendre hommage à glorieux représentant français qui nous ont absolument anéantis lors de l'événement du MSS. Ils sont extraordinaires. Vive la France!
Ils sont. L'équipe française est la meilleure que je peux affronter et je pense qu'il m'est temps de prouver leur valeur au mondial.
Thank you very much, guys. I mean, if I can say something in French.
Oh, please, Laure, please.
Vous avez été tellement nuls. On vous a rétamé. On vous a rétamé tout simplement. Ifio, je suis désolée pour toi. C'est très dur d'avoir des collègues comme ça. Prétendre à la meilleure ligue au monde et avoir ce niveau sur le jeu, c'est terrible. I'm gonna translate because you don't have subtitles. So
yes, please.
Thank you so much for everything.
Oh, you're welcome.
I mean, it was an honor facing you guys, and I wish you good luck for next time.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Can confirm that's what Laure said in French. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you, Laure.
Also,
Congratulations.
happy birthday, Laure. Yeah, so good to see Laure again as well. Hopefully we never have to do that again. And luckily for the LEC, there are some tools that we can use to clean up our play. Check this out.
Just to try and heal up his teammates. Hylissang's done, Whippo's done, and perhaps Fnatic are done as Nemesis is caught underneath.
Crummy games leaving a bad taste in your mouth? Don't worry, LEC has got you covered. LEC's incredible power comes from its deep talent pool and world-class competition, helping you feel good through every moment of your day. Use LEC just 2 times a week and watch your teeth go from Iron 4 and whining to Challenger and shining.
LEC. Give yourself something to smile about.
I think you have a little bit of tumble still here.
I hope you two floss every day.
Oh, yeah, totally.
I agree with the 1 out of 10 dentists that doesn't recommend flossing.
The 1 out of 10 that don't recommend flossing. You should. It's super healthy. So the big goal for this year is to floss every day and also to secure a spot at Worlds in China. And with 4 seeds reserved for the LEC, we are in for one hell of a race. If you haven't heard the news, 4 seeds for Europe this year. And there's also a brand new format. Now, summer is more important than ever because summer de facto decides Worlds. There are no regional qualifiers anymore.
Yeah, so a couple things to note is that when it comes to points will contribute to your seeding when it comes to playoffs. But now in playoffs, top 4 in playoffs go to Worlds. That's it, 1 through 4. There's no more regional gauntlet, as Shox just said, which means that securing a spot in playoffs is so much more important than it ever has been in the past.
That it is, and when we look at the pedigree, rather, of Europe these last couple of years, what also netted them 4 4 spots at Worlds is the fact that we've made the final now 2 years in a row. All teams made it out of the group stage last year. So there's a lot of honor to hold up. And for each and every one of those 4 teams, they have a lot to chase. They have glory to chase, and they need to do very well.
And technically, still reigning MSI champions. No one has actually taken the trophy from us yet. So I'm just saying, we've achieved a lot in the last 2 years.
Did we win the last battle of the Atlantic as well?
Yeah, it's so much.
Rivals champions still as well, Shots.
But Vedius and Medic, I mean, Europe is just G2, right?
Oh, 100%.
I hate that saying. So I think a lot of people love to forget the fact that Fnatic not only took down, well, they went 1-1 against SKT, they went 1-1 against RNG, and the team that they lost to in the quarterfinals was the eventual world champions, who they even took a game off of, which was much better than some teams that went up against them in the finals. So I feel that not only that, we've got Origen, who is very close behind them in terms of competing, and I think that when we look at G2 and Fnatic, 2 very clear front runners to make it towards this year, we also have some stacked teams looking to join them in that 3rd and 4th spot.
And that chasing pact is what really excites me. You can talk about Mad Lions, you know, if the Spring Split was Summer Split, they would be going to Worlds. Origen would be there alongside them, but we have upgrades for people like Misfits, who have brought in Kobe, a great AD carry who could potentially take them into that 4th spot. Rogue are still just on the edge of perhaps making it into 4th spot as well. So there's so much to fight for and so much to battle for between these teams.
Can I just say, unreal jerseys.
Yeah,
really
like
nice.
Yeah.
And Kappa had to sponsor a team at some point in esports, right?
And I think it's really impressive to see Mad Lions, the amount of growth that they made in spring, to setting themselves up really for success coming this summer. I think the expectations now for this early weeks are going to be very high. The pressure is going to be on for this team because many fans, I feel, look at this team and say, hey, they should be one of the best in Europe right now.
But that means that we're counting on the fact that they will do the same, if not better, than last split. And that is, of course, interesting. I think when I look at Mad Lions, there's also a team that I would love to see at Worlds, you know? Honestly, we've had the Vitalities of the world, and you want a team that can throw a wrench in everything, that you don't really know what to expect from the rookies.
I think they really remind me of Splice when they first made it to Worlds. They remind me of Misfits when they first made it to Worlds. You know, these guys that can go in, bring something a little bit new, bring something a little bit spicy, and really pave the way for future rookies going to Worlds from EU.
Of course, it's all up in the air. I heard you mention Origen, and it's almost a throwaway. Of course, I mean, they have to make it, but how could a team like Origen possibly do at that World Championship?
I think Origen is a very strong team. I think a lot of people look at the scores from playoffs last split and though, oh, well, they lost 3-1 to Fnatic, they lost 3-1 to Origen. No. They were incredibly tense series. Origen was nearly 2-1 up over G2 in that playoff series. Unfortunately, due to a single bad team fight that lost them a game, this team is very strong. It is star-studded, and I think that on the international stage, they can pose a real threat.
Especially in a meta that is likely to suit scaling compositions. We see a lot more emphasis put on getting an AD carry that can play into team fights, that can play later into the game. Origen have also shown us they're really good at playing split push when the game gets, past that 30-35 minute mark. Alfari and Nukeduck are so good in those 1-3-1s. So I really think Origen have a chance of challenging the top 2 this split.
Is there a team we haven't mentioned that you think I'd like to see them at Worlds? I think they have a good shot. Or they could also make it. We need to remember in Europe, that third team, and now we have 3 and 4, is often up in the air and is not the team that we expect with Schalke in the past or in Origen. You need to go all the way to the finish line to make it to Worlds. So who could be a possible wild card in that Worlds race?
Well, I think you have to, if you want to talk about wild card, Schalke is the wild card for me. I think the expected people are Misfits, Rogue, Mad, are all competing, and they're your kind of playoff expected teams. But when I look at Schalke, how they ended last split, and the fact that they've kept a lot of their roster the same, I have high expectations of that team, and I'm really excited to see what they can do within these first few weeks.
I totally agree with that. I think I'll put XL on the list as well, just because, UK guy from a UK org, but
of course.
I heard really good things about their new top laner, Cries. I think if he can perform to the level that he has in the past year, XL could be fighting for that bottom of playoffs.
Wow, crazy. Such huge stakes, of course. It's not just for our playoffs, which are very important, but also for Worlds, rather. And for the first time since 2015, Worlds will be happening without Uzi, who's retiring after a great career. Here's a goodbye from his LEC opponents.
Hey Uzi, it's G2 Perks here. I want you to know you are my one of my AD carriers I look up to. I want to have as many lane kingdoms and CS differences at 10 as you did. So now that you are retiring from pro play, I will try to follow your path in demolishing enemy bot lanes. I just want you to know you inspired one mid laner to play the carry.
Hey Uzi, Ever since I saw your Vayne play at Worlds 2013, I've looked up to you, and one of the highlights of my career was playing tandem together at All-Stars 2016, even though I was the keyboard. I know I haven't given you the fight you deserve over the years, but you've been a huge motivator for my growth as a player, and I thank you for that. I would also like to express gratitude for my development as a person. Seeing someone with so much passion and sheer grit for the game gave me inspiration to show mine as well. Best wishes for the future, whatever and wherever that is.
There is very little that I could add that would speak more than the adoration and respect of our pros like Reckless and Perks. Uzi, to me, was the mad dog. He was immature, brash, demanding, but so incredibly gifted. He was exceptional, and then he was the rule. He set the standard for marksmen. And I got to watch him grow up on stage. I casted Uzi's Game 5 reverse sweeps. I watched the sheer hunger for achievement. Because for all his international success, Uzi was starved domestically. And I watched that mature him. That struggle tamed Uzi's talent, and that struggle built for him the inevitable lift of his trophy and title. Because for one fleeting year, Uzi got to stand on the podium that everyone knew he deserved. And in that same fleeting year, it was G2 that ended his run towards the Summoners Cup. And when I asked Uzi if at the end of his career, if he had never had that cup, if it would be worth it, he said in such humility and growth, yes. Because his journey was more important than a world championship. I am a caster in part because of Uzi. His talent, his story, those are my passions. It is immeasurable, unfathomable, the millions of kids who have watched him play and realized that this is what they want it to be. And it is tragic that players will no longer be able to measure up against Uzi and see how tall they can stand next to the legend. But I guarantee you that for years to come, we as League fans will get to see the fruit of Uzi's labor. He inspired a generation of talent. And as it stands now, this League of Legends, this iteration, it doesn't exist without him. Two players following in the footsteps of Uzi are Perks and Upset, who will face off at our match of the week.
My goal is to win.
I have won many titles at this point in Europe, but the real goal is Worlds.
Maybe the team should be motivated by losing to us. They all want to really badly beat us and win the split. It's up to us to not lose and falter to our own complacency.
No one of us ever tasted the victory of winning a LEC final.
They have beaten me in the final. They 3-0'd me. It wasn't even close.
Upset. Oh, a great hook from Destiny stops Upset from getting caught out. Now he's able to flash, but Whippo able to land the final Darking Blade, and he takes him out.
The hunger is what's driving us.
Despite his amazing statistics, Upset has never been able to deliver or lift a trophy. It must be incredibly frustrating for him to watch these new ADCs just swap around positions and for him to always be left behind. G2 at this point have nothing to prove domestically, whereas Origen, they are trying to stop G2 in their tracks.
Perks gets collapsed on. Oh, Perks jumps forward, dashes back straight into his death.
In my opinion, the players on Origen need to be emboldened and empowered to make those riskier decisions.
Origen, you know what you're going to get from them every game.
You have to win Tortoise versus the Hair.
Are playing too safe in first game.
Oh no, I don't think that they're quite there yet.
Honestly, I don't think that they have like a similar understanding of the game as me. But I don't feel like we proved anyone wrong until we win the split.
Perhaps has to flash away with the Cosmic Radiance. Maybe it was all a bait from G2 as they opened up the showstopper coming out. Wonder wasn't in the invulnerability, and now he falls. The follow-up is there as Nukeduck gets another kill. But that's 3-for-1 in favor of OG.
To challenge them, we're not going to be able to like, abuse their weaknesses as much. We just need to be a really good team ourselves if we want to beat them.
1v1 in the bottom lane. Now Barbie winning out early on. The Blade of the Moon coming out as well, and Wonder really doesn't get to connect. Wonder will dash across the wall, but now Barbie's on the chase.
My motivation since I've joined LEC has always been to win a split.
But the chains locks out Barbie in place. Caps with a pentakill. Look at Nukeduck, he's already dead. Caps has killed him. Caps able to take out Upset, able to take out Barbie. Give him another penta.
The real goal is Worlds, and it always will be.
But here comes Nukeduck. Upset still alive, doesn't have the bullet time quite yet. Mickey's gonna fall. Wonder's still alive, but now he's in a 2v1. However, Nukeduck ticking away. He manages to secure the triple.
They're gonna try to win Worlds, and we're gonna try to win against them.
Getting the damage down, but they can't quite get onto the Baron. The Baron is taken. It goes across to G2, and Nukeduck is dead. Perks has secured it.
Caps and me are just like much better than any other mid in LEC.
Which is hunting and running. He wants to make it happen. Feathers fly, and Upset is still not yet done. Calls the Feathers back!
I just really want to prove to myself that I can be the best. I really just want to show that all the time I've put in is actually worth it and that I can achieve something great.
Gosh, I love the story of this video, which is also the story of the competition in EU the last couple of years. G2 is always looking towards Worlds and to lift that trophy, but every other team needs to go through them to get there or to find glory even in EU, and that's even best embodied in Perkz and an upset.
Yeah, it certainly is. I think the upset, we heard it in the hype video right there, that he's someone that has to keep losing to these autofill AD carries, and it's got to be so frustrating to him because of how talented he is. And when you speak to any pro, everyone acknowledges how talented this man is, and we've been praising him for years, and we're still waiting for him to be able to finally lift that trophy here in Europe, but it is a tall order when you have to go through the likes of G2 Esports.
And I think that's the thing, right? You're waiting for the entirety of Origen's roster to lift the trophy, right? Everyone on this team is a superstar in their own name. Perhaps you could say Destiny is still making a name for himself in Europe, but Nukeduck, Alphari, Xerxes, Upset, all of them have been around and proven they're amongst the best. They just haven't proven that as a team they're the best yet.
Yeah, and they can start by proving everyone wrong if they beat G2 tomorrow. That is our match of the week. But this is how we're kicking things off today. As said, 15 games over the course of 3 days and 5 today. My eyes are immediately going to the last game of the day. Misfits with the return of Kavi up versus Reckless and Fnatic.
It's certainly going to be an exciting one, but I think the whole day will be exciting, Shocks, because at the beginning of every split, let's be honest, teams just kind of suck, right? They have to rely a lot more on their individual prowess. That team synergy isn't the same level that you normally expect at like a week 4 or week 5, which means that these upsets are a lot more likely to happen. Let's not forget last split, G2 nearly lost to this new rookie mad squad. So I'm excited for a lot more bloodshed today against the teams.
Yeah, that I am as well. And there's so much promise and hope in the air of all these teams, and a lot of them actually turning a new leaf. But we'll see how they all do. And since you last saw us, there's also been a lot of changes on the Rift specifically. So Verius, go ahead and walk us through the most important ones.
I would be happy to, Shocks. Now, we will be on patch 10.11 for this week of the LEC. That means that 5 patches have gone by since we last saw our teams play. Now, I don't want to run through every change that happened. Instead, I want to focus on what I think we can come to expect. To do that, let's start with what the patch looked like at the end of spring. Now, the meta value champions that were flexible, Syndra, Kalista, Pantheon, Set and Ornn, are just a few examples of champions that could be moved into a wide array of roles. They were great at getting early pressure, while also being easy lanes to play around. This doesn't mean that games were fast though. While we did see a lot of early game action, the average game time was still around 33 minutes. Games were harder to close out through spring relative to summer 2019, but teams that got an early lead often held it for the whole game. Now, for the majority of spring, jungle and support synergy was very important. You would often see Nautilus or Thresh roaming with their jungler, looking for picks or plays in the early game. This stayed largely the same until the very end of the split, where we saw G2 put more of their engage in top and jungle with enchanter supports and a hyper-scaling AD. So since then, what exactly has happened? Well, we've seen a couple of reworks, Wukong, Fiddle, and Volibear to be more specific. Now, I don't want to go into detail about these reworks, but changed champions often mean small shifts in how the game is approached. And Wukong in particular seems to be popular among pros based on what we've been seeing over in the LPL. On top of this, AD carries were buffed across the board. Most champions did get small buffs, along with itemization getting the same treatment. These buffs weren't overwhelming, but they definitely helped the AD carry role. Meanwhile, when we look at mid, things haven't really changed that much. Syndra did get a small nerf to her E, but will still be strong thanks to her flexibility between mid lane and bot lane. So our mid pool is looking like Syndra, Azir, and Zoe, with various counters or answers to these 3. Top lane is still a big question mark. With few changes to the role or champions outside of the introduction of Wukong and maybe Volibear, the popular champions from last split in Ornn, Renekton, and Aatrox weren't really touched. Gangplank even got buffed. So with all this in mind, what does it exactly mean coming into this week's games? Well, when we looked at the mid lane pool, champions that preferred to stay in their lanes, wave clear, and scale are the go-to. ADs have also been made stronger. This suggests that more investment could be spent towards the bot lane in the early game to make them stronger stronger or simply to protect them. If ADs do become the focus, I expect to see more Enchanter supports like we saw from G2 at the end of last split. Yuumi is already considered strong, and Lulu could very well join her. This means that Engage needs to come from somewhere else, suggesting that we'll see more tanks such as Ornn and Maokai in the top lane, and based on what we've seen in the LPL, scaling junglers are growing in popularity. Champions like Graves and Trundle that offer strong dueling rather than the ganking in the early game, and then scaling into powerful teamfights fit into what we've already been talking about. Therefore, I conclude that the age of team fighting will be returning. Does this mean we'll have slower early games? Quite possibly, but with Europe's tendency for fast adaptation and unique picks, it's difficult to say for sure how things will play out. These are my expectations, but you can tweet at LEC to let us know what you think the meta will look like, as we'll be talking more about it throughout the weekend. Now, our first taste of the meta will come from G2 and Mad Lions, who hit the Rift in our first game of the split. To those that don't know, Perkz is back in the bot lane, so let's hear from the man himself.
This is the best for our team for the long run. Rasmus is better mid lane, and I feel better bot lane. Our personalities, and they will give us better success in the future.
Well, I haven't played a lot of mid lane so far, but I don't think it matters that much. I only played for like a few months of bot lane, and I don't think with like all the 10 years of mid lane I've played that it will make a big difference. I think the learning experience of playing bot lane will help me out a lot more. And yeah, I mean, people playing the same champions. There's like a few champions that I obviously have to relearn. Like some champions that are coming in the meta that were on meta before that I'll have to pick up on, that I might be a bit behind. But other than that, I think I'm pretty confident.
So it's back to what we, I won't say know and love, because I think we like every configuration of the G2 roster, so twist my words there. But Perkz is back in the bot lane, Caps is back in the mid lane for G2. And as said in the video, they said, we think this will yield the best results, and we know how to read in between the lines. They want that World's Trophy, right? So, you know.
I think that has to be the goal at the end of it all. And I know a lot of people will focus on Perkz being a safer bottom laner or a better bot laner than Caps. But my big thing about this change is what it allows Caps to do in the mid lane, right? The ability for him to push up waves, roam around with Jankos, and then influence either top or bot lane, depending on how the team wants to play, is what was missing from them for me. Perkz is much more reliant on being in lane. Yes, he would team up with Jankos, but Caps is just so good at finding opportunities where other mid laners wouldn't.
I think Caps is the type of player that would sacrifice his lane in order to impact elsewhere on the map. But one of the best examples of that was, you just got to go rewatch his MSI Finals performance, and that man didn't even lane in mid. He, as a player, I think earns a lot of respect from the vast majority of pros as being the best player in Europe. And by putting him in mid lane, we heard from Reckless say that I think this is scarier just because he now has even more agency over the outcome of the game. And when you give the most talented player the most agency, you're obviously going to be afraid.
Indeed. And I guess it's also dangerous for us to say, oh, well, they're just going to do as good as they have done. But actually, they do have to work on that synergy again now. It's another change coming in for them in summer. I do want to come back on what you said about the meta as well. Not specifically as much ability for the mid laners to roam out of lane and the other lanes either. So will Caps even be able to exert more pressure on the rest of the map?
I mean, as much as the meta will define like exactly how they play, G2 have never been hampered by the meta, right? They're a team that decides to play outside of the meta like 90% of their games. Just look back to World's Finals where they played Pyke mid into Nautilus mid. Yes, they lost the game, but let's ignore that for the moment. They are very good at finding opportunities where other teams don't, and their adaptability and the ability for Caps to play so many different champions is why they are so good.
So excited to see G2 back on the Rift, and very excited to see them in this specific matchup versus the Mad Lions. Mad Lions, one of the most, if not the most, inspiring rookie team we saw out of the spring split, making it to the playoffs, even beating G2, of course, famously. And now they have a new chapter ahead of them. Where will that lead?
Well, I think up is the expectations right now. Obviously, there is some stiff competition here in Europe, but with the amount of growth that they made in a single split, I think that you just have to have even more faith in the coaching staff behind Mad Lions, who already grew this talented young rookie squad, and now they understand more of what it takes to be and compete at the top of LEC. And how many rookie squads get 2 best-of-5s against G2 in a playoffs, right? Like, you gain so much experience, you're really setting yourself up for success, and I think that we're only going to see more growth from the Mad Lions Lions squad.
And growth has to be the key word for me, right? Because we saw them very good at a specific playstyle last split. They were very good at sacrificing a Rome on the top lane and then playing through mid and bot whenever they needed to. Now what I want to see is give a Rome a little bit more carry potential from time to time. Maybe play some more split push instead of team fights as the meta develops, right? Because otherwise, people will know how to beat your style. And that's what we saw when they played against G2 the second time. Mad Lions need a few more strings to their bow before I'm willing to put them up there with Origen as a third place team.
Yeah, very exciting to see how they're going to develop throughout the summer. Now let's talk a bit about the current situation we are in. We're in the studio. The players are still at home. And we heard as that online play continued a couple of weeks ago that some players said it is different. It is not exactly the same. And that's also the situation in which this first upset happened, right? So what can we expect of kind of the first week form of the two teams and how they might compete against each other today?
I expect chaos. I expect
yes!
kind of scrims. I think that when we looked at last split, they were coming from stage to then playing in an online environment. Now they're going from an off season into playing in an offline online environment. And I think that differentiation between playing in scrims and playing LEC is going to be slightly harder for them to make. Obviously, this is just a guess on my part, but with fresh faces coming into the split and with being at the very beginning of the split, I'm expecting no clean play and just a lot of chaos.
And I think I actually listened to Mac on Summoning Insight, and he was talking a lot about how his team is driven to perform, and why they improved so much was because every single one of his players is putting a huge amount of time into solo queue, into scrims, and it is hard to now make the differentiation into a stage game. Yes, maybe they'll be a little bit more serious, but my expectation is they would take the same drive to push the boundaries as they do in solo queue into this game. So chaos, lots of bloodshed, lots of action.
We're very close to the start of the game, so cheeky prediction then, if there's going to be so much chaos, is this then a chance for the Mad Lions to upset the apple cart immediately?
I think it's difficult to vote against G2. But obviously in a best of one format, as I mentioned earlier, Mad Lions did come very close to beating G2, and I'm expecting an intense game, but it's difficult not for me to predict G2.
It's G2. You don't have to be cheeky about this one. There's no way the Mad Lions take this game off.
All right, clip it and get it ready. It is time for the moment we've all been waiting for as we kick off the 2020 LEC Summer Split. Let's go!
Woo! League of Legends!
Just because you lost the finals, sure, it might leave a scar, doesn't mean you can't climb again.
I can shape myself and I don't need nobody else, no one else, no. And I'm going on my own and I don't need you to feel at home, no. Never felt so alive.
We're here to stay and we're gonna dominate.
In Europe, we've got nothing else to prove. We are just gonna keep winning.
I think no one of us ever tasted the victory of winning a LEC final, but the hunger is what's driving us.
I know that we can be a really good team, and I would really like to go to Worlds.
The goal here is to beat G2 and to get the trophy back.
We're counted as one of the top teams. Our goal for this split is going to Worlds. To do that, we obviously need to reach the top.
It's great to be back again, and I'm excited to play against real competition again and still show that I'm one of the best AD carries in the league.
And I don't need you to feel at home, no. Never felt so alive while you're trying so hard to survive, You're always feeling blue.
We are a very underestimated team. I think with the changes that we made, we're going to be very dangerous.
G2 are losing! G2 are losing! The rookies have risen up.
G2 are inevitable. G2 are inescapable. 7 titles for G2.
Flashing in, Razzle. Look at where the power converts. Oh!
million and a half twin fangs thrown that manages to stun 2. The knockup from Wonder is fantastic. G2 have turned this game around.
Beppo cannot survive for that true shot barrage. Yanko's going to jump into the pit. He goes on something. He steals this. The dive's going to dunk the Soraka back down. Wombo combo!
He's on the card, and Reckless sends him packing with a quadra.
Hello. Damn, it's good to be back. I'm Dracos. This is FLICKR, and this little thing between us is our COVID-19 separation wall. You might not see it that well, but I find it hilarious. It's like I'm visiting you for the day. Like, Frosco, please.
Pick up, please.
Pick up, please.
I know, right? No, we made it. We're back. I'm super stoked. After that, I was like, why did I even miss the Berlin clubs when I've got like that opening?
You've got the pumping. Yeah, for sure. Check out the whole catalog from that guy, actually. Mausio. Pretty sweet. I was listening to it the other day.
You gonna drop your SoundCloud now?
No, I'm not going to draw myself. You can't just like make me drop a I have to wait for a banging tweet. Those are the rules. Banging tweet, SoundCloud link.
Got it.
This is not a banging tweet situation.
Go, Dracos.
Anyway, what's happening here at this point is we're a little bit delayed getting into Champion Select. Players taking their sweet time. They're playing from home. Obviously, it's easy for our referees to rally them into their seats when they're here in the studio, a little bit higher when they're at home in what I assure you is probably pajama pants, but getting ready and serious regardless. So we are moments away from Mad Lions versus G2. And Frosco, the start of the season is hype. Now, we can talk specifically about this matchup, but because we're going to see this matchup shortly, just in general, we heard it from the desk, 4 seeds for Worlds.
Yep.
We talked about it on Euphoria 2. Only 8 weeks to play. Playing entirely online. This is simultaneously the weirdest, the shortest, and like I think the highest pressure split of European League of Legends we've ever had.
It's the most intense, and it is time to prove that Europe is more than just G2 and Fnatic, and that's what we get to do with these 4 seeds, and that's what we get to see when we get a peek at Mad Lions versus G2. The analyst desk, they were much more calm about being like, there's no way G2 lose this game. I think we said the exact same thing in that best of 5. There's no way G2 lose a best of 5. You know what? I actually think it's very likely that G2 would drop a game
Someone
in a
asked
super
me
week.
about like, hey, can't these games go anyway? I'm like, outside of Origen beating SK, which feels like a sure thing, because Origen, they're not gonna do anything wild. They're gonna be Origen. They're gonna do Origen things. Like anything can happen here, folks, because we have no idea how scrims have been going.
Yep.
Outside of Mickey tweeting Valorant highlights and saying scrims are going well, which, you know, maybe not the best sign.
He's actually just training his mechanics.
Yeah, sure. Aiming his skill shots is going to be on point. He's lowered his DPI from 3K to 400, and we're going to see if he can actually move his mouse fast enough, if there's enough space on the desk.
The Bard ultimate line
to get those sick flicks on the Bard Q. But of course, it is time. It is the first game of LEC 2020 Summer. Once again, I'm Dracos, this is FLICKR, and we are incredibly thrilled to be bringing you this first one because there are so many questions. Vetty gave his take on the meta, what he expects to see, how we've seen from across the world, whether the MCS or the LPL, but now we get to see LEC's take on 10.11.
Don't you do NA Academy dirty like that? They also got.
I didn't watch that, so I can't say. But I know you did. So what have you got? What have you learned for us, Frosco?
It's been pretty consistent kind of across all the regions that I've seen. And the number one thing that you're looking out for are going to be things like the Varus ban. Varus usually doesn't make it through. And the MCS, the mid-season cup that you're talking about between the LCK and the LPL, the only time Varus got played is when they did blind picks. He is considered kind of the top tier ADC. And then kind of next in line are the Ezreals, the Aphelioses, which often get traded. Maybe a Kalista pops out, which we know both these teams play it.
True. I know we've heard so much about Varus, this lethality Varus being a terror, and despite, you know, seeing nerfs and patches to come, it's still so oppressive. But for now, we're seeing Thresh obviously considered right now the general all-around S-tier supports, with range supports coming back from what we've seen. Thresh fits that nice middle ground, I think, between the more melee engaged focus supports and the ranged harass supports like the Lulu or the Karma. But the Senna now interestingly banned away too. Haven't heard a ton about that one, but the Azir, I think, no surprise.
Yeah, and also, after the last look you got at G2 when they were running their Kog'Maw Azir-style compositions with the Lulu, I feel like the Lulu, the Ardent Sense of the Kog'Maw, that was really kind of like the core of the composition. Azir is just that obnoxious champion, but doubling down with a lot of mid-lane bans, so Caps is back, time to respect.
And of course, Syndra is just such a powerful flex pick, and for some teams, you're like, okay, can your AD carry play it? We'll take the gut chest. It's like, well, okay, both of our AD carries are also mid laners, so I think when in doubt, ban Syndra probably 100% of the time against G2 Esports.
So now the Ezreal ban has gone through, so Aphelios, Kalista rising that much higher into priority. We'll see what Mad Lions want to do. if maybe they're willing trading something like a Graves, a Kalista first pick for getting their hands on an Aphelios and playing a more traditional ADC-centric style that Medic was talking about on the analyst desk.
And interesting to see, because obviously Varus is the talk of the town, right? It's this hyped up pick. Everyone, it's a pretty much 100% pick ban. But I think Mad Lions leaving it open is a clear sign that they say, hey, we understand this is powerful and we have something prepared to deal with this.
Mad Lions had a similar strategy when they faced Origen, and they gave away Origen's Aphelios pick and then pulled out the Syndra for Carzzy in the bot lane, popping off. And what's the first pick gonna be?
I mean, Varus Kalista, as we talked about, top 2, it feels like Varus is the S tier, so I don't see why you'd want to trade back and forth, and it looks like G2 will take the bait, in theory. If Mad Lions do have something prepared here, we're going to see if this bites them, because Varus is, as mentioned, very oppressive, very strong in lane, and the lethality build is so obnoxious to play against.
And that's the big thing, it's the lethality build. Now we'll pay attention to what Varus is going to be building in-game. It's probably going to be the lethality build because it's so cost efficient, especially with that Umbral Glaives, I think is how you say the item.
Yep.
It's just so cost efficient for this Varus, and we knew it was going to be a trade. You knew it was going to be coming with the Varus first pick, so they're willing to trade it for the Kalista. Now, again, Kalista can be rotated around. Maybe it's top lane Kalista. Maybe Arome actually gets to play the carry. I see your face,
That would be,
Jacob.
I mean, that would be a new look for Arome. That would have been a lot of development over the offseason.
I do suspect it to be Carzzy's pick, and it looks like Mad Lions are playing this one pretty close to the chest and saying that, okay, we know the strategy that works for us. It's day 1, game 1. Let's play around Carzzy.
And close to the chest in that they're matching AD carry picks immediately, giving that respect potentially over to Wonder, and also maybe trying to hide as much information they can as to about the rest of their comp. The Lee Sin, very safe, very standard jungle pick. Nidalee, a pick that is open, that we've seen a lot internationally, that may or may not get picked up here. Have to see how G2 Esports want to approach it. But when you have a Kalista and you have a Lee Sin, I love it. I feel like a lot of early to mid game already coming out for Mad Lions. No sitting back and scaling. They want to fight fire with fire, and frankly, I respect it.
And it's also Shadow's Lee Sin of all champions. So you already kind of talked about why Lee Sin still kind of cropping up. I had some questions around Shadow, how he's going to kind of fit in the, not the new jungle meta, but how the jungle meta has evolved to more of these farming-oriented junglers like the Graves, like the Nidalee. But instead, Shadow staying true to his roots. I'm a Lee Sin player, it's my best champion, and I'm here to gank all day.
And I like it. Now we've got Yankees, of course, with the Rek'Sai. I would say an even more early game focused jungler, as Lee Sin always has that kick as an out in the late game for relative strength. But Rek'Sai doesn't quite have the same luxury. That said, paired now with Caps' Zoe, you've got yourself a lethal duo in mid jungle. And Mad Lions feels like taking a bit more of a back foot on this one, respecting the Zoe, not going for anything more aggressive in the mid lane, and just taking a safer control mage.
Yeah, but there's so much control already with G2's first 3 picks in terms of river control. Once Zoe is able to compete and contest with Oriana's wave clear, her control over river with the Sleep Trouble Bubble, and then you have Rek'Sai Tremor Sense on top of it. And that's something that I always look for G2 is how well they skirmish around river. Although when G2 were undone in that best of 5 with Mad Lions, it felt like time and time again, it was river skirmishes that just came up heads for Mad Lions. So this is a team that very young, very aggressive, won't back down when G2 say that they want to fight you. The Mad Lions buy in.
Yeah, I love it. And both teams are packing the firepower to fight early if they want to. Now G2, I would be terrified for Mad Lions if G2 start to pull ahead at all. Once that mid lane tower goes down, it's just honestly a champion buffet for the Rek'Sai and the Zoe. They can start to find picks into those side lanes, but they're banning away a lot of the ranged supports here, clearly giving a lot of respect over to Mickey, and it makes sense. You do not want to play against Varus, who already pretty much single-handedly can 1v2 most lanes, and a ranged support on top of that.
Just ruins days. Maybe they're trying to force Mickey onto like the Kench-Varus combo, usually.
Oh God, please no. Origen's like, yes, our time is now. Like that was the, luckily it's lethality Varus, so it's more exciting than on-hit Varus back in the day, the Varus Tom Kench, but we'll see.
G2, as you brought up earlier, big proponents to playing more the Enchanter-style bot lane, so I would expect Mickey to go that way. And this is something that I wanted to point out. So now that kind of the initial tanks are taken away, Malphite is a big screw you AD carry button. This now leaves room for the bruisers. So Wukong comes out. He is considered a strong enough blind pick as soon as the tanks are taken away, things like the Ornn. Now, there is still the option of going for the Maokai, which is a good answer into Kalista because you can use that W, get right on top of her, and then hopefully you have the dive or the follow-through to take her down. But I feel like with the picks that G2 already have, they don't necessarily have the most consistent dive or backline threat.
What we're looking at here, Frosk, especially, oh my God, I can't believe you predicted the Tom Kench. That champion.
Come on, he's so
He's
obvious.
been nerfed into the ground. I didn't think we'd see him again, but here he is, rearing his big old catfish head. And Frosk, we have a lot of poke tools on the side of G2 Esports, but what we have on the side of Mad Lions is just wombo combo. That Cyclone, that Shockwave, the Kalista ultimate, the Lee Sin kick. G2 Esports have to play this one very carefully, because you talked about river skirmishes, and once there's one item, I feel like, on the side of Mad Lions, you don't skirmish that team.
Yeah, you definitely don't want to be fighting around that Kalista, especially post level 6. Although we need to see what Kaiser's going to lock in there, as there's the Mordekaiser. So actually kind of looks like a bit of a dated composition from G2. A lot of these champions, we talked about the Varus already, still having their high points right now, but you know, rounding it off with however oppressive this Mordekaiser gets later on to potentially play a 1-4.
See Mad Lions, they're going to round it out with the Blitzcrank. Wow. I really like this setup. Obviously, if Zoe oversteps, Blitzcrank is a fantastic champion for punishing. The portal jump making it very easily to land the hooks. But we have two very different compositions. As you mentioned, G2 Esports feeling not quite in line with what we've seen internationally, but maybe they have something new to show us. And Mad Lions with a lot of AoE team fighting power here.
And a lot of agency to make pop-off plays. Now, kind of focusing on G2's composition, you already pointed out a lot of the poke. I do want to funnel in a little bit on this Tahm Kench pick. I'm not a huge fan of Mickey's Tahm Kench. I think Mickey's a phenomenal player. He plays a lot of like aggressive supports really well. Tahm Kench, not my favorite look from him. So I'll be paying attention to see how this one goes, especially now that he's joined back up with his partner in crime, Perks. On the side of Mad Lions, agency everywhere. Any of these guys can pop off and be the carry with the champions that they have.
That is exactly what you want to see as we get ready for our first game of the Summer Split. G2 versus Mad Lions, gearing up and taken to the Rift. The vocal chop there gets me every time, and I'm really nervous that they're not going to mute our mics one day and you're just going to hear me and Frost. Because it's much less appealing when we're just... we're not professionally trained vocalists, despite what recent singles may have otherwise convinced you.
Dig yourself out. It's fine. We got a Blitzcrank. Just
take it. Go.
Keep digging down, Dracos. We got a Blitzcrank, Mad Lions. I mean, you've seen this one from solo queue. Everyone knows. Try your hand. Fish. See what you got. Some early trinkets going down, but otherwise a pretty standard defensive start. Meanwhile, G2, when they got vision of Mad Lions pushing on the bot side, they got that cheeky ward up on the red buff. And it looks like they'll get information about where Shadow is going to start with this Lee Sin.
And we can already see, I think, Frostgrown, you talked a lot of agency on the Mad Lions side. Obviously, Blitzcrank, bam, early aggressive plays. On the G2 side, if we just compare bot lane summoner spells, it's a tale of two bot lanes right now. Both teams clearly have a different mindset and exactly what they want here out of the early game.
Hail of Blades Kalista versus Teleport Comet Varus. Do I need to explain this one?
I don't think you do. People can see for themselves. G2 maybe going to be on the back foot here. Varus, obviously, once he gets those items, once he has a bit more, you know, once he's able to spam those abilities out more and clear those waves, he doesn't necessarily have to interact, but can struggle early on. So let's talk a little about early game objectives here for both teams, Frostgurn. Because G2, as mentioned, summoner spells may indicate playing a little bit more chill, a little bit more back. But what exactly are Mad Lions trying to do with this composition early on?
I mean, kill them, particularly through the bot lane. It's also going to be pretty important to see if you can burn the Zoe's flash early on. As soon as you can burn that flash, because she doesn't really get to contest wave clear until level 5, you get a lot more control over that lane, get more control over mid lane, gives you more control over the rest of the map. So if there's an opportunity, I should expect to see Shadow kind of peek his head mid lane, see if he can get that flash from Zoe, and give Humanoid a lot more control there.
And for Humanoid as well, I mean, this lane just generally pretty safe early on as long as he avoids Yankos. I like it. He gets a little bit of early lane priority. He lays down that vision, trying to account for Yankos coming through the river as well as coming over the wall with the tunnel. So good heads-up ward placement and use of the pressure there.
Yeah, actually a lot of respect coming out of Humanoid. It's not super uncommon to see someone take a cleanse when they're across from Zoe. Obviously, you get tagged at the Sleepy Treble Bubble. You then get nice chain CC from the Rek'Sai knock-up, and it's going to be pretty easy to walk you down, especially with Yankos on Hail of Blades, as he spotted out on that ward on try.
Not a bad trade there from the G2 bottom lane, but of course the G2 bottom lane has also been the G2 mid lane and then the G2 bottom lane again, and then at some point they were both mid laners. So if you're hanging out in chat, you can spam caps or perks to tell us who you think the better mid laner is in this case. Who would you rather see in the G2 mid lane? We've seen both versions of G2 now. Which one did you prefer?
Well, I got the chance to sit down and talk with Reckless on the Fnatic podcast just the other night, and he was basically like, Caps is the better bot laner and the better mid laner because he felt that he was more mechanically proficient than Perks, that when you're across from Caps, you can really feel the fact that he's just thinking about the game. I think he said, quote, "There's just one Caps," and sometimes he just does Caps things. So gonna have to go with Reckless there. Caps in both positions.
Damn. I feel like the Perks fans are out there are already they're just so upset already. But I think it's fair, like mechanically, individually, Caps is king. In terms of what he provides to the team, I think that's always where Perks is edged down. That's why Perks has always been looked at as such a historic player. But the public sentiment definitely very much agreeing with you, FLICKR.
And one of the big differences, though, is kind of the resource demand from these teams. Caps really demands a lot of resource and a lot of attention to thrive, as there's the TP.
That's a TP top lane. Now coming in, they're going to get the knock as well. They're just trying to shut down this Wukong. That's going to be one sleepy monkey. Not going to be happy with that trade playing out. Rome still alive, though. This madman.
They're fishing back
He's not going back to the zoo. It's not going to happen. Oh, no. There it is. Right back in the exhibit.
Waving the white flag right there. Anytime you see a level 3 dive like that, now level 4 dive, it's pretty coordinated. It comes from straight from the playbook. So G2 have run that one a couple of times. You see that all the time from other teams. For Rome, he often plays weak side of the map and got punished that time around.
Yeah, and that's the power of that Summoner Spellbook, is the Caps isn't going to be hurting too much from that one. Very easy for him to use that TP and trade out for something a little bit later as we move on. And putting that Wukong behind early is a very big deal because Mordekaiser, despite the fact that we don't see him, you can all probably still remember what happened when a Mordekaiser started to take over a game or gets fed. It's hard to watch.
I also like Mordekaiser as kind of like an answer into Wukong, not necessarily just in the 1v1, but in this idea of how much threat Wukong will bring to a team fight. Now that he can spin twice, he just causes a ton of chaos there. And Mordekaiser just gets to press R on him if he really wants to and just be like, you guys don't have to worry about this. Like, I got this, this is fine. And Wukong really struggles against more AP-oriented top laners because his passive helps him against, getting the armor?
Yep.
And more of the AD bruiser. So things like Rumble, things like Mordekaiser are a really good answer for Wukong.
Yeah, and the passive, I think, is one of those things where new Wukong players are going to miss out a lot, but it's 30 armor if you get it fully stacked at level 1, and that's a huge deal in more bruisery matchups, something like a Renekton, something where once you've used your abilities, if you want to continue to extend the trade, but Mordekaiser does not care. He gets free magic penetration, he does all magic damage, and he's going to make this lane look pretty easy. And while Shadow has something to say about it, but the pullback buys Wonder a bit of space here. They don't really have the damage quite yet, but now with the wave crashing under the tower, maybe Wonder's going to be in trouble. Needs to land that Sonic wave. He's going to flash over, but still, Shadow manages to land it, and that is huge. Rome ticks over to level 6 and is going to be more than fine on that one. Good response from Mad Lions.
Yeah, really nicely done right there to just kind of brute force that gank, walk Wonder down, get the flash out of him, and then clean up on the kill. Now, this does mean that Jankos has space here to maybe look for the Ocean Drake. You can kind of see them popping their head around, and he's going to go ahead and pull it.
And this is pretty big when you think about you're playing against a Kalista team, FLICKR, who has a lot of that innate objective control, who could start to look for Elder Dragon as a potential way to really force this game wide open. And Elder Dragon's one of those things on this patch and in this meta that we've seen hugely important for a lot of team composition.
So in the LPL, there has kind of been a tendency where you are seeing more of the scaling picks. You know, we saw Vedius talk about it at top of show. You still have your Corkis, your Azirs, your Syndras kind of running around. But in the LPL, we're having a lot of like blind picks, Renektons and the Wukongs, the Kalistas, these champions that are really good on 1 and 2 items, and they can try to play for that Elder rush and just burn down these objectives, grab Elder, and snowball and clean a game out. So I feel like there's a lot of versatility actually in the meta right now, and we're going to see what teams prefer which. Do you go back and play the scaling, or do you try to play more of this mid-game centric comp and play around those Drakes?
And that is the question. Of course, not everything is focused on the early game here, but what we are seeing is now that there's a few levels under G2's belts, they are just dominating this bottom lane. So much pressure has been put down top lane that it's just allowed them to take full control of these waves. Obviously, no real wave clear on the side of the Kalista Blitzcrank lane. So Perks just gets to queue that wave through, push it into the tower, take absolute control, and you know, this is the kind of play that you love to see from G2, where they start to take over a game with just small advantages, and then it just starts to snowball out of control so incredibly quickly.
And this is also a staple of what G2 have been doing with their bot lane, regardless of if it's Perks or Caps. Reminder that when Caps was playing that Taliyah bot lane, they did something very similar, where it was kind of like level 2, level 3, they're diving behind the tower, they're constantly brute forcing these bot laners out, and it's so well played with G2's pressure game to pull Perks and Jankos over there and completely push Carzzy and Kaiser out of the picture.
Yeah, and it's so difficult now because you can see Kalista has to buy boots too. She's going to be working towards Blade of the Rune King to sustain early in lane, but we're not that far from an Umbral Glaive for Perks. That's 50 AD, it's 12 lethality. You get cooldown reduction for free for some reason, despite there being no cooldown reduction ingredients, and it's easy to buy. It's incredibly powerful. It denies vision, something Blitzcrank would love to have here in the mid game. So while I respect the Mad Lions, they're getting this Herald. They gave it the Varus, and they wanted to try to counterpick it. We are seeing why people prioritize this pick because it is so damn oppressive if it starts to win the game.
And just really gold efficient, and then hence a lot of wave clear, like you were talking about, the fact that they were able to just freely push waves, get them under the tower, and start chunking them out.
I like this. This is the first time I've seen this one. Of course, you can see the level of difference, but we're going to see that shockwave coming in, and Shadow coming over the wall. That's a bold one there, buddy. We'll call that buying space for his mid laner.
They're pulling Kaiser, bringing in the extra big guns.
I don't know if this is the situation where he wants to be pulling anybody yet, but we'll find out. So for now, Frosco, we've gone from what felt like it was going to be a very explosive, mad early game to G2 kind of matching them at every turn. So far, it's just 1-for-1, all that action around the top lane, and G2 pressuring out so much on the bottom lane that we do have almost 1,000 gold advantage. And now we've taken Karzi's flash as well, so that Kalista's going to have to be careful because there's no Tom Kench to bail him out if he mispositions this time around.
Yeah, 6 to level 5. I do want to credit Mad Lions for making that swap, trying to get Timbo back into this game by swapping up into the Herald, beating G2 to the punch, and now having that to potentially take down a tower. But you can see that Karzi, they dragged around this map a lot. He's at an experience disadvantage now, 7 to level 5. He'll soon tip over to level 6, but that's kind of the a big option play for Mad Lions, is if you don't have that Kalista ultimate, you lose a lot of that kill pressure.
All right, Roman can Nimbus Strike out, but now he has to run. Cyclone's going to give him a lot of movement speed, but he's already been pulled into the death realm. Keep in mind, he does not have the clone. He already used it a little bit earlier. He's going to use the second stack there, and Caps shows up, but he's just watching. He's just spectating. He says, don't worry, buddy, you got this. I'll respect the one-on-one. Gives him a golf clap, and Wonder's going to grab a kill.
He was really the cheerleader Zoe right there. I will say, though, that Caps has been involved everywhere on the map. Kind of back to Caps things. Just not even playing mid lane. He's just piecing out.
Yeah. And I think that's the thing. Like, look at this. It's a 30 CS deficit in mid lane. I don't want to undercut what Humanoid's doing, which is making good on the time where Caps leaves lane, pressuring out, getting things done. But every time Caps leaves, he's getting something. And that's a big deal. But now the Herald being used, Kaiser set up on the side. I don't think G2 really have the tools to defend this one, but I don't know if Mad can commit for the full tower. Looks like we can see the TP coming in. Mickey now caught off to the side. Only level 5 here from the Blitzcrank, so not going to have that extra ult burst damage. The flash away, Jankos. Challenging Spite as he now pushes forward. He's going to find the knockup. Karzi, the kick flash over. Shadow, not what he needed. Is going to be able to walk out, but now Jankos goes right back in. That is definitely not a good ult. Throw the Blitzcrank right into the middle of him. One more kill. Is it going to be enough to get 6? Because that's going to be huge. Kaiser trying to get that last auto, but no, Perks just cutting him down. A massive arrow, and now Zoe coming over the wall, so trouble doesn't connect. Kaiser, or Karzi rather, trying to step his way out. Ulti connects, double kill for Perks. Q over the wall. Will not land anything else, and Phase Rush will ferry Humanoid to safety, but that was a massive skirmish.
It was a really good read by G2 to see what Mad Lions wanted to do. I do want to credit Mad Lions still, though, having Kaiser underneath, able to pick out Mickey, and yeah, not immediately burst him the Tom Kench too tanky there, but being very creative about how they were setting up on the mid lane dive. But you could see that G2 read that, pulling the teleport from Perks, Yanko standing very far to the other side of the lane, so...
Well, and I think maybe not even reading it, but just having the necessary resources to respond here. And this play is so tragic, both for Jankos and also for Kaiser. When we look back at this Blitzcrank here, I think he's just trying to get this last auto. He just desperately wants to finish this kill, and he just can't get it. Luckily, Karzi's there to clean it up, but now you see the raw power of Varus with the Q-Max, and Karzi, yeah, just getting sniped out there, Frosco.
Yeah. Not much more to say. I do still think that G2 read it, though. We didn't get to see the initial setup when it came back to the replay, but you could just see that G2 were like, okay, here comes the mid lane play. They want to play around the Herald. They pulled all the resources in, and credit to Mad Lion for getting a couple of kills there, but G2 held pretty well.
Overall, though, the gold starts to get a lot closer. If we can, of course, take a look at the gold between each of the players. Observers, whenever you get a chance, thank you so much. Just to look at some of the differences we see in respective lanes. So despite the massive CS deficit in mid lane, Caps is about dead on even, a small difference there, but you can see the Varus, huge advantage, and now Yanko's going over the wall, trying to steal this one away. The knockup, Jankos is going to take that one down. Perks now backing off, though. They got what they came for. They do not need to overcommit for the fight, but the TP's here from Caps. Goes up the bubble, the pullback, that's gonna be 3. The ult from Kaiser, big damage. Infernal Rift now coming in. There's a monkey here, but he's not gonna find too much purchase there with that ult. It's Death Realm for Kaiser and Wonder in the backside. Meanwhile, this is an absolutely insane team fight. It's messy, it's a back and forth. That's gonna be a shutdown. Arome going over the wall. This one's a bit of a fiesta, folks, but Shadow will go down in the end, and G2 are still coming out on top. They've already got the Drake, and now with that Sleepy Bubble Trouble Bubble connecting, looks like they're gonna grab the follow-up kill as well. Humanoid dunked down, Arome has to run for the hills, and G2 after that one are in absolute control.
And the extended fight, it was very messy, but it was G2 that came up on top and stole away the Drake. Right before the team fight happened, you actually saw the reset come from Caps. He's on base right now, but of course, since he has the spellbook, he's got his TP back up. And then here comes the double TP and what I like to call the clown car ward, where it's the 2-for-1 special. You think you get 1 TP, suddenly multiple people are flying off of it. Now the team fight starts and it looks good. I like the fact that they hit the shockwave and then Kaiser goes forward to try to immediately silence and follow up on the burst damage. But things get really messy from here, and G2 do a really good job just kind of standing in front of Perks and letting Caps and Perks use this poke to chunk people out.
And I think the thing that we start to see here is part of the reason why, like, you'd want to pick Kalista in theory is you've got the sustained damage, Varus blows his cooldowns, you get your wombo combo, you can clean up a fight. But the problem is if the fight goes long enough that Varus gets 2 Qs, you're doomed, FLICKR. And that's what we saw. It's such a long fight that Varus is like, oh yeah, 2,500 damage, I'll take another Q. Like, sure, your time is over, buddy. It's my turn again.
It's like a Nidalee spear that hits multiple people.
That, you know, that doesn't sound imbalanced at all. And travels, I think, what, twice the speed? Yeah. Wholesome. You can see why it gets toned down a bit.
They made their bed.
Absolutely. But of course now, 3K gold lead, double dragons. It should have been a dragon over to the side of Mad Lions. And Varus is only getting stronger. On the way to that second item can be the Youmu's, can of course be the Duskblade as well. And Wonder's getting scarier. Obviously very comfortable in that 1v1 versus the Wukong. Caps is on 1 item, and mid lane tower I think has to be the next big objective in the side of G2 once they secure this Herald.
Yeah, and that's the big thing. They'll get the Herald. I expect that they'll use it into the mid lane. Now, there is still a lot of great wave clear on Mad Lion's side. The fact that Humanoid is on something like the Origen, he has both access to his flash as well as his cleanse. So they're gonna have to at least force him to back up, but he should have reinforcements. And Mad Lions are showing that, you know, they're ready to look for these skirmishes and these fights. So as we see G2, they're pulling down to Carzzy.
Oh, just pulls him straight into the Death Realm. Carzzy maybe feels okay about this one as soon as he dodges out on the E, but now he's trapped in melee range, and the positioning there on the Death Realm is so solid. Perks wants to snipe that one out, but Wonder will go on a rampage. Respect to Perks, throws 2 abilities to try to kill steal that one. He just wants an assist, friend. That's all he needs.
Carzzy, I want to say, stayed a little bit longer than necessary to force that tower down. I'm like, they're gonna go mid lane, they're gonna play the Herald, and then maybe they'll get the Wukong to come down, look for the flank. This will be the big team fight. But Carzzy's like, I will overextend for this bot lane tower. It's fine because in the ring around, Wukong also gets top. So, hashtag worth?
Absolutely. And FLICKR, when we talked about this matchup coming into the game right after Analyst Death, like, oh, Analyst Death's all in favor of G2. We're like, there's some potential for Mad here. And a lot of that for me was because sometimes G2 just, well, they mess around a little bit on day one, as we see here. Cap's gonna get kicked back. That is far too clean from Shadow and Humanoid. Excellent play there. We'll forget anything I was talking about. Well done by the side of Mad Lions.
Sets the ball down, waits for Zoe to come back immediately into Shockwave and just spoon feeds it to Lee Sin. That was so clean from Humanoid and Shadow.
Shadow and Humanoid, professional footballers. They're in the wrong career path.
That was a, open your mouth, Shadow. Here comes the airplane. Just spoon fed.
Now what's the follow-up, however? Good news is, like, obviously the Origen is scaling up. A few more items means that a shotgun effect in these fights will be good. But let's take a look at this one more time.
Playing super aggressive there, Caps. Making sure that, Caps is thinking like, yeah, I'll eat the Shockwave, but I'll tag him with the Sleepy Trouble Bubble. It's fine, like, I'll trade for the ultimate there. But then when Lee Sin shows up, it just finishes him off. Yikes.
Yikes. Indeed. Yeah, that one very difficult. Now we see Shadow with a few more items under his belt. Of course, ultimate not available quite yet. Meanwhile, this fight breaking in the mid lane, and Perks has now been isolated, but he can't finish the kill. That damage has to be illegal. There's no way that's allowed. That was far too much. Well played by Perks.
And here's the play that we were talking about earlier. We knew that the Herald was going to go into the mid lane position, and now that Humanoid is also dead, it's going to be far more advantageous for G2. They're going to get a big chunk on that second tower.
And that's very scary now, FLICKR, and G2 pushing in. Shadow just going to smite that one out, and the rest of the team will pull back. This is not a team that you want to walk into fog of war against. They've got the tremor sense, and they've got more than enough poke tools to one-shot. Let me check. Yeah, literally anyone on the enemy team.
Did you do the number math there?
No, I just pretended I did the number math. I just paused dramatically so people would think I did. But yeah, I don't. 2.5 item bars. There's a Zoe who is level 11. It's going to be more than enough.
Yeah, and unfortunately, because they lost their primary wave clear with the Oriana, it was 2 towers. There's then waiting for Mad Lions to respawn, get back out on the map, means that G2 can just fall back to his Infernal, reset. Baron's not even up, so there's nothing that Mad Lions can trade. They lost really massive right there.
Yeah, because the thing is now that we're out of the Mad Lions kind of advantage state, as we go further and further into favor of G2 here, 3 Drakes as well, we're waiting for that Wombo combo. We've been here before. You see it anytime there's a lot of AoE on a single team, but I think the thing is it gets harder and harder when the enemy team can just choke all of your vision out.
Yeah, especially with items like Umbral Glaives that you were talking about, that will help G2 stay really safe and trying to avoid that potential Wombo combo, because it really does rely on either Kaiser setting up, Karzi setting up, or Orome getting into those back lines.
And now you see the gold here, a pretty clear indicator of what exactly is happening. Both Perks and Wonder are far ahead of the curve. Caps, of course, suffering a bit in gold, but as we mentioned earlier, he's not really laning. He's playing Season 2 League of Legends, or Season 1, I guess, where there was a roamer. You know, we had weird bot lanes.
We call it the Moscow 5.
The Moscow 5. He's given us the Moscow 5 Caps impression. He is anywhere but his lane at any given moment. He is here to support the team, to make the plays that Mickey can't since he's stuck on Tom Kench duty.
So devastating on a champion like Zoe because she is so oppressive in her range and her control of areas, and then you give her to a guy like Caps.
Yeah. Looking a bit grim here. He's going to try to steal this one away. Humanoid, though.
Small victory.
Yeah, quick on the trigger finger there. We'll steal the blue back. And luckily, they're getting some pressure on top side. But I think this is the part of the game where it's going to have to slow down a bit just because until someone on Mad Lions missteps, it's hard for G2 to force a further advantage.
But we can talk about kind of where areas of the map are that G2's composition really thrives versus areas of the map where Mad Lions comp really thrives. Anytime G2 obviously get you underneath the tower, it's poke comp. It's going to hurt. Playing around a lot of walls, being able to play off of the Sleepy Trouble Bubble, that's what G2 really thrives. So when you see them grouped up like this, you can see that no one's standing on that tower for Mad Lions for good reason. It is a death sentence. Now, Mad Lions, again, creating numbers advantage, hit and run style of League of Legends, finding someone in setup, and then trying to get that big Wombo combo fight. But as I say that, this is not it, guys.
No. No, sadly, it's not. We're setting up, we're setting the stakes, and it's classic Caster Curse. We're like, there's no way. They need to set up the vision, and then they just sneak a Baron. They just break open an inhibitor.
It's that little voice in your head where you're like, okay, surely they'll find an answer here. But G2 are just like, no, there's no answer on the map. You picked wrong. We will take the inhib tower.
Take everything from you.
But not taking the inhib, which I like. Yeah. It's too early on in the game.
And remember for Mad Lions, if this was last split, I think we'd look at a Mad Lions loss to G2 in week 1 and be like, it's whatever, you're the new guys on the block. But now they're the team that we really expect to be pushing third, if not more, after their victory over G2 last playoffs. So to lose in this fashion in week 1, where you just are kind of getting systematically at this point dismantled by G2, is not what you want to see from a team that I think we had such, I would say, high aspirations for.
You know, I don't actually really mind it. Like, I totally see where you're coming from. Yes, there are much higher expectations on Mad Lions. People are excited, they're behind them. But for me, I still don't feel like there's a lot of pressure on Mad Lions. I feel like it's more of like, we have the opportunity to go to Worlds and our first season at the LEC in one of the premier regions in the world. Like, they almost feel like puppies, and they're just like, they're chomping. Right? I should have said horses, chomping at the bit. We mixed the analogies there. We're racing
There's
puppies
a lot
now.
of rookies. Puppies are fine.
Puppies.
They're very aggressive puppies. I don't know how that is for branding. I don't know how lions. They're lions. Why didn't we think of that?
There's that adorable thing though where cats and dogs have like little lion mane that you put on them. Have you seen that?
I like that.
We tried to put Ender in one.
We did successfully, by the way. He wasn't interested in that or the D&D that we played with him, but we tried.
But the main point is that if Mad Lions are going to get danced around or pulled apart, I would actually expect it to be in this fashion. You know, they have proven that their strength is that they're not afraid of you, that they are willing to step to you, but their consistent macro calls are still lacking comparatively to our big 3 teams, the G2s, Fnatics, and Origen. So I actually don't mind seeing them lose like this. I would actually expect it, especially across from a G2.
I mean, that's, I think, fair to say. I think a G2 loss is very often a question of when, not a question of if, at least here domestically in the LEC. With that said, still a lot of chances for Mad Lions to put up a good fight. Sadly, G2, I think, painfully aware of what Mad Lions composition is trying to do and not really giving them any of those openings.
But there is going to be an opportunity. Infernal is going to be spawning in 26 seconds. This is how this is going to go. Either Mad Lions will survive this team fight. You can see Arome looking for the TP here, joining himself with the fight. Mad Lions know that this is like the line in the sand that they're going to draw. Or G2 win here, rotate into a Baron in the game.
Yeah, the two dragons you do not want to give to the Varus Zoe composition are as follows. Infernal.
Ocean?
And Ocean, yes. Ocean most primarily, but now we have to see. Are they just going to try to steal this one away before the fight kicks off? Kaiser taking a big chunk before the fight even starts as he misses the hook there. Caps free firing. No reason for G2 to commit here. They can just take their time on this one.
Exactly, which means that the onus is on Mad Lions to pull the trigger quickly before they get chunked out with poke here.
Arome waiting off to the side. They need to combine the Cyclone and the Shockwave.
Still watching Arome, seeing if he can get into that flank as Mad Lions playing dodgeball.
Absolutely, and they're not doing a super great job. They're losing a lot of health here, but that's a Shockwave only going to connect onto one. The rest of the team now kicking it off as a fight to start, but Arome's been caught into the Delph Realm, denying that Wombo combo ultimate. Wonder, though, going to be straight into the enemy team. He is going to get taken down at the end of this one. Goes golden, buys a bit more time, but now they're focusing down the Infernal instead. They just want the soul. G2's objective has changed. They're no longer interested in the fight. They get the soul. Maybe now they look to turn. Instead, they're giving that respect. They're backing off. Perk's going to throw down some damage, though. Arome going to dash out there. The Warrior Trickster will take him to safety, but Cardzy on the front lines, absolutely fearless here, but maybe should be giving a bit more respect because that damage coming in from G2 is far too much to deal with. That's the double kill for Caps. Yanko's going under, coming right back up. Shadow trying to use him as a taxi, but it does not matter. G2, absolute dominance.
And that is going to be all she wrote, even if the game doesn't end right here. That's going to be like the big nail in the coffin for G2, picking up that other Infernal, wiping Mad Lions, and now marching towards the base.
And we thought maybe Mad Lions would have the chance to skirmish in the river, to do a lot of what they did when they beat G2 last time, but G2 have been in just total control here.
And I love that team fight because it's a great example of one of the things that G2 are strongest at, which is playing slow fights. Now, a composition like this, poke composition, you have to play the fight slow. It's about landing that poke. It's about those minute by minute, or excuse me, second by second decision making, like you called in the fight. It was about poking, and then as soon as the Infernal was low enough, the objective changed. It was about securing that in zone control. And we see it time and time again that G2 are consistently making the right second by second call, and that's what puts them on top of the LEC every time.
And Frost, the thing I have to point out there for communication is they recognize that Shockwave comes in. The thing we have to respect is Wukong. What happens immediately? Var Assault and Mordekaiser ult. Yes, it's redundant CC, but they know the only way they lose this fight is if that Wukong gets into their backline. Everyone is ready to stop that from happening, and just the control here. It's slow, it's patient. It looks like they're losing. It feels like Mad Lions are getting baited in, and then just like that, boom! Infernal soul damage. You didn't want to give it to him, and now you got to pay the price. So good from G2.
And we said, even though the game didn't end there, that was probably going to be the nail in the coffin. Now, Mad Lions still have the potential for the miracle. Maybe they can get it.
Oh, he cleansed. Oh, didn't work out there on the QSS.
I was trying. I was like, okay, we got to keep him interested. We got to keep it tight right now. And no.
Oh, no QSS. Just getting stunned there. It's nothing he could do.
Humanoid, as he's pushing bottom, he's like, this might be it, guys. I think it's over.
They were trying to find the pick, but Wonder, of course, just pushes R, and he's now stolen all of Shadow's stats, and I think this is, as mentioned before, the victory lap for G2. Perk's potentially in trouble here, but the entire team collapses to protect that KDA. Do not let this man die. Arome, on the other hand, will get taken out with the 4th death of this game. Rough start here for Mad Lions, but as we're starting to learn, the meta is defined by G2 in the LEC. Whatever they play, even if we haven't seen it quite yet, is probably damn strong, as we've learned from this Mordekaiser pick. And now the final fight breaking out. Mad Lions, one last desperate hold here, but Jankos will go gold, and Kaiser as well will dodge the obliterate from the Mordekaiser as Jankos is now on the retreat. Kaiser trying to get something done, but just hand delivers another kill to Wonder. Will get saved here by Mickey X, and it's just going to be a clean closeout from the side of G2. They're not looking to give up a single member on the back of this fight. Shadow wants to kick someone back into the fountain. He might not get much of a chance. That's the ace. The well-played heart comes out, and G2 will find their first win of the 2020 Summer Split.
And welcome back to the bot lane, Perks. 909 on this Varus. He's getting in shape. They're looking at Worlds. They say, we've got nothing less to prove. We're just here to win.
And the thing about watching International League is the Varus is banned so much we haven't gotten to see it. But in the LEC, they give you one chance. They show it to you so you know why it's banned. We have to appreciate that from Mad Lions. I don't think we see that champion again for the rest of the day.
Why do you have a Nidalee Spear that can go through multiple champions?
It's a good question. Why is it viable for you to sit in a lane with the Tom Kench and still be enough damage to kill an entire... It's crazy. Obviously very well executed by G2, but also just nutso champion right now in the current meta.
Yeah, I love watching teams like G2 or top-end teams play those types of compositions on how they're setting up the fights, how they're controlling the vision, how they're able to turn it on and say, like, okay, this is our moment, this is our window where they just attack and rip you apart.
Yeah, and to be fair to Mad Lions, they built a team where it wasn't so much about cooldown management, it was about getting your cooldowns to hit multiple targets, where G2 just showed us cooldown management to a T. They went in when they had the spells they didn't. They stayed back when they didn't, when they didn't have everything that they needed. They respected the threats that could get onto them. It was a thing of beauty to watch. But of course, we got to know, who is your Kia player of the game? At LEC on Twitter is the place. Wonder, Caps, or Perks. Those are your options. Can't be a Tom Kench player, so don't ask why Mickey's not on the pool. Tom Kench, my God. Anyway, I would say our boy Perks, but Caps also, despite his 50 CS deficit, was literally everywhere. So.
Yeah, he was playing support mid lane right there. He was basically involved in every single pressure point.
Except for that, yeah, he cheerleaded on that one play top lane. Gotta give him credit for that.
And he did get styled on by Humanoid and Shadow.
That's true. Maybe it's Wonder. I don't know. You guys can choose. You guys can let us know. But coming up next, Caps gives us all the takeaways from Game 1 as our reigning champions kick off their split with a win.
Hello. Hi, I'm Christy Frierson, back behind the LEC studio here in Berlin, Germany, where Electronic are going to be kicking off their 2020 summer tour. Let's take a deep dive interview to get a closer look at the pop sensations. Come on. So, Dracos. hey, no, over here, please. Please, thank you. So, Dracos, what can you tell me about your creative process? How do you guys find inspiration for your wonderful music?
Well, man, to be honest, music is kind of just like the meta. It's like the meta, man. So like when it's front to back, it's this kind of simple, basic poppy chord progression. But when we get to assassin meta, that's when it really like gets wild, and we really start to like push the musical boundaries in a way that I don't really think that people have seen before. They talk about jazz as revolutionary, like you haven't even heard the stuff that we're working on, and that's not even like the half of it. When we get to a Kali meta, it gets really wild.
welcome back to the first day of the LEC, everyone. G2 grabbed the first win here, and I have Caps with me to talk about the victory. Thank you very much, Caps, for joining me.
Thank you so much for having me. Hello, everyone.
Welcome back to mid lane, I guess. How was this first game for you?
It was a lot of fun. Obviously, going back to mid lane now, I was expecting to maybe play some more mid lane, but I was just kind of like roaming around. Obviously, I played bot lane last split. I also wanted to play a bit of top, so I was just running top as well. So it was a lot of fun.
I was wondering, do you have to get reused to some stuff when you go back to your other lane like that? Like some habits you have to take again, maybe?
Maybe in the beginning, but I've been playing like it's a solo queue for mid lane for a few weeks, and we also like scrimmed a week.
Yeah.
So I feel like I've kind of got like at least like somewhat coming back to what I was before.
Yeah.
It's pretty fast to relearn because I mean even last split, even though I was playing AD carry, I was still playing League of Legends, right? And I was still playing the game, so I'm still on the same page, I think.
You're a natural. I mean, it makes sense in the end. And about the first opponent you faced, Mad Lions, I wanted to talk to you about this because you've been the most dominant team in LEC for 2 years now, and Mad Lions have been the rising star of Spring Split, if we can say. I'm just wondering, do you expect more from them coming into summer?
Well, I mean, it was the first game day one, so it's always hard to judge teams based on that. But I didn't really have many expectations going up against Matt. I think we just kind of wanted to play our own way, and we just weren't sure about like our opponents. It's a super week this week, so it's pretty hype going up against a bunch of teams, and we don't really have a specific plan for anyone. We just kind of play our own way, and then hopefully it's better than theirs.
Yeah, I mean we're back to the old concept of super weeks. I don't think you were playing when we had this. So how is it for you having to play 3 times in a week now?
I mean, it's fun, I guess. I don't mind playing some more games. It's like kind of like some of the international tournaments we've been to. A lot of times you play like best of ones every day for like even a week. So luckily we have a lot of practice on that. And I mean, we'll just have to hopefully keep up the win record.
Yeah. And you mentioned international tournaments. I know we didn't have MSI this year, which may have changed your schedule as a player. So how was it for you? Did it impact your break and the schedule you had as a team to not have an international event?
For sure, yeah. I mean, usually we don't really practice much going to Summer Split, like in scrims-wise. I mean, this time around we had like a week of scrims, so we have like more practice going to Summer Split, and also just added like a much longer break. I think we had like a 1 month. Unfortunately, there's like the whole Corona thing, so I didn't really travel home, but I was staying in Berlin with Mickey.
Well, thank you very much, Caps, for the interview. Congrats on the first game and the first victory here. And we are going to take a short break. And coming back, it's going to be a redemption story for the 2 teams facing off each other. Vitality versus Schalke 04 in a few minutes. Stay tuned.
Good morning.
Morning.
So what's for breakfast?
I went shopping and I got your favorite.
LECs? No way. I love those.
Everybody loves the taste of LECs. With quality League of Legends in every bite and a full serving of Euphoria vitamins, LECs are part of any complete breakfast. There's no better way to start or end your day than with LECs.
Can I have another bowl?
Oh, kiddo. Maybe when you beat an LPL team.
But I'm hungry.
Yeah, and I wanted a World's Trophy. Life's hard.
Welcome back, everybody, to the LEC Spring Split and Vitality versus Schalke 04. Do you smell that?
Smell what?
What the Rock is cooking?
The anticipation and the hope in the air, and I think that definitely goes for these two teams. A new split, new plans and new players, especially on the side of Vitality, and that anticipation that they can make more of summer than they did of spring. And I definitely have that feeling about Vitality. They're going all in on young talent this split with 3 rookies in the starting lineup for today. NG, Milica, and Labrov. It is a clean slate for them. A lot of new players, a lot of players we haven't seen yet in the LEC. What can we expect?
Well, I'm really excited for Milica in the mid lane. Obviously, he had visa issues in spring, which is why he wasn't able to join us. But I've known this guy since 2018 spring. He played in the EU Masters for a team called FLICKR. They met up against Origen in the group stage, and they demolished Origen. It was actually a stomp. It was incredible to watch. He has since gone over to Big and came second place in the EU Masters in summer last year. And he is known just as a very powerful mechanical mid laner. We've seen him play Assassins, we've seen him play Control Mages. I'm really excited to see whether he could be the next Jizuke for Vitality.
Ooh, big praise.
I'm really excited because he was someone that was hyped up last split, and of course because of all the issues that he experienced we didn't get to see, and I think that that was also a bigger issue for Vitality in its entirety, because when you're expecting certain players to join the roster, when you're making a bunch of roster moves during the regular season, I can imagine it's very difficult to find alignment and solve all of the issues that you're currently dealing with. And I think we saw a lot of them primarily playing through Cabochard, playing through the top side of the map, and it made them very limited and difficult to find success. With Milica and now Labrov specifically for me in the bot lane, I'm excited because I think they can play a lot more towards the bot side of the map. I have high expectations for Labrov, and I think he can be another talented support player that we see join the European pool.
All right, well, we'll see. Cabochard and a bunch of rookies. Where have I heard that before? I mean, we'll see indeed. I mean, you make a great point. They couldn't really, they were constantly in dubio about if Milica would get his visa and if he would get there or not. And now it's really the project that they had envisioned that they can build on. They're up versus Schalke 04 in this first game for Vitality. And for Schalke, well, their spring split was not amazing all around, but they did have a second round robin as a silver lining. They really found their footing in the second half of the split. And I guess that's what you have to look at when you look forward with this team.
I mean, I'm going to be blunt, Shox. Gilius and Forgiven were a problem on this team. I think that they had high expectations that were not met in the first half of the split, and because of the constant roster shakeups, Schalke could not find an identity, and we heard it multiple times for Odoamne. I think he made it very clear, and once they solidified the roster a little bit more, we started to see what Schalke was capable of, and Odoamne could really shine after he had, honestly, a very impressive split.
I think he did, and you have to remember, Schalke in the last 10 games went 5-5. If they keep just that form up, 50% win rate, they make playoffs this split, and playoffs, you only have to win one best of 5 probably to make it into Worlds. So Schalke, to me, are a team that, although I wouldn't put them up there with Mad or with Misfits or perhaps even with Rogue, could very well surprise, especially in a meta that is more suited to team fighting, or at least we expect to be more suited to team fighting. At the end of last split, they were team fighting well against G2. They were team fighting well against Mad Lions. And if they can continue that form with a more cohesive unit, they can really challenge for those playoff spots.
Last split, of course, Inax came in. Now we have Nukes, previously known as Sir Nukes-a-lot, who will be supporting him in the bot lane. How will that influence what Schalke can do this split?
Well, I think my eyes are going to be on him to see how he adapts and how they approach the game, because when Schalke found a lot of success, I felt like it came from Lurok specifically finding his footing. And something we talked about at the end of the regular season was online play seemed to enable these players a lot more. Lurok seemed to be like a completely different player on his Lee Sin. And now that we're starting the split in this environment, is this something that gives them a lot more confidence? Is this a situation where they can thrive more and build that synergy that they need to find the same success that they had at the end of last split?
And I wonder if we sometimes talk about momentum-based teams that when they start winning, continue winning. It felt a little bit like Schalke were a momentum-based team at the end of last split. I know Odoamne, when he's in a good mental state, is a much stronger leader than perhaps when he is struggling, when his team is struggling. And I think if they can get a win against Vitality today, which is very doable for the Schalke lineup, it could be the start of a really good couple of weeks where they pick up, say, 3 out of 5, 4 out of 5 wins and start challenging for those playoff spots.
You know, when you look at the teams, you think, well, actually, it's doable for both teams if you look at who they could have gone against in their first game, right? Yeah, when we look about Schalke 04, we have to say, okay, this is a team that has to vie for those spots in the playoffs. What do you want to see from them to kind of give you the hope that they can get there out of this first game or out of this first weekend, let's say?
Well, I think synergy is going to be the big thing for both teams, because when you have a couple of new faces on the side of Vitality, question marks are always, how are the rookies going to fare on their very first game? Now, of course, they have the added advantage. They don't have to play on stage. They still get to play from the comfort of their own home, where they have been scrimming for the last few weeks. Meanwhile, for Schalke, with the introduction of a new support, how does this change the dynamic? What is the identity of this team? So I think that coming into both, I want to see what is the identity? What is the approach that both these teams have coming into the start of the split, and who will be that star carry that we can put our faith in over the next few weeks?
I love that. Try to form an identity for these two teams, because that's something we had question marks of when we looked at Schalke in spring and when we looked at Vitality in spring as well. How will they approach summer? It is a fresh start for both Schalke and Vitality as they look to rise up towards former glory.
Thank you very much, Shocks. And of course, this discussion on team identity, I think, is one that me and Frost have had a little bit as well on Euphoria. And when we look back at last season, while Vitality, I think, struggled to find success, it feels like most of what we saw was, I think, the Cabo Shard show.
Yeah, and I don't want this Vitality roster to carry the sins of the previous one. I think it's a fresh start for Vitality. They unfortunately don't have time on their side. Usually when you're in summer, this is about refinement. This is about preparing yourself for Worlds. That said, I think the expectations and the goalposts are very different between Schalke and Vitality, even though people are saying, let's see what you've got, Schalke. Like, we have no expectations. Let's just see how far you can go. But it feels like for Vitality, it's show us any form of success. And for Schalke, it's you could potentially make it to Worlds. You could be one of those wild cards.
And I think that clean slate is a very important thing to have. Taking the expectation off, taking the pressure off. I think the players' expectations themselves are probably greater than any public expectation, because we just don't know what to expect from Vitality. Whereas for Schalke, you heard Medic talk about this momentum, about how once Schalke, are in a good headspace, when Odoamne can lead, they can pick up these wins and they can continue to snowball that forward. But I feel like there's much greater expectations, especially, at least from me, on the side of Schalke No Fear. I really expect big things from this team. I thought they looked pretty damn good at the end of last season.
I think it's then important to recognize what they did well to where the development can actually happen for them. Schalke were doing well in those team fights. Individual members were stepping up. You knew that Odoamne was going to be that rock, but Abadage was showing a lot higher form. Lorax would have those pop-off moments. So now it's cleaning up some of that consistent macro call. If you didn't see it, Schalke got backdoored about 20 different times. It was actually heartbreaking. So let's break the trend. If Schalke go down today, it's not going to be in a backdoor.
Against Vitality, who historically have backdoored a lot. Well, maybe not our strongest narrative, but we'll take it. The backdoor versus the backdoory. We'll find out.
You laugh, but when you start to say it, when the stars align.
You cast LEC for enough years and you just get used to the backdoor and you just accept, oh, it's going to be one of those games. But we'll see how it plays out for now. And look at that, a Varus ban. Well played, Schalke. Instantly eliminated, incredibly powerful champion. Syndra also hitting the ban list. Trundle, I believe, was suspiciously absent in the previous game, but has still been an overall very powerful, very high priority jungle in the eyes of many teams.
So with the Varus taken away, what is going to be the first pick for the LEC meta? I find it kind of interesting banning Syndra from blue side, just because I think that she is a valuable first pick, especially when you're able to flex her in between the positions. We've seen Comp play mages in the past in the bot lane, so I have no issue that they would be able to play it, but there's obviously a high priority on something else. The Ezreals, the Aphelioses, these champions still exist here. The Graves could even slip through bans.
And we're just seeing a very different pick ban to what we saw in the previous game. The Kalista also banned away, the Thresh now banned away too. So we're getting that consistent, the Syndra, the Varus, the Thresh, three champions who are S tier in their respective roles taken off the board. And now, Labrov, I'm not gonna lie, making your debut on Yuumi is not very exciting, but that said, it is still a very powerful champion.
But this is a handshake that you're gonna see a lot. Trading Ezreal, because that's what the Yuumi is saying we are going to pick Ezreal for the Aphelios. Now, Graves has been locked in. An answer that we see around the world to Graves is picking something like a Nidalee. So let's see if NG is going to throw down, say, okay, this is fine, we'll take the Ezreal, we'll take the Yuumi, and we'll take the Nidalee, or if he's gonna pivot.
And that's a big deal. So for now, it will be the Ezreal. They can wait. They can take their time. The Azir will follow up. Maybe we see that Nidalee banned away. But while Labrov is going to be making his debut on Yuumi, relatively easy champion, I think we can say, safely say, especially now that E is the most important ability. If NG is playing Nidalee in his first game, that is so hard.
Okay, I do want to quickly touch on this Lulu that was popped in, however. I really love Lulu with Aphelios. I love Lulu with Graves. I'm assuming it's going to be a mid lane Lulu because you already see the blind pick Azir that came out, and Lulu is one of those champions that can lane across from Azir. Not contest him in any of his wave clear, but can survive the lane, can farm farm, can use some of her range to poke him out, and can build Ardent Sensor. And a Lulu with Ardent Sensor that has a Graves and has an Aphelios is going to have a good time.
If there was a third party that sold Ardent Sensors, I'd be convinced you were sponsored. I feel like every time we talk about League of Legends, I'm talking about Umbral Glaive and you're talking about Ardent Sensor.
The item is busted, Dracos. Ardent Sensor is so cost efficient. It is 23 gold and it gives you like every stat line.
It's not 2,300. It's 23 gold. You buy 8 of them out the base to start. Regardless, it's super powerful, and we can look at that more in the game. We're going to get the opportunity potentially to see 2 of those Ardent Sensors with both a Lulu and a Yuumi. But for now, the J4, more comfortable jungle pick, taken away. The Olaf also limited. The Wukong as well. And I'm ready, honestly, to see how this top lane matchup shapes up. While we have a good idea of what's going on in the bottom lane, 2 top laners who were, I think, the strong points for their team when we look at them last split.
Yeah, but Ornn has still slipped through the bans, and I still feel that Ornn is on that pedestal. Like, nothing has really changed. Ornn is still a giant issue. So if he slips through, that kind of feels like the easy answer for me when you already have a Graves, when you already have a Aphelios. You don't need more damage up there. You can just pick the Ornn.
I mean, it's a similar story with the Azir Ezreal comp. Maybe we just get the full-on tank matchup. Maybe that's the evolution of both these lineups, is that old man Ottawamne and old man Cabochard take a back seat while the kids go play in the yard, you know? We'll have to find out. The Heimerdinger hover over is cute. Minax, you know, he spent his time in the LCL. He's no stranger to this champion.
Are you scared?
I'm nervous, yes, but it will be the Zoe, which confirms the...
I wanted the Lulu mid.
I know.
I'm disappointed now. It's fine. Zoe's fine.
Not nearly as... Actually, Lulu mid is hella boring. I don't know why you'd be excited about that. She just sits there and waits.
So when I was watching NG, I was peeking in on him, trying to see kind of what he was going to bring to the table for LEC. One of the things that I noticed is his... blind pickable champion pool, kind of the champions that he goes to when he gets squeezed is something like a Skarner. Even though when you check his solo queue, you know, he's popping off with the Lee Sins, the Elises, and playing more of these carry-oriented junglers. But Duke said that NG's kind of purpose on this roster is to be more of that calming voice, to be more of a shock caller. He showed some competitive games in the LFL on the Skarner. I expect him with the big kind of R go button to be the guy that's like, okay, we're going to do this now, and kind of give a level head to what is a very young roster.
Yeah, with the CC that Skarner brings to the table, you can really be the one to dictate these plays to get your team organized across the map. Final hover or lock-in, though, is going to be the Maokai. This is kind of the only tank matchup, or tank v tank matchup, we really expect to see both Maokai and Ornn, the relative S tiers, at least in terms of the tanks available in the current meta. So I do not think it's going to be the top lane show, but rather, I would say a lot around this mid lane.
Oh boy, when you have Ornn versus Maokai and then you jump towards Azir versus Zoe, I'm like, it's gonna be a long one, Dracos. This is gonna be, we're farming. This is Skarner and Graves.
You can't see me, but I'm doing that thing where I don't look excited. But that said, I'm generally very excited for these games, and I'm hoping that you're wrong, FrostGurren. History, compositions, draft, all of this would dictate to us that you would be correct. But it's the LEC, and something crazy could happen. It is time for Vitality versus Schalke No Fear.
Did they just leave your mic open?
Maybe. Ooh. Team, it's a banger. I don't even know what that is or what's going on there, but I want that. Give me the full song, LEC. I demand it. All right, here we are in game, FrostGurren. So, prediction so far, slow, much more about scaling. Potentially, I would maybe argue front-to-back team fighting, perhaps?
Well, look at the bot lane summoner spells. That's a barrier on one side, and then it's teleport on the other side.
Barrier heal.
I'm telling you, I think that the junglers...
But you know what heal on Lulu allows you to do, FrostGurren? Further increase the value of Ardent Sensor, the most hilariously broken support item in the game, next to Umbral Glaive, but there's just no one who can build that support item. That's just Varus.
Peeking in, and like Vladimir's are starting to build Ardent Sensor because it gives you still 60 AP for 2,300 gold. It is so cost efficient. It gives you AP, it gives you CDR, it gives you heal and shield power, and it gives you movement speed. And that's on top of before you even get to the mana regen and its unique passive. What is that?
Someone's going to build it on a very bad champion because of how enthusiastically you're selling it. But you're right, it almost never feels like the wrong choice. And as we check in on this bottom lane, I'm curious to see how the full Greek Lavrov comp bottom lane does, but also how Nukes does. Sir Nukes a lot, player with a lot of strong history in the regional leagues, but Last time he was on this stage, I distinctly remember him getting absolutely bodied by Caps' Zoe. He played Zyra and he died 7 times that game. Each and every single one of them, I believe, a one-shot from Caps' skills. And of course, it's no shame to die to Caps, but I think Nukes cannot afford that same level of performance today.
Unfortunately, the level 1 has been quite rough as he's been tagged a couple of times. As I always want to say Labrov.
Labrov?
Labrov?
Well,
there's got to be a good joke in there somewhere. We'll workshop it.
We'll call him Bruv.
Bruv?
No, I think that's... We'll give him Labrov for like a few weeks, just like I called Razork Razor K for like a month. I'm not going to do that one again. He ended up winning Rookie of the Split. I felt bad.
That's what made you
We'll respect the name.
Now, we expect this to be pretty quiet and pretty slow. If there is going to be any action, if, again, you can get Abba's flash early out on this Zoe, and then Melitza can have kill pressure on Azir at level 6 when he does have the swoop-de-scoop, as I like to call it. But otherwise, it's full clears for both junglers, as Skarner's like, I'm farming till level 6, and Graves is like, that's totally fine. I can be a carry myself, and I'm just going to full clear this, and then I'll see you in a mid-game team fight and blow everyone up.
Yeah, and while Ezreal has some room to kind of get away from that champion, I think it's very hard once Azir's burned his gap closer. If you throw a smoke screen down, Azir's damage output goes to 0 very, very quickly. And that's something that you always have to respect as you get later and later in the game, regardless of how strong Graves is individually. But I guess we'll buckle in. You guys are already at home, so get comfy, grab your snacks. We're waiting for level 6, because while Graves is going to scale, can get more items, level 6, he's not going to do much in terms of the CC department. But our boy Skarner, an NG in his debut game, he can make some plays happen with this Predator.
Okay, but we can kind of talk about what has led the jungle development to this course of action. It felt like around Spring Split, there was some issues when there wasn't a lot of experience packed into the jungle, and then all junglers were like, we must gank all the time because that's the only way we'll get anything. As they put experience kind of back into the jungle, you started to see more kind of power farming junglers come over, and now the jungle has been buffed again, with items making them really stay really healthy, and these farming junglers, like the Graves, like we said, can just sit, scale, hard farm, and see you in these mid-game team fights and then blow you up. Especially against kind of like short-range composition, Graves really thrives, and his ability to stay in the fight because of how he can stack up True Grit.
And additionally, the phase rush just means that if you get on top of him, it's very easy for him to run away, and if he gets on top of you, it's impossible for you to get away. Very oppressive once Graves gets the lead as well. And it's so interesting, Frostgurn, because it always feels like, because tower plating is in the game, it always feels like there's this kind of invisible pressure that if you can pull off a gank, it's always really just going to pay off. But at the same time, when there's so much to just take in the jungle to farm up this guaranteed return on investment in Graves, it makes it this, I think, difficult balancing act. You really have to consider what your jungler is actually good at when you look how to approach this meta.
In this game, it feels very much that with the Skarner and with the Graves, there's going to be the jungler's time, and then there's going to be your time. And the jungler's time is any time a camp is up because of how effectively and quickly these junglers can farm and how much levels and experience and gold matter to them. Laners, sit back. You are here to farm. This is all about me. You will give me pressure and priority so I can take the camps that I want, but otherwise, like, you're not seeing it.
I can literally hear Catflowers going, hell yeah, in my head as we watch a Skarner on screen while you talk about junglers are the priority. You do what they need you to do. Of course, in this case, I think you're mostly referring to the Graves and Nidalees of the world, but could be true for
Skarner can be important too.
Skarner can be important too.
He's not my favorite champion. I'll say that.
He's a bit limited in what he provides. I feel like everyone knows what Skarner's trying to do at any given moment of the game, probably because it's highly telegraphed. There are specific areas on the map where it literally shows you not to fight him, and he has to be in melee range to do anything.
It means that with Vitality's composition, they're really reliant on Melitza and Cabochard to be involved into these team fights to engage. Otherwise, I personally prefer Schalke's composition. I think we always talk about easier to execute. I think the scaling potential is a bit more dangerous there, and they have a lot of tools to reach that Azir and reach that Ezreal and make their life a living hell.
Yeah, because the thing also is that while Azir we know is his teamfight powerhouse, right? You just always have to give respect over that Zoe. The potential to really set these plays up, and now Rock's going to secure that one.
That tells you everything you need to know. Both junglers looked at each other, looked at the crab, looked back at each other, took the crab, walked away. No one even threw an auto attack.
It's the good bag and ugly. You got your three-way Western duel. It's the crab on one side, two other things, but neither of these guys want to shoot each other. They just want to shoot the crab.
That was like the most handshake. I will go back my way. Yes, sir.
I see. Well played. Back up. We'll take another 10 paces and we'll try again on the next crab.
Continue farming, yes.
Yes. The the high-class League of Legends. Real meta enthusiasts.
I promise that this game will get really exciting when the teams start grouping up. Now, something to watch, because we are dealing with an Ornn and a Maokai when we start getting to those big team fights, is who's actually going to be successful in pulling their top laner to the fights, since both of these top laners have the sole responsibility of starting the fight, of having the primary engage tools.
And additionally, I think one of the big and interesting differences between these two champions is that I think Ornn's ult is much better, but Maokai's W alone as reliable point-click CC, yeah, is more reliable. And so for me, way easier to get away with missing an Ornn ult because you get to do it from so far away. It really costs you nothing. Whereas Maokai ult, while strong, very easy to avoid, very unreliable, not always the thing that's going to carry you through in a fight. But these dragons in a slow game are going to be really big because Infernal Drake, or rather Elder Dragon, can just end a game. And the fact that we have gotten rid of both Cloud and both Mountains means that's right, folks. We get one of the good Drakes, aka the Ocean or the Infernal, and that's a big deal.
And we already talked about how much that matters for both champions like Ezreal, Zoe, who are in this game if they get their hands on them. Obviously, Vitality making use of the fact that they are having that priority in both their mid and their bot lane. Comp and Lebrov here, Javier, have been pretty much permanently parked on NX and Sir Nuke's side of the lane right now, allowing Skarner to just kind of like wiggle in. Of course, Graves isn't going to feel too bad about losing the early Mountain Drake or an early Cloud if it means that he gets to continue to farm.
Absolutely. And you can see 59 to 56. Of course, Skarner just a ludicrously fast farmer. Graves is fast as well, but I think pretty hard to beat a Skarner, especially when there's a cat attached to him. And that looks like we might see some playmaking here on the top side for Oscar.
Yeah, and it means that we get to talk about one of the cool combos of Vitality's comp is putting the Yuumi on the Skarner, which obviously empowers him to be more of a threat.
Uh-oh. That is a very bad time to be sleepy in the mid lane. And here we go, Melitza. Definitely not the debut you were looking for. First blood for Schalke.
And so well chained together from Schalke there. Abadoge's sleepy trouble bubble, as soon as he was out of the sleep, Nukes tags him with the Whimsy. The smoke swing goes down on top of him. Azir had no chance to react to any of that.
Yeah. Good execution here. And of course, Schalke with a lot more time to play together as a full lineup. It's not surprising to see them execute. But also, I think for Melitza, just on the one hand, unfortunate timing. Choosing to commit to that trade at the exact moment. He thought maybe that Predator Yumi'd up Skarner was going to come save his life, but all of Schalke was in position to respond. Melitza now returning to the lane. We'll get the heal to balance out the stolen Ignite coming in from Abadoge, and we get a bit of a reset here. The Drake's traded for the kill. No real big advantages past that. Top lane relatively even. Bot lane a strong point, though, for Vitality as, you know, Aphelios just forced under this tower pretty consistently and not able to keep up with CS.
I do like how you use the word reset, because it did feel like we were watching Vitality set up this type of play of playing more towards the top side, teaming that Yuumi up with the Skarner, but with Melitza going down in that mid lane, it kind of pumped the brakes a little bit, but now back on track, back on the road. They use the TP, they move the Skarner over there, they already have Yuumi and Ezreal, and they're going to pick up the Herald.
And I like this. I think there's a lot of teams who, when a play fails, they'll give up on it entirely, and there are teams who will try too hard to force it again, but it feels like Vitality still recognize this is still our opportunity. As long as we're here, as long as we've got pressure on the side of the map, we can make it happen. And as a result, they're going to get the Herald uncontested. They will have to give up some of their bot side advantage, as it's very likely that Lulu and Aphelios will get a few plates here, but not going to cost them too much overall, as Ezreal's still quite far ahead in terms of farm.
Now, Cabochard is walking to this tower. It's still relatively difficult to deal with Ornn as he uses his ult to clear the wave.
Now, Lorox is here too. The fact that he can go unstoppable, though, makes this a very difficult gank to pull off. No Warrior yet coming in for Lorox either. The Caulfield's Warhammer is just 25 AD, whereas the completed Warrior is 60. So a very big difference in itemization to where the Graves would actually like to be. And now we see, honestly, a flawless use of the Rift Herald. Now, that's not the biggest deal. Most teams are pretty good at using it now, as they've gotten used to it in Summer Split, or in Spring Split. But the fact that this team, who is playing their first game on this stage, executed it flawlessly is nice to see.
And this could be a type of game where comp on this Ezreal, again, we talked about how Schalke do have tools to try to deal with him, Odoamne in particular to get back there. Lorox, if this Graves gets super fed, is going to do great long-range damage with the ultimate, so maybe you set up the W with the Maokai, you throw the Graves ultimate across of it, NX can fight front to back with the Aphelios, but like, if you don't kill Ezreal, the longer he survives, the more damage he does, and getting fed all of those plates, you could see a setup where Azir zoning farm and Comp and Yuumi do carry this game.
I mean, I can absolutely see it. I think the thing for me, FLICKR, is just when I look at reliable damage output, Ezreal Azir feels so much more reliable to me than the likes of the Zoe/Graves. Because Graves is very close range. Zoe's very skill shot reliant. So if we get a team fight that just breaks out where Vitality get a solid setup, it's so much easier for them to execute. Now that said, Abbedagge is not a man you want to sleep on, but he is a man you want to run down, as NG is showing us here, but Abbedagge will just burn his actual flash there to make it out to safety.
I just think, like you said, it's going to be a lot of front-to-back team fighting. I think it's a bit more restrictive for Schalke to fight front-to-back. Although you can argue both ways. You know, like
this is the difficulty of the scaling argument, right? Is that there's always some subjectivity, and anytime we're like, hey, if you play the team fight this way, this team scales better. And the team on screen goes, oh yeah, we know, we're just not going to fight that way. We're going to fight a completely different way.
But watching Vitality right now try to set up some pressure onto this mid lane, as they've had NG in the area as he was fishing for Abbedagge.
Schalke no fear though. They've got good pressure on the bottom side. Sadly, the Scuttle Crab reveals them as they could be walking in to take that Cloud Drake, spawning in 8 seconds. Of course, the Rift is something that we have our eyes on. Rift, not always a big deal, but in games that we expect to go later, it can be a huge turning point.
Big difference right now is the fact that Cabo Shard is still making his way down to this fight, whereas Odoamne has already been pulled. We talked about that earlier in the game. Which team was going to be more successful on pulling the trigger first, on getting their tank grouped up with them. And it looks like this time around it's Schalke. More control over the pit, walk up to the Dragon, have the numbers advantage, and steal that one away.
Dragon for Dragon. And now as well, the Ocean Rift. And as you mentioned earlier, FLICKR, the two champions that are most excited about this, it's the Zoe, it's the Ezreal. So it's 1-for-1 on both sides. Both teams eager to get this soul.
So I'm trying to decide who's going to be able to kill the frontliner faster.
I mean, it should always be Aphelios, right? I think to a certain degree.
And that's what I feel like between these two teams, that's what I feel like these team fights are going to come down to. Whose frontline dies slower should win.
It's hard to say. I mean, Azir also does so much damage.
Absolutely.
It's just that obviously the big strength of AD carries at any given moment is that they scale from 3 things: attack, speed, crit, and damage, where I guess Azir is the exception to the normal AP rule where it's just ability, power, and cooldown reduction, because he also scales from attack speed. So FLICKR, I'm right back to square one. I have no idea.
Which just means that we'll be watching these team fights very closely, trying to figure out who's executing better, because I feel like there's tools and options for both comps.
And Melitza, of course, a solid enough player. I think one of the big things we see from Azir's in pressure moments is they try too hard to make that Azir sec play.
Like what he did in the mid lane?
Yeah, like what he did in the mid lane. And I think that as you get late, like from levels 1 to like maybe 12, the Azir sec is great. But from that point on, you have to recognize you're no longer the Lee Sin initiation and you are the damage source. You cannot throw yourself into the backline like that.
Also, Melitza's responsibility here isn't to be that engage tool. You know, he just needs to play slow for Comp and Labrov to, as we saw G2 do to Mad Lions, layer down that damage and then look for these engage tools like the Skarner, like the Ornn.
I think the other big part of the conversation when we want to talk about scaling FLICKR that we have to consider that's, I think, easy to gloss over when you look at the top lane matchup is the additional value that Ornn is going to be providing in terms of item upgrades. Especially in the hands of the Azir and the Ezreal as well as we get later in the game, the upgraded Trinity Fusion. So we're not going to see any Iceborne Gauntlet coming out here. That's going to be a big buff in damage. Of course, there is room for Melitza just to not build items that can be upgraded. Obviously, you'd want to see him pick up that death cap, so I have to keep an eye on that itemization, but that is going to be a lot of additional effective stats.
So far, though, it's been pretty much as expected. A lot of ping-pong of these waves. Slow, more farming-oriented as everyone's handshaking and trying to get to these key items.
I think the big problem for FLICKR is that when we talk about Zoe, and this is something that I think you introduced me to, the concept of like once you break mid lane tier 1 tower, Zoe goes from annoying to impossible to play against. And neither team has really had a big enough advantage here to actually break mid lane open. We've seen the Heralds used, and both times going into the side lanes, not being focused on that mid lane. NG, while he is going to get a little bit cheeky here, he's just going to get a bubble to the face and won't find anything else.
I do like the fact that NG is continually checking, though, to see if Abba's going to be able to tap him with that bubble, because if he does miss it, Skarner's just going to fly at him, walk him down.
It's the skill check.
Might as well check. See if the reflexes are working.
I mean, right at this point in the game, totally fine to check. Zoe gets a few more items, maybe not so much. And already we do see the Respect QSSs coming out, so the Skarner tax has been paid for Abbedagge. Does not want to risk dying here on whatever side lane he ends up on.
Okay, Herald is up. We potentially may see another team fight. I promised the viewers that there would be some explosive action as soon as the team started grouping up. This might be one of those opportunities.
To be fair, though, Schalke once again first to the objective.
The difference is, though, is that Vitality have the TP on Azir, whereas Ava's sitting on Flash and Ghost right now, and he does have initial rotation.
Well, Vitality for now focusing on the blue buff. They are going to get that Scryer's Bloom. She will be able to move into the area and deny a little bit of this vision. Now we see Graves moving down to the bottom side of the map, so it looks like Herald won't actually be the focus here for the teams. Obviously, with the tower plates down, second Herald not nearly as impactful, can be a pressure point, but won't just be a guaranteed source of gold.
Wow, actually just not deciding to fight for it at all. Like, 100% Schalke
You're like,
knows
you were
this is
waiting,
happening.
it's time for a fight, and they're like, no, Frostgren, that's for 30 minutes. We need to scale a little bit more.
Instead, using the time to continue to funnel farm, particularly on their Zoe and their Aphelios. That's now 2 completed QSSs. You already mentioned that Zoe's was there in the mid lane. It's now also Aphelios down there on the ADC role. So taking a bit of a right-hand turn, not grabbing the Zeal immediately. That's going to slow down his build path and possibly slow down this game.
Absolutely. I mean, the good news is, if you're an Aphelios player, though, is that in days past, if you had an Ornn, or rather not an Ornn, like a Braum or a Tahm Kench support, you would never, it would just feel bad to build this QSS, right? But because there is
a Lulu
building your favorite item in the game, it kind of balances out. That's basically an extra half item for free. You're much less behind the curve than you otherwise would have been because that Lulu has the Ardent Sensor.
Naturally, the team with the Rift Herald, though, is trying to muscle their way through here, decide where they want to use it, as we set up for Drake.
Fight, fight, fight. We're waiting for it.
Look at Otoame, he's top.
He has TP, though. He wants to push his wave out. He's TPing from behind. A good ult here could get a lot done, but Lorax is going to come over the wall. Lorax goes over the wall. Lorax is going to steal it. That's going to be massive, but Cabochard has thrown his ult into the fray. He's going to get locked up, though, and he's not going to be able to fire the ult back. Otoame, meanwhile, buying so much time on the backside. The front line might be dead before this fight even kicks off, but Schalke's trying to turn it. Melitza's still alive. So much damage comes in. Cabo's still living. Melitza's still alive as well, and Comp is going to be unkillable for now, but Yuumi will not transfer, and that means there's not enough healing to keep Cabochard alive. That said, Comp is playing like a man possessed. They're continuing to push forward. He knows he's untouchable with this Yuumi on his back, and Vitality will still find some kills on the back end of that one.
Now, Schalke did end up with the Drake, but after everything had gone through, after the big engage shows Otoame with that massive ult behind him, they weren't able to throw down the Ezreal. He survived the entire fight. The longer the fight goes on, the higher damage output Ezreal is going to have, and just turned it on its head. So, get the replay. There's Lorax over the back of the pit, snags that Ocean Drake. That is going to be, I guess, a small victory here, but big team fight win. They don't have their tank in front of them. Otoame gets pushed out of the fight, jumps onto Cabochard, tries to get in front of him, but Comp is Ezreal with Yuumi. Walks everyone down.
I think not the cleanest team fight overall, but we do see a lot of what Vitality's comp is good at, which is kind of weathering the storm with that Yuumi, and also the kind of the weakness of Schalke's comp in that the Graves, the Zoe, and the Aphelios, in theory, are all very vulnerable to Skarner. Of course, there's 2 QSSs to balance that out, but we saw after stealing that Drake, Lorax essentially got to do nothing in that fight.
And it just means that Schalke's composition is going to be really reliant on when they can actually have kill threat on something like the Skarner and the Ornn. And that is the graph that tells exactly what happened.
5k Ezreal damage.
No one touched Ezreal Yuumi, and they got to have a field day.
It's only going to get scarier, too. This is we might as well trademark it at this point. Ezreal 2-item power spike. And you hit it perfectly around that timing, so.
What do you want to call the, so, you know, like Brangelina, yeah?
Yeah.
Okay.
I'm with you.
Yeah.
A bit, I don't know if our audience is familiar with Brangelina,
okay,
but.
Audience. Brangelina, Brad Pitt, Angelina Jolie.
Got it.
Famous celebrity couple. You then combine their names because you're used to seeing them so much. Ezreal Yuumi, kind of like the Brangelina of League of Legends. True. But what do you name them?
It's really hard because none of my names are wholesome. Frostgren, you're putting me on the spot. Let us know on Twitter. That's the easiest out. You pretend like it's a community poll. Let us know on Twitter what we should call the Ezreal Yuumi bot lane. There has to be an absolute banger out there, and I'm sad I can't think of it on the fly.
We may also not be able to say it on stream.
That's true. Almost definitely true. But anyway, Vitality pushing in. They are going to break open the mid lane. They'll use the Herald as well, so they should get potentially an extra charge, depending on how many resources Schalke want to commit here. And suddenly Vitality looking pretty damn fine in this game. 2.5 items on the Ezreal. Bits and pieces here for the Azir, but he's getting closer and closer to 3. And you've got double Ornn upgrades on the Ornn, which means items for his allies are not too far away. Everything going smoothly on the Vitality side of the map.
Yeah, you also got the Righteous Glory and the Yuumi now on the Skarner. You already talked about the threat that Skarner and zone control he's able to provide when he just sprints at you. He doesn't even have to catch anyone. He just has to zone them away from the fight. Again, it feels like Schalke are going to be really reliant on having kill threat on NG, that when he does run at them, that they can actually walk him down. So I do feel like this is almost like an arms race between the tanks and the front lines.
And my concern for Oscarn is that I want to, just taking a look at Lorox's itemization, I appreciate the Dusk Blade. You know, his job is in theory to kill Abadage, or not to kill Abadage, that would be rude of him. It's to kill Melitza, you know, it's to kill the Azir, it's to kill Comp, it's to kill the Ezreal. I get that, but he doesn't get to kill those people unless the tanks are gone. Like, this is a game where I feel like I really would have loved to see the Black Cleaver. I would have loved to see more armor shred to set up Aphelios to do more. Instead, he's that very selfish, kind of very aggressive Graves build, but because there's so much armor on the Skarner and the Ornn, he's not going to really be any threat to that front line.
I mean, I agree with that point, but if he does manage to find Azir or Ezreal, which very hard, very slippery
All
champions.
I'm saying is, all three champions have dashes, but can you tell me at home whose dash is the shortest? It's the Graves.
The problem is that this is the type of game where you have a feeling how it should go, but because of the teams playing, you're like, anything can happen.
Absolutely, and now we see Lorox set up in this bush, and if Comp face checks the wrong order, he will get, not quite one shot, but one combo down. So, it's a very different strategy. It's not going to be front to back for Mr. Graves here, maybe instead looking for that flank. And when you have a Zoe on your team as well, there is a lot of opportunity to pick, to poke, to find individual pickoffs before fights kick off.
Yeah, they're playing hit and run League of Legends while Aphelios is just doing his best vacuum impression, Hoover impression for our European UK fans. He's just trying to sit, get as much farm as possible. He's not got that zeal.
All I'm saying is the fact that we don't have a vacuum sponsor yet is astonishing. There are so many AD carries who just power farm in our league when they're given Aphelios. It could be a great opportunity. That's all I'm saying. BD, let's make it happen. The Dyson power farmer of the game.
Upset every game.
And Laos Biko also makes vacuums, in which case it's the Biko power farmer of the game. Regardless, NG is going to grab this one, interestingly uncontested. It feels like Schalke, after that last fight, are significantly more hesitant. And of course, mid lane tower being down, they don't really have vision, so it makes sense, but also surprised to see them pull their foot off the gas this much.
Oh no, I think it's really expected. You know, it's not for Seoul just yet. We already talked about how important funneling farm onto NX is going to be right now. Like, Schalke are making a very conscious decision to be like, top tower for Ocean Drake, that's fine. Shake that every single time, buy you some more time before this Baron is becoming into play and getting Aphelios to that point that we need him.
Yeah. The difficulty now for Vitality is I think they're keen to fight. They're done. They don't want to keep handshaking on trades, but Schalke just keeps being like, oh yeah, sure. Oh no, we'll go over here and trade. We'll go over here and trade. They're like, no, come to us. Fight, please, fight. Especially with Comp now getting the Trinity Fusion. The cooldown boots as well. This man is going to be free firing in these team fights and nigh unkillable, especially once he completes that Blade of the Rune King. That front line is going to be quite miserable.
I think it's going to be the Bork and not the...
The Gunblade, I miss double tier Ezreal every day. It
No
made me look like a competent Ezreal player because I never had to auto attack. God bless that build.
Okay, but here comes the Baron play. You just called it. Vitality are trying to force their hand right now. Schalke have done a good job avoiding them while prioritizing Aphelios' farm. But now Vitality trying to speed up this game by being like, okay, no, the Baron's now in play and in threat.
Question is, do they have the confidence to try to force something here without a larger advantage to try to play the slow game?
Flash on Skarner. And right to Glory Flash Yuumi Skarner, there's always the opportunity. Someone steps out of position.
And right now that someone is Nukes. It's that Lulu. The other three members have QSSs.
It's really hard though on Lulu, because if Skarner runs at her, she's just gonna whimsy him.
Yeah, input buffer on the W makes it nigh impossible. He really has to come out of Fog of War, and obviously you can grab Odoamne. We can list that on the realm of possibility, but that feels super dumb. You're just giving Odoamne exactly what he wants, which is access to your damage dealers.
And Schalke have actually held strong. It feels like kind of for the last 2 to 3 minutes, Vitality have been threatening, trying to posture around placing vision, looking for the picks here. And yeah, Vitality's probably saying it's fine if the game gets stalled out because we still do have the Ezreal, the Azir. We've talked about it all game long, that they also have late game damage threats. But you know, that's like the one opportunity that Schalke have with their comp right now is more time for Aphelios. And Schalke were able to hold and buy more time.
Yeah, and I like that from Schalke. It's a good, clear-headed call, I feel like, overall. And I also have to say, I know we're giving Vitality the clean slate. I know it's a new roster, but I can't help but compare a little bit to last season. And I already feel like there is so much more control. There is so much more, like, coordination that we're seeing in these team fights. And maybe I'm you know, a bit ahead of myself on this one, but I like what we're seeing, and it already feels like improvement, which is a pretty a huge thing, just coming in one game into the split.
And we're going to have to put a closer eye on what's going to happen with these team fights, is now cresting past 25 minutes. We're probably going to see a lot more of them. It's just the outer towers are kind of finally being picked up.
One at a time here. Of course, Schalke staying just about neck and neck in gold overall. We're about 2 minutes out from Ocean, but it is not sole point, so neither team really needs to fully contest, which means all eyes are centered here on the Baron pit. Predator is being popped here, and G now running forward. He's trying to eye out a target. He's going to flash forward. The Lulu has been caught out. She didn't get a chance to Whimsy, and that means it's all but over. Goodbye to Nuxalot. He's going to get knocked out on that one. Big team advantage for now. Schalke, can they turn this one back? But now Comp is on the hunt. Paired. Oh, I was going to say paired with the Yuumi, he's unescapable, but NX manages to land that snare, and it will save his team.
And Schalke got faked out right there. They saw multiple members of Vitality on the bottom side. They moved into the Baron River to either place vision or even possibly check the objective themselves. And right on point, Angie flies out of that bush, snags the Lulu, creates the pick to set up this pressure for Vitality on Baron.
6K, 5K getting lower. Lorox is on the way, but he's pretty far away. 3K health getting lower and lower. And X going to throw the ultimate in. That's going to be big. That's a shutdown. Oh, they can get in and seal this one. Angie's going to run. He's going to get the smite. But can Schalke find the follow-up fight? Odoamne immediately to the back line. He's going to get shoved back by Melitza. An excellent disengage. But here comes the sapling. That might be enough. Lorox gets the phase rush, but he will not pursue because of the exhausted Vitality. A bit messy, a bit hectic, but they get the Baron. At the end of the day, that's all that matters.
They got the Baron and a really clean disengage with Melitza's ultimate right there to cut off the choke point. Now, Schalke will be able to kind of pick up table scraps here by trading for the mid tower, but it's going to have to be a very quick reset if they want to contest for this streak.
Should be able to grab this one. Well, you normally assume uncontested, but Enchi remaining on the map, went back, got that Gargoyle Stone Plate, and is already zoomed in here. Good vision covering the area. Enchi isn't even going to see the control ward over the wall with the sweeper. I think maybe Schalke just trying to go again. Of course, you don't want to let them use their Baron buff, so maybe try to force another fight, but no chance to contest this objective. The TP's coming in, but a little bit late here as Comp returns to the mid lane.
And at this point, Schalke are like, okay, we've set ourselves up that we can actually contest for a soul. We stalled at the game long enough that Aphelios was doing massive damage. We saw how effective his ult was there. Now all we need to do is survive the Baron. They're playing full red zone defense right now. No one dies, no one takes a step out of place. Just wave clear, give away towers if you need. We want to fight and win the game on the next big team fight for things like that Dragon Soul.
You've heard of leave no man behind. This is leave everything that is not a man behind. You take the towers, they can take the minions, they can take any other objectives they want. Do not, under any circumstances, give up a player.
But on the other side, we talked about it with G2's composition, Vitality's composition for how big Comp is. Now having that Blade with Rune King complete, this is exactly where he wants to be. He's got the Baron behind him, means he's always going to have you underneath the tower, and he's just taking pot shots. And when those Qs connect on top of Yumi's Qs, it is massive damage. And if someone gets chunked low enough, that's going to be the Oran Horn and the go-ahead for Vitality to storm under the tower and end this game.
Now it just puts the pressure on, or that much more pressure on Schalke, knowing that that kind of powder keg is waiting to go off at any moment. All it takes is for someone to be out of position, and Comp obviously continuing to farm up. Interesting to see what his final choice is. I would love a cheeky Duskblade, frankly. I think that item's really fun on Ezreal, but I think more likely that we'll see the Death Stance double lifesteal itemization is NX, reminding us why the superior scaling AD carry is mostly considered Aphelios.
It wouldn't have been that way. So there was two things there. The SQ didn't hit NX, and we would have seen how much damage that would have done. And NX wasn't able to tag the Aphelios ultimate.
All right, let's see right here. Oh, no, he's arming the creeps. Q. All right, well, he's 0 for 3 since we've been really taking an eye on these Qs, but the ult will... Never mind. Unlucky.
Stop cursing him, Dracos.
I'm absolutely cursing him. He's just going to play. Sit in the tower. NX, though, still stepping forward with a lot of confidence. Has to give a lot of respect. Obviously, you can get the Whimsy, you can get that movement speed steroid from Lulu, but you don't quite have the same amount of reliable safety, and you have to respect the Ornn and the Skarner in these fights.
And unfortunately, it feels like Vitality's Baron has now teetered out here. Not being able to tag that damage, you know, missing a lot of damage potentially with a lot of these skill shots going wide. The fact that some mistimed resets came in, that, you know, all of Vitality weren't consolidated to really push with the Baron. Schalke kind of wiped their hands and be like, that was pretty painless, actually. We survived the Baron, only lost, I think, 2 structures, continued to pick up massive damage. The Death Stance is now completed on Aphelios. Feeling good.
Absolutely feeling good. The additional crit cloak as well, so he's up to, I believe, 70%. It's only 20% on the crit cloak now. Additionally, remember that they won the Ocean Drake in that last exchange. It was kind of their consolation prize, which at the time seemed like a bad deal, but now that Vitality have failed to get any greater advantage of the Baron, is great. They're on sole point. If it chooses between trading Dragon or Baron, Vitality have to be willing to go to the Dragon to contest the Ocean Soul.
Wait, Schalke fans have been here, and
True.
I feel like there's a little bit of fear because Schalke games get extended, and the longer they go, the less consistent some of the macro decision makings have been made around really important objectives like soul points, like elders. So I'm glad that we're gonna, you know, trial by fire Schalke in their first game back.
Room to showcase improvement, Froskeren, I think is how much more polite can we get that phrasing. But Melitza now, of course, with the upgraded death cap, pushing here on the side lane. Both teams more than enough tools to win a fight. It's just about trying to spend all their effort to find the perfect battleground to fight it, to find the perfect setup. Now, Oduwamne does have to be careful here. He is very tanky, but could get picked off. He will just throw his ult out, try to buy a bit more space. I don't think they're going to commit onto this one. One Horn coming in, and Axe going to throw his ult out. Big damage to chunk out to start the fight, but it's just going to be the tier 2 tower and a lot of resources burned from both sides.
But now you have to think that Schalke are going to play pretty slow until they have access again to the Maokai ultimate. Meanwhile, Vitality picking up another free tower, continue to stack gold. We've talked about a lot of the damage items that have come through. You know, you have the Gargoyle Stoneplate now up on Skarner. Ornn has basically just been about himself, and now he has the redemption item on top of it. These are very beefy boys for Vitality. And as long as these skill shots are connecting, as long as Azir is in position.
Yeah. We were talking about range supports being the meta in the bottom lane. We just forgot the top lane are also just melee supports, because we're going to get Locket and we're going to get Redemption for both of these guys. And that's going to be huge shields in the team fight. And that's going to, a lot of the poke that Zoe wants to bring to the table, if they can start a fight and catch her out, her damage is just not going to be relevant when it can all be immediately blocked out by those two items together.
Okay, so everything is up for everyone. Virtually everyone has flash, everyone's got their summoner spells. The Maokai ultimate has backup. This is it.
This, ooh, 4 members hitting there on that one. Unstoppable now as Oduwamne wants to back off. The cat ult has been used. Oduwamne is going to flash out to safety. Schalke really not set up for success there. They get the Yuumi ult, but clean take there from Vitality, and Schalke forcing themselves into that funnel, allowing 4 members to get hit by the Ezreal ult and the ensuing Yuumi ult. Just means that there was no way for them to take that fight.
And Schalke, the only time that they can be in position to take a fight like that is if they get there first. If you're ever delayed coming to that monster objective or that area on the map, this Ezreal is just going to have a fish in a barrel. That's what it is. It is a really good time to just continue to chunk you. So that was Schalke being slow to react, of setting up for that. And now, we're 3 dragons apiece. The Baron will be spawning soon. We will both be competing for soul.
Oh my god, we're 3 dragons apiece. We're 3-3 in kills. We're not 3 towers of 3, sadly, but Comp won't get caught out there.
Were you like trying to decode the secret message?
I was like, what are we doing? 30? It was 33 minutes? It wasn't, it was 35. I was hoping. I was getting real deep. I was getting real Illuminati on it, but Schalke will have first access, chance to set up here on this buff as Vitality have opted to take another reset. Maybe they can get something done. And Froskern, we wanted front-to-back team fights, but I feel like it's so much more about vision. Or it was right up until Schalke decided to vote for this one. Maybe Vitality want to look for the fight here. Tons of damage coming in from that Ezreal ult. Once again, Nukes and Lorok taking big chunks here. Good patience coming in from Vitality. They wait out Oduwamne's cooldowns before they commit for more.
Doesn't have great Aphelios items to just burn that Baron. He has more team fighting items, which is why Schalke are really keen to turn off Baron and feel free to give that one away.
Yeah, and sadly for them, the way that Vitality's positioning is so solid, because you can already see Melitza pushing in the mid lane. The way Vitality is walking is just saying, we will protect our mid laner while he pushes in and takes your towers, and the only way you can stop this is to fight in your jungle on our terms. And now we see the fight breaking out. Melitza now walking over, but they started the fight a little bit early. Melitza's not in the area. For now, it's Vitality there to disadvantage. Melitza off to the side. Abadagi trying to find this poke, but Inax cannot afford to overextend. Comp essentially untouchable at this point. Will not get hit by the sleepy trouble bubble. Melitza will push in a little bit more, but I have to wonder why Vitality tried to force there. Melitza could have taken the tower.
But we are really sitting on a knife's edge, though. Anything goes sideways in these team fights, and that's it. It's going to be game virtually either direction, because you're starting to see how much damage is coming out of both of these comps. So if Inax gets his moment to shine and gets to step forward and kind of be that big hyper carry at this point, then things look good for Schalke. But comp is disgusting on Ezreal. Hate this champion with you.
As do I. I think the unfortunate thing is just Schalke, you know, they try to rush down the Baron, they've got the vision, they've got the setup, but then you group up for Ezreal ult and everyone takes 600 damage in the pit, and suddenly you gotta respect the Ornhorn a little bit more. And the lack of tanky bodies on the side of Origen. And Maokai just doesn't feel like enough in this game.
They just really weren't set up for what Aphelios' guns he had available. Maybe next time it's better. So here we go.
Abadagi getting us kicked off. Odoamne leaping forward, trying to catch multiple people in the pinch. It looks like he will be able to lock down Comp, trying to get a bit more space here. Lorox off to the side. The Graves has found his way forward, but he has not into the backline quite yet. Inax untouched for now. Lorox can use the collateral damage to take himself out to safety. It's just going to be the one kill in the favor of Vitality. Things look so promising for Schalke there, but it is simply not enough.
And we do need to point out, Lorox is level 17, but yeah, it doesn't feel like a level 17 Graves. You know, you're expecting the big damage, and I think it's the heals that it's coming out of Lulu are just so oppressive as Vitality back on the Baron.
And keep in mind, we have no healing reduction. On the side of Schalke, no fear. 3K getting lower and lower. Lorox looking for his hero moment, but Comp coming right over the wall. They've taken the Baron. They're looking to take more, and this is very much the last stand, the last holdout here for Schalke. If Vitality break the base, the game is surely over.
Taking another look at this one, we talked about how Lorox is level 17, Comp is also level 17, and the damage that he is able to output. Odo trying to get to these back lines, but it was about whose front line was going to be more oppressive, and Vitality are just shredding through.
I just think in these late game teamfights, the stronger front line just wins. Because what we saw there is Lorox is like, yes, finally backline access. Runs at the Ezreal. The Ornn continues to hit the rest of the team. The Skarner goes, oh, I see you've come to try to hit the backline. Cuts him off, and he's got a Duskblade and a Black Cleaver. It's going to take him a year to kill anyone. It's just, it's not enough. I'm still so sad about this Duskblade buy. I know what he's trying to do, but it's just so hard to pull off.
He's trying to cut down a tree with like a spoon.
Yeah. It's like you can sharpen the axe, or you can have the bad axe and a spoon. He's like, oh, I'll take the spoon every time.
Soul, 26 seconds.
Of course, now 4K gold lead, but I think more importantly, the Baron buff and the Dragon Soul. 20 seconds. They're not going to be using the Baron buff to put a ton of pressure here into the mid lane. Instead, it will just be Melitza on side, throwing a few waves up, demanding a bit of a response from Schalke, and then Ocean Soul in the eyes of Vitality.
And Vitality are now, you know, this close to taking down Schalke and starting their LEC Summer with a victory. We talked about how time was not on either of these rosters' side, that the expectations were very different. They're probably not fighting for Worlds tickets, but almost kind of fighting to survive or fighting to have a new, fresh start. And here's the team fight.
It's going to be a sleepy Ezreal. Lorox off to the side, but he's still just hitting Cabo Shard, not the target that he needs to.
There it goes. The team fight.
We said fighting for their lives, but right now Schalke can't fight for anything. They just have to give objectives up left and right, and I'll be honest, for Vitality, I'd like to see a bit more proactive, kind of aggressive play. Now that the ball is in their court, I would love to see them really force on this, but they can just wait and play the scaling game. Go for Elder. They've got so much poke. They've got so much agency on this map.
It's fine. Play it slow. The composition is just really hard to deal with. I feel like from Schalke, you're going to start to see some desperation here. And that's probably going to be with Odoamne looking for a really deep teleport flank. And that might be the hill that Schalke die on.
Ah, Frosk, that's just so difficult to pull off because he doesn't have any damage and there's QSSs everywhere. And there's no one who can really follow him into that back line, sadly. The Zoe not super reliable. Lorox has really struggled to get past the front line, so it's possible. I think you're right. That's where you have to keep your eyes, but it is so hard to pull off.
No, you're pulling up a really good point. You know, maybe Odo decides he's just going to stand next to Inax, and they do try to fight this front to back, and Maokai's literally there to dissuade Skarner from running at him.
And you can see in the way Inax is simultaneously killing the wave and all of Vitality in that little damage exchange there that you have to respect the Aphelios. But at this point, I feel like because not only are Schalke so far behind, but because of the fact that Ezreal is uncatchable and that both Skarner and Ornn can really kick fights off means that Vitality are completely dictating the pace of this game, and Schalke just have to respond.
And credit to Comp. I mean, it's not all entirely him. Everyone is kind of doing their job on Vitality, creating space for this guy, but if he doesn't die kind of initially, if no one finds him, time and time again, these team fights are being carried on the back half because of his damage output with Lebrov. So this Vitality bot lane doing work.
And unless he seriously mispositions Frosk, I actually think he's unkillable because we are...
He's untouchable.
Hundreds of gold away from a Mikhail's Crucible on top of his own, you know, Quicksilver Sash, now turned into Mercurial Scimitar, double lifesteal items, Yuumi healing, and still, I believe, no healing reduction
on the enemy team. Graves just now.
Oh, he's got an executioner's
He's
call
got the
again there. You
executioners
take it
now.
back.
But remember, Graves hasn't been hitting the back line, and that's been one of the big problems in the first place. So I'm still, I think, rightfully concerned.
You got to go through the front line first, and here we go.
Odoamne trying to kick it off. Big damage now coming in from Inax. He's going to get used to the QSS. Odoamne taking a ton of health there, but that's going to be the blue wall now coming in. Infernum not going to be enough. Comp still unkillable. Absolutely. Abbedagge has to run for the hills, and this is just a slaughter. Comp playing with his food. He can leap forward whenever he wants, but he pulls his foot off the gas. He sets his sight on the objectives, and Vitality are just dominating.
They are unkillable. NG didn't take any damage. Look at him, he's full health. He just ran and NX completely zoned him from the fight, and now Vitality are on the base.
Vitality now set up to end. Schalke get one more shot at this fight with less cooldowns, less tools to kick things off, but maybe they can catch Vitality overextending. Oh, Frosk. 42-minute game. You called it.
I mean, it was pretty obvious.
I don't, you know, I'm an expect the unexpected kind of guy. And
I always get scared.
This is an expect the expected kind of game.
I get really scared in these types of games when they go so long.
Oh.
Because it really is just kind of one mistake, one misstep.
And it feels, I think as a player, it has to feel so terrible, right? Because you know what the Reddit thread says after this game if one person gets caught out. It's like, oh my God, X player, what a clown.
Like, unfortunately, right now, there's just not a lot. As we take a look at this team fight, Angie pops the Gargoyle Stone play, and then you've got Odo and NX on one side of the fight, and then the rest of Schalke stuck on the other side. Lorax deleted fairly early on, and again, the damage dealing of Azir and Ezreal. And be on top of it.
What else we saw in that fight that is just so oppressive is the fact that because Ezreal has double lifesteal in his own QSS now, if he's not directly threatened, Yuumi just goes on to Skarner, and then Skarner's unkillable. Despite Aphelios hitting him for 6 or 7 seconds in that fight, his health bar was basically full. Gargoyle Stoneplay into Yuumi, that's actually unkillable.
Yep. You have to like tag him with a bubble and then immediately pop him.
Yeah, and I think really, it's sad to say this because I think Vitality really has been a team effort, but it is all eyes on Comp. We are, and for Schalke, I think it's a similar story. That everyone is just looking at Comp saying, Comp, miss position once, please. We will instantly win this game. Just step a little bit out of position.
I don't know if they do, though. Even if you kill Comp, they're still on Azir.
It's very true. Well, that's going to be Baron and Ocean Soul, and we're a minute away from Elder. We can get the Holy Trinity.
How many dragons are in this game?
So many.
7?
7? This will be the 8th. Wow.
Surely.
Let's not curse it, you know what I mean? Let's just take it for what it is. If Vitality need double Elder to end the game,
no,
I'm not going to
not
judge.
double Elder, just single Elder.
Single Elder?
Yeah.
One Elder at a time.
That's fine.
All right.
Vitality are, again, fresh start, free from the sins of the past roster.
Hell yeah, Comp looking very solid. Really showing us the power of this duo, especially once the things like the Varus and the Callista are banned away. And NX, bless his heart, hasn't had a bad game, just can't really kill the front line at this stage. Or can now, but hasn't really gotten the opportunity to do so. Weitza pushing in, the split pressure here, really solid. Abbedagge without really getting a chance to respond. Comp.
I mean, NX just kind of threw everything there.
Yeah.
Everyone's full health. Yuumi just pops onto him.
There's a wave crashing in topside as well. Really good control here coming in for Vitality, crashing so many waves at the same time, making it so that Schalke have to take a fight if they want to get anything done. Odoamne now leaping forward. The ulti coming out, but he's going to get pulled back, and they're going to shred him down. That's the front line gone. That's the tank gone. Comp still alive, and this should just be an absolute massacre. Yuumi Ezreal going to run through the entire team. Melitza as well coming in for the double kill, and Vitality slow and steady controlled. But the moment they got this advantage, they have not given it up, and they have closed it out cleanly. Vitality, a clean slate and a fresh start. Their first win of the 2020 Summer Split.
Can't ask for much more from Vitality right there. Huge credit to their bot lane in particular. Everyone was doing their job. Great zone control between Cabo and NG in front of him, but it really did feel like the Comp and Lebrov show.
Absolutely did, but I do we have to give credit to NG because we talked about his playstyle as being kind of this leader and kind of the shot caller. And one
We
thing
assume.
we assume from what we've been told, that's his style behind the scenes, kind of what we can expect from him. And that was, can't say for certain who called or made all those calls, but that was a relatively clean game from Vitality.
There also just weren't a ton of options for Schalke. You could see, again, what the composition wanted to do, but it just took so long to be able to have any kill threat on the front line, and then eventually they just stopped having kill threat, it felt, on the front line, and at that point, you just knew it was going to be an inevitable rollover from Vitality with Azir and Ezreal.
All right, yeah. Sad, rough game for Schalke. We'll see what they can do in the week to come. But our key player of the game at LEC on Twitter is the place Cabo, NG, or Comp.
Where's the Yuumi love?
Yeah, where's the Yuumi? Do you know how many E's and R's we saw push that game? Many is the answer out there in the Twitterverse. But of course, otherwise, just let us know. Cabo, NG, Comp. I think it's a hard one to decide.
What? It's Comp.
I mean, he had a Yuumi.
Yeah.
If we call them one entity, sure. But otherwise, it's like, so few kills happened that game. It's really hard for me to decide who actually like made the biggest impact. It was so slow. It was so controlled.
No, everyone knows. Viewers at home, you know, it was Comp. Like, NG and Cabo did a great job with zone control. But
into an Aphelios and was instantly full health again. That's a balance issue. That's not a skill thing. Regardless, Comp did play fantastically. There is no wrong choice. And after the break, we're going to hear from one of the Vitality players. So don't go anywhere.
This is my creed. The boots that make me faster. The items that make me stronger. The potions that I drink. I get the best to be more powerful, so my champion rises to the top. But all this leveling up means nothing if I don't level up myself. It's the healthy potions I drink in real life that make me stronger. Because you can only rule the game when you realize you are your most important champion. To play like a pro, eat like a pro.
welcome back everyone to the LEC Vitality, starting the split with the big W here, and I have Milica with me to talk about the game. Thank you very much for joining me.
Hello, thank you for having me.
I mean, I want to say, finally you're here. We've been waiting for you. How does it feel to finally be in the LEC? The first game, how was it for you?
Yeah, I mean, I'm obviously pretty excited. As you can see in the game, I was kind of hinting a bit, so also nerves are there. But yeah, I'm finally happy to be able to play.
We don't say inting, we say having fun in Europe. And it looks like you had a lot of fun here. I'm super proud for you guys to taking the first win, but it seems like it was a difficult one. Up until the mid-game, I feel like you guys didn't manage to close perfectly the way you wanted. You relied a lot on Baron per se to push and reach the Nexus. So talk me through the steps to go from mid-game to late game and get the win in the end.
Yeah, I mean, obviously, like, it's our first game, so I think we were a bit scared, let's say. We had like Ezreal double item spike, and we were still like not contesting Drakes properly. Yeah. So I think it's just the start, you know. I think we can actually play better than this.
Yeah, and you'll have many weeks to prove that in the end. But I want to know, we don't know you so much, so tell me a bit about yourself. How would you define yourself as a mid laner? I
mean, I would say like I'm pretty aggressive laner. I really like to punish enemy mistakes, and yeah, I mean, back at the day I had like problems with transferring pressure from mid to other lanes, and that was like one of my biggest issues, and I would say now I'm pretty good at it. And yeah, unless I'm having fun on mid lane, I think I'm gonna be pretty good.
I think it's off the meta for now, but I want to know, do you have any inspirations, any players you're looking forward to facing on the Rift in the LEC?
I mean, of course, I want to play against Caps and Humanoid, and yeah, I mean, those two players are like the top two, I would say, because I think they have a pretty strong lane. And of course, like if I go to Worlds, I would like to play against Rookie and FLICKR and all the other big names.
The best one, the best one. You mentioned Caps, you'll get to face him this weekend, actually. We'll see how...
Sunday.
We'll see how this one goes for you. Thank you very much, Milica, for the interview. And finally, welcome again to the LEC. And for you guys, we're going to take a short break. And coming back, it's going to be Origen versus SK Gaming. Stay tuned.
Okay, thank you a lot.
Welcome back, everyone, to the LEC studio, where we're counting down to SK Gaming versus Origen. You haven't seen this before, have you? It's a new part
Surprise!
Of our Surprise! It's a couch. We're sitting here, we're chilling, and hopefully that will make us have some interesting discussions about the two teams on the docket now. However, first, Kia player of the game for Vitality, Comp.
Congrats. Yeah. Great first game back. I think the Vitality overall played very well. I think it was obviously slow, and it was really good hearing insight from Melitza. You expect this from many rookie players. They showcased a bit of nerves. They showcased some slow play, but ultimately they got the win. And as Kabashad tweeted out, it's already halfway there to the record of last split.
Great point. And I mean, it was so long awaited, right, Melitza? But it's good to see that Comp now is also working very well in the bot lane as well. So good things coming from the side of Vitality, feels like.
Yeah, I think Comp and Lebrov is a bot lane I'm going to be watching quite a lot throughout this split because they do have some synergy already built in, and Lebrov has been a support that has just slowly risen through the ranks in my estimation. We don't have a great support pool here in Europe. I think that bot lane could be something that we'll have to keep our eyes on for a while.
Okay, let's see about that. Great start for Vitality, but after a terrible start to 2020 for SK Gaming, they are now also trying something new for the summer split. Their mid lane rookie Zazie is joining the squad, and with that, Genax moves to the top lane. First up, who is Zazie?
Well, Vedius always says that he's the bird in Lion King.
That's Zazu.
Zazu.
This is the mistake you've been making the entire time. Zazie is a really good player that a lot of people have been saying kind of missed out on the generation of Abadage, Nemesis, and Larson. He's like the next player to step into that role. We saw him in EU Masters in summer last year, playing for Big. He won. He's mechanically very strong and likes to play control mages. I actually had a chance to talk with him across the course of the last week, and he was saying his expectation is that he can prove he's at least top 5 mid laners here in Europe this split. And I think if he can do that, it's a really big stepping stone for SK to start challenging for better than 9th and 10th space.
I'm excited to see him play. I think the meta right now is really going to suit his style. We already saw Melitza instantly picking up that Azir and looking pretty confident on it. I know that Zazie is a big Azir player, and you question whether it's actually going to be banned away from him today. We'll have to wait and see. But I think that with this addition, along with moving Jax to the top lane, who I honestly think ever since he's joined SK has been a positive impact, will hopefully better enable Trick, because he's really been the big question mark. And I know many fans were like, why wasn't a new jungler picked up? Why are we not seeing new talent in this role? Because he was underwhelming during the spring split. But I think Trick has always found success when he's not the one trying to snowball his laners, when his laners are actually more independent and they can just kind of lane for themselves. And hopefully this brings more and enables Trick more moving into this split. But we'll have to wait and see if this formula is what brings success for us.
Yeah, we can't really tell. What can you say, though, about a Genax? We've seen a lot of him. He was actually, for me, one of the highlights of SK when they did win those games. And even in the games that they lost, and just showing his flexibility in champion pool makes me think that he'll do just fine in the top lane.
Yeah, especially early on, his Aatrox was one of his key champions that he performed really well on. I think that top lane is very much about communication and being able to discuss with your jungler, where your position in the wave is, whether you can teleport down into the bottom lane, whether you can impact fights. And apparently he has really good communication. I talked to Jez's as well, and he says he thinks that Genax takes some really good champions into the top lane, has also expanded his pool into general top lane champion pool, but is really the key point of communication for this team. So that's where I want to see him shine.
All right, let's see what SK can do. Not an easy feat for them. They're up versus Origen. Origen, who are 4th in spring, and was heralded as the best lineup changes, let's say, by a lot of analysts coming into the spring split of 2020, and just a well-rounded roster overall. 4th, not necessarily as good as some people projected them to be, but how do we see their journey continuing here through summer with this roster?
I think we talked about it at the beginning of the day, Shocks, and I want to remind people again, a lot of people will look at the score lines of when Origen played against Fnatic and G2 and see the 3-1s and think they just got smashed, but that wasn't the case at all. They were incredibly competitive games. These teams were very close to forcing those 5th games out of both our top teams in Europe, and if it weren't for that big upset that Mad were able to make, then there's a good chance that Origen would have made it into 3rd place. They would have had that best of 5 against Mad, but the reality is they haven't had those opportunities like Mad have. They haven't been able to make those surprise upsets happen, and that's why they've always been sat in this kind of just outside spot, and we need to see this change from Origen because it's been too long since they've really been sitting at the position to take the podium.
I really agree with that. I think there is a strong argument to say you have to make those things happen for yourself, right? Yes, Mad had the opportunities, but Origen need to put themselves in the position where they get those opportunities too. However, I look at some of the superstars on this team and the reason that we praise them, the Nuke Ducks, the Xerxes, the Alfaris, and I think we're moving into a meta that could really suit them, right? When you have Xerxes being able to play a scaling jungler, especially things like Nidalee that he is known for historically, he can farm up, he can stop his enemy jungler from doing too much. When you have Upset playing teamfight oriented AD carries, you can scale into the game. This is such a perfect storm for Origen, and it could be the time we see them really start challenging for that title.
And we've also got to remember that Upset during the offseason did have some special training with the one and only support.
I was actually very afraid for Destiny because after I played Yumi with Upset, he was like, "Oh, mate, you didn't play Nautilus, you played a different champion." Oh, dear,
and obviously we kid, but it shouldn't be understated how talented of an AD carry Upset is, right? We highlighted Alfari and we talked about how he was our mid-split MVP last split. I believe he was even the All-Pro top laner at the end of last split as well. I think the meta might not suit him, especially based on what we've seen so far. Depends on what direction Origen choose to take. But if it does become the AD carry meta, this is Upset's real opportunity to become that top AD in Europe, which he's been fighting for so long to try and earn.
And we also joke about kind of Medic and Destiny or whatever, but you know, you are going to build that synergy up if you're playing together for a longer period of time. So now in summer, maybe that can blossom a bit more. And I think a lot of what I'm taking from this discussion from Origen is we know the components are there, and that is what we have heard every single split because it's been the truth. They always had great players. They always had great plans, great coaches, everything, but it's always that woulda, coulda, shoulda, right? And I think it's just the same now because it's very hard for us to say they will this or they will that. They have not proven to us that they can, but we know that the promise is there. So what kind of a statement would you like to see from them in these first 3 games, which could be so important in the race for playoffs?
I think the real big statement is the game tomorrow, right? Like if you can go up against G2 and if you can actually challenge them and be close, like the games in the playoffs, like the second game they should have, third game they should have won, really. They only just lost out at the inhibitor. If they can have games like that, then I have a lot of faith to Origen. If they go in and just get demolished by G2, then I start to worry a little bit because although Origen can consistently get third, you have to be looking at more than that for this team.
I'm expecting a statement game against SK today.
Yes, that's what I was going to say.
Typically, you expect clear favorites, but I agree very much with Medic that tomorrow is a very clear indicator of what we can come to expect from Origen, and I think that coming into the beginning of a season, Origen is a team that is typically very well prepared. Some of the issues I find is when the meta evolves quite dramatically during a regular season. Sometimes they can be a little slow to adapt, but at the start, I feel like Origen can and should come in well prepared, very similar to what we saw at the beginning of spring, rather.
And we have a small delay getting into Champ Select, so let's also talk about the opportunity here for SK, because it's quite easy to say Origen should be the team that comes out on top. But a note you made in the break, Ferius, was, well, these are the first games of the split, you know? Maybe they're a bit slower. Maybe you have a bit more opportunity if you're a new player like Zazie. Maybe you can take it slow and make something happen. Is SK going to get this opportunity versus Origen?
I mean, it's realistic, because if SK get a comp where it's Azir plus Ezreal, you're immediately like, well, okay, you can clearly see what the win condition is here, and this is very realistic because it's not like in Europe, we have very strong talent. Mechanically, I have a lot of faith in Zazie to be able to do his job on the role, right? A lot of the thing that separates top teams from middle-of-the-pack teams from bottom teams is your understanding of how to use pressure, how to move around the map, your overall macro and understanding of how to play at the pro level. And one of the big debates is, will these rookies be able to do that at the very first bat? The thing you can say for certain is Origen do for sure. So that's going to be the biggest contrast, where can SK draft a way that makes it too difficult for Origen to find a clean game, for example?
I really think Crown Shot is has a big opportunity here as well, especially in a scaling AD carry meta. He was probably their best player in spring, in my opinion. He was high up in the CS per minute numbers. He was high up in the CSD numbers. He was the shining light for this team. And if you can put him on something like the Ezreal that can have a real big impact later on, perhaps SK stand a chance.
All right. A lot of questions for both of the teams that are opening day continues with SK versus Origen. So let's head over to our casters.
Hi, welcome. We're getting ready for OG versus SK. I wasn't drawing on the quarantine plastic. That's not what that's for. I was getting ready for OG versus SK. And as mentioned on the desk, I think OG favorite game. We're looking for that statement, you know, oh, come out swinging. And by swinging, we mean come out scaling. But I think on the opposite side, SK, they don't get the blank slate treatment that we gave to Vitality. And that's a big deal because I think that...
Why not?
They didn't make a lot of changes. They had weak solo lanes. They swapped one of their weak solo lanes. And then they brought in a new guy. So there's one new guy. But I don't think that revolutionizes the team. Their strongest point in the game, which is Crown Shot, I still don't believe is set up for success enough. And as a result, they're kind of in my prove it to me bucket.
Okay.
You know what I mean? You have to show me more for me to believe in this SK team. And obviously this is a great opportunity to do that. But until they do, I'm not a believer in SK Gaming.
But I do feel like the bar to prove something is quite low for SK. Like, I don't think they need to necessarily win this game. If they do, that's just like the cherry on top, especially in a super week. But we just want to see some life from SK, not getting bodied in lane phase, which is what really felt like it happened in spring, that they didn't even get to play the 5v5. Like, Crown Shot never got to shine when your best player is probably your ADC. He never really got to go to that point and be an ADC. So I hope that we get Crown Shot to team fights. I hope that the Trick experiment pays off, where Trick gets to have self-sufficient laners and kind of puppeteer them to success. And I really want to see Crown Shot Ezreal. I think it is by far his best champion. We just saw Vitality showcase the power of Ezreal when Comp got his hands on it, especially in tandem with Yuumi. Yeezy, by the way, that's what we're calling it. The Yuumi Ezreal, the Yeezy. Thank you, Twitter.
That's the one you want to go for? All right, the Yeezy's good. Vlesk had a good one too, but we'll give it to the Yeezy. So it's now from now on known as the Yeezy. It's been decided. It's been locked in. There's no more debate on that one. But we can continue to debate on the merits of the SK solo lanes, because I was a really big Gen X believer.
You were. You're like a big Gen X fanboy.
I was a big Gen X fan because he came in on Aatrox in like summer of last year, and he's like, bam, he was like laying the smackdown, and I was like, really, I was like, oh man, this guy, he's gonna be great. And then kind of all fell apart. Like, we saw some signs of life on some of those Mordekaiser games.
I don't think that's Gen X's fault. Like, everything kind of fell apart for us.
For sure. And that's kind of why I'm still, despite my skepticism, holding out hope that this guy can really body people as a top laner, because you know what's a top lane champ? It's Aatrox. And I want to see more of that flair. Now, if they relegate him to tank duty and it does just become the let's peel for Crown Shot show, I think that's probably a fair choice. But I wouldn't mind also seeing a complete turnaround from last season where SK can show us that it doesn't just have to be about Crown Shot, and it can be about their solo lanes popping off.
My only concern is that because their opponent is Origen, you know?
You mean it's hard to pop off against Alphari?
Or Nuke Duck?
Or Nuke Duck,
or
yeah.
Upset?
True.
Big task in front of SK today. That said, again, the bar is fairly low. We don't expect them to win here, but I do want to see new life from this roster. And on the other side for Origen, the analyst has said a statement game. Prove to us that you really are the third best team in the LEC. And if you had your shot at Mad Lions, that you would have dunked on them. I want to see some fire from Origen.
And that in its own way, a lot more pressure than on Origen than on SK Gaming. Ooh, this is new spicy music for Champions Select as we get in. SK going to be on the blue side, Origen going to be on the red. Champions of the day that we've seen banned away consistently. It has been the Varus, it has been the Thresh, it has been the Syndra. This is the second game now that Kalista has been banned away. And interestingly, Graves additionally going to join that ban pool. And with 2 AD carries already banned out from Upset, you have to feel like SK are trying to force him onto something. And it can't be the Varus, so maybe they're just trying to pick Ezreal away and force him onto a tier 3 AD carry, essentially.
This does feel really telegraphed for an Ezreal first pick. You ban 3 bot lane champions because Syndra can be that flex. The Varus has now been banned. If you don't pick or ban the Ezreal here, I would imagine it's snap grabbed from SK.
You could ban that, or you could ban the Yuumi and try to say, hey, like, this champ is significantly lower priority without that pairing. Although I still think Ezreal is next in line as strongest AD carry, even without the Yuumi beside him. Interesting game here. I like that SK Gaming have come in with a very clear plan. And
there you go.
Yeah, Yuumi ban comes out from Origen, and Gen X played a lot of Mordekaiser. Could just lock that one in. Definitely not my favorite blind pick, but as we saw, it's very good into Wukong and would limit that from the side of Origen. But it will be the Ezreal, as you said, FLICKR, and they're not concerned about losing the Yuumi. They will just lock that one in.
So, what's it going to be in response? Now, Upset still has things like Lucian that he can go towards. He can play more of the old school ADCs like the Tristanas, the Caitlyn's, the Ashes. So there's plenty of options there. Maybe we see a Soraka ADC running around. Really good against poke comps.
What are you trying to condemn me to? Casting the Soraka, what, like Leona lane? Is that the ideal pairing? For now, it'll be the Gragas for Xerxes. Not necessarily the Nidalee that we were very excited about, but still overall a very solid, very versatile champion. A champion that allowed OG to really get out the gate running at the start of spring last year when no one else was playing Gragas. They were getting it every single game, and Misfortune will get picked up. Has been nerfed since we last saw her. A little bit less oomph in that strut, but still solid overall.
This is a staple OG composition. All I'm waiting for is the Nautilus to come in for Destiny, especially if that Thresh gets locked in. And then these are, you know, spring Origin ready to go. That is, I think Gragas was like the Xerxes special in spring.
Yeah, absolutely was. And look, MF Thresh is was one of my favorite duos in spring, so they've at least limited that, but that just means that they've set Destiny up for, surprise, surprise, the Nautilus pick. Although they could take some time here. They can try to match picks here, match mid laner or match support, but something is going to get pinched here in the second phase from both teams, so Origen really need to pick what exactly they want to focus on.
Yeah, and it's kind of what's more important for them right now. Do you grab for Destiny because you see exactly what the bot lane you're going for, or do you try to pick something to deal with that Azir? I feel like Nukeduck has the much deeper champion pool, much more flexible champion pool than Destiny does, so prioritizing Destiny's big comfort pick on that Nautilus, and it is spring Origin all over again. This is not about development for this roster in summer. This is about refinement. They are refining their strong identity and preparing themselves for Worlds.
And now the Olaf taken away. They want to shut down Trick. They want to limit his options. SK Gaming, Corki ban. Wouldn't be surprised to see a Zoe hit the table as well now that they've banned out the other scaling option into Azir. Could obviously go to Victor. I'm not going to lie. I would love to see a Nukeduck Zed this game, but it seems a bit unlikely.
Still options like Jarvan as the jungle pool is getting pinched, that Olaf and that Trundle, so Trick still has plenty of options to play around. And something that SK's composition is missing is hard engage.
Yeah, Jarvan feels like the most clear. Obviously very telegraphed, but has some solid interactions into Gragas, especially with his ulti, making him unstoppable, and the animation can mitigate that cast, can mitigate a lot of Nautilus's CC as well.
So he came through as it was the LeBlanc taken away from Nukeduck.
I forgot completely about LeBlanc. She was the hot at the end of spring split, but yeah, there it is, going very late in the draft.
Oh no, Oriana. Is that maybe giving away a Wukong or a Malphite for Aphari there?
Possibility. I would be very surprised to see the set come out. Not nearly picked as much in top lane these days, but it will be the Ornn for Gen X. So welcome home to the top lane, my friend. No longer is it spicy when you get to play a melee champion or a tank. It's just stock standard here.
It also does help with some of the engage tools that they're missing, and Set is locked in. Jungle Set?
Jungle Set?
Jungle Ornn?
Jungle. We're going to have to wait and see, FLICKR. That's a very surprising twist. We wanted SK Gaming to show us something. I didn't expect it to be something crazy in the pick ban phase, but there it is.
And now what's it going to be for Alphari, saving him last pick? If it is a traditional tank matchup, across on that Ornn, he can maybe go for a bruiser, try to break it, but then eventually get outscaled. And it looks like that's what he's going to do.
Ooh, all right. Now, I am going to get my Aatrox in a Gen X game, but not in the hands of Gen X himself, Alphari. This is very much FLICKR, and as you said, an Origin composition. We've got solid, reliable top laner, solid, reliable mid laner, solid, reliable AD carry, solid jungler. It just feels all around very solid, very safe. They've got some good wombo combo options. They've got good disengage overall. It feels quite flexible, whereas SK Gaming are throwing us some curveballs here in the draft.
And this is kind of what's to be expected from week one. I think the analyst desk talked about it earlier, that usually when you don't really know what's going to come out of your opponent, you don't have that much tape to go off of them, just scrims, and maybe these teams haven't faced each other in scrims at all. It's more about playing your game. It's not about countering what your opponent's going to go. It's going back to basics and making sure that you're comfortable.
But for now, Trick has busted out the Set jungle before. According to Pro Builds, it was 1 month ago, and he played Phase Rush Set jungle. So that's some old tech, but potentially some powerful tech. I believe there have been a few nerfs since then, but maybe he can show us something crazy today. Remember, the story for OG, this should be the split that they go to Worlds. Their eyes have always been set on that goal, but in order to do so, they have to continue, and they have to refine. and build on what they had last season. Whereas on the opposite side for SK, we want something. We want signs of life. We want a new identity. We want to know where SK stands after these changes.
Especially in a standout player like Crownshot. We already talked about how we wanted him to get the Ezreal. He's got it this time around. Zazie making his debut across from Nukeduck from the comfort of his own home and bringing out the Azir. Feels like everything is aligned to allow these new SK players to have their moment and shine.
It's a good time to be a rookie. A lot of the pressure of stage removed, the audience not here screaming.
A lot of the variables removed.
Yeah. A lot more comfortable, a lot closer to scrims. You've been having a good performance there. It should be much easier to replicate that performance here on stage. Gearing up, we're getting ready for our third game of the day. And frankly, trying to figure out what exactly the game plan is here with this set jungle. What are they going to get done?
I mean, I feel like, so Trick to me, I'm always like team fight jungler, which usually when you say team fight jungler, it doesn't always mean the greatest thing, because jungler's responsibility.
It's like saying someone, like when someone asks you what are their redeeming characteristics and you say they're a really nice guy. You know what I mean? They're just really nice. Like, okay, but what are they good at? They're like, they're nice.
He's a nice guy.
He's a team fight jungler. It's like, well, what about all the jungling part of his role? You're like, well, he's a team fight.
But Set's ability to just kind of remove someone from a team fight, grab him, take him away, the fact that Upset on this Misfortune is going to have to kind of like plant his feet and really pick his moments. If Trick is able to find him and remove that kind of big damage source and just allow his Azir and Ezreal to take over a game that we've seen a lot of compositions do today. Vitality really showcased the power of that one. That said, Origen, I have so much experience with playing like these range style compositions. Like this is a combination that Origen should be really comfortable playing around, because playing around range is usually something that they build into their comps. They're always about outranging opponents.
Should be solid. Of course, we are, it looks like, very delayed here getting into games. So we will be going over to analyst desk shortly. Apologies to those of you watching at home. Take this as an opportunity to take a break. Hashtag KitKat. Hashtag sponsored. They didn't tell me to say that. I'm just really excited about KitKats. That's my note to the producer that I really wanted KitKat. But no, take a bathroom break. Get ready. We are going to be getting into game 3 as quickly as possible. But of course, technical difficulties are bound to happen when we don't have everything here in-house at Start a Split. That's all I got for you to start talking about anything.
Are we actually tossing, or is this staying?
No, it says we're waiting. They're just spooling up. They're getting ready. They were, they were sitting, they were chilling comfortably, and now we got to get them back on over to the desk.
Oh, okay. So we're filling for desk.
We're filling for desk. Yeah.
We're pulling back the curtain, actually revealing.
Yeah. So what you guys, you've seen obviously the giant plastic screen between me and FLICKR. It's very odd, is what I would describe it as. I know it's the right choice. Obviously, you want to be as cautious as possible, and we're just very fortunate that even in this time that we can be in the studio. So it's, you got to take what precautions you can, but at the same time, the amount of times I've almost walked into this screen trying to get over to FLICKR's side of the desk, because I like to be very central, like to hog the monitor, and that option has now been taken away from me, and I feel a little bit like an animal in a zoo where you watch me when I'm shouting like, wow, look, it's a play-by-play caster in the wild. Look at him scream at the people pushing the buttons on the screen.
What's best to me is that I keep going over to look deep into your eyes as we normally do, but my reflection—
You just see your eyes.
Yeah, my reflection is in the screen, and then I get distracted fixing my hair. There's also the fact that it splits our monitor in half, so I actually feel like there may be a moment where you're only allowed to cast the left side of the monitor and I get to cast the right side.
Could happen. Depends on how many of our games in Week 8 are for stakes and how many of them are for memes. But for now, we are going to send it back over to the analyst desk. Once again, a reminder, we're just waiting on SK Gaming and Origen before we can get back into game. But until then, here is the desk.
Thank you very much. Indeed, we are into a little bit of a delay, but do not despair. We're going to dive into the draft and maybe some other things. Who knows how long we're going to be here? I certainly can't give you that. I can't give you an estimation.
Could be the draft, could be games. Who knows what could happen? We're about to find out.
All right, let's dive into the draft. One thing I want to touch is what we talked about before, being Zazie, the newest player on the SK roster, then going up against Nukeduck and OG, who are, of course, much more experienced. And if he would have room to kind of do his own thing, right?
Yeah.
When we look at the matchup, you'd say, well, yes, there's an Azir and Orianna. So how does that change your kind of projection of how this game could go?
Well, I think what's great is that we got exactly kind of what we were talking about, which is that, hey, if they get a Azir Ezreal, maybe they stand a good chance. And what surprised me was the Origen have gone for a draft, which is very reminiscent of what we would typically see in spring. So you see the Nautilus high priority, you see the early priority on the Gragas, and the thing about these champions is they weren't nerfed. Right? A lot of these, well, MF did receive a small nerf, but a lot of these champions are still strong. It's just that other things, as a result of a variety of small changes that have happened over the large number of patches, have kind of risen in popularity, which is why we haven't seen Gragas as much, and we've seen alternatives. But I think that Gragas is still a very effective early game champion, and I think he scales very well, and I also think that it's something that Xerxes plays extremely well. And this is where my concern then comes in from Zazi, because while he is playing something very safe in the form of Azir, Gragas plus Orianna as a combo is actually quite effective at setting up mid lane ganks, especially around level 6. It depends as to whether or not Zazi chooses to run the cleanse, which he may do. He could choose to prioritize the teleport as well, but this is a matchup where he could struggle, given that Set can't offer the same early pressure that someone like a Gragas can, unless you find a good opportunity to get that counter gank in.
So I think the only place that I would say that perhaps I disagree with you slightly, and I'm watching my words quite carefully here, is I think Set ganking an Orianna early on is actually a lot easier than Gragas ganking an Azir, because all the Azir has to do, so bear out, because I could be wrong. I admit I could be wrong. But my thought is you take Predator, you run Knuckle down, and the Orianna tries to run away, but maybe has to burn the flash. Whereas if your Azir always holds onto the shifting sands, it's actually very easy for that Azir to escape the Gragas body slam, unless you body slam flash.
Yeah, but like, that's the thing, right? So in the context of Orianna versus Set, there's a lot more agency for Orianna because she can slow Set down, which means that if he flashes, even if he flashes, unless his E hits both the minion and the Orianna, he's not going to get stunned. And on top of that, Azir doesn't have as much follow-up, right?
But you can still land the Azir shuffle in and stun.
I mean, yes, but no, because you then need level 6 from the Azir, right? Okay. Whereas Gragas has setup without the level 6 from Orianna, and there's even more setup once she has the Orianna ult, plus Gragas body slam, plus Gragas level 6 as well. So I'm saying that in combination, in total, like it's not like Set never has any options, right? You can still run in, especially if Orianna has no flash, you just like smash her in the face.
Mobility
yeah, exactly, right? But the thing is, because Set doesn't have any innate dashes or abilities to avoid the giant slow that she can just put on a ground, it means that even though he runs forward, he also has to run into what is Orianna's ult and W. So it then inherently becomes hard.
I get that. I think there are possibilities, but I agree with you looking at it now that perhaps there are less possibilities for the Set than there are for the Gragas.
I'm also going off everyone plays perfect, then this or this happens, which could all fall to the wayside. What do we make of the Set jungle overall? It has been kind of a musical chairs with Set in SK to start now in the jungle for Trick. What are going to be his priorities in the early game? Just at mid lane?
Well, when I look at how a lot of these waves set up, I think the Origen has push in bot side. I think that Orianna versus Azir is a bit of a skill-based matchup where Orianna will lose the push very early on, but the moment she starts getting points in her W and can clear faster, she has a little bit more power. But then top lane should also be Alphari favored with the Aatrox. So I think the Origen have pushing top, pushing bot at the very least, which makes it very easy for Xerxes to play around either of these pushing lanes if he wants to, which is the concern for SK, because I don't think Trick can do a lot to be able to help facilitate, get SK out of these what could be potentially very difficult early lane matchups.
Actually, the more I look at it, the more I think Set is going to struggle to find ganks in these lanes. Because as you say, pushing is pushing, right? And that's great for Origen, and it means that Xerxes is in a good position. But trying to get into that bottom lane versus a Riptide, a Make It Rain, you're getting slowed as soon as you try and get anywhere near that lane. Nautilus can hook himself away. You've got Strutt for MF, she can run away as well. Top lane,
Top
Alphari.
is an option.
Top is an option, but then you have to work your way through Infernal Chains. Assuming Alphari holds onto it, Set has to then dodge out to the side, and that reduces his ability to close the gap.
Also, if you're confused, it is, of course, Destiny that is laning with Upset and not Nukes.
Oh, yes.
It's like a flash change. Imagine if we had those, like, just people could swap, generally, if they're...
So I agree that top is the only option, really. Sorry for Trick, just to go back to that. But even then, Alphari has his dash to get away, and you need layered CC for the Set.
The thing about Set is he's just not a good early game ganking jungler, right? That's not his responsibility. He offers more value later into the game, which is why Origen inherently have more agency over the early game, which is great for Origen, especially if you're the better team that when it comes to experience and being able to move around
You
the map.
don't even need to make that caveat.
Right? But it's more because
they should be the better team.
Well, the expectation that we set was if the game is moving slow and both teams are scaling at the same pace, and that's when SK have the best opportunity to win, right?
Yeah.
The problem that they now have is that even if Origen, even if they play a slow game, right? The reality is they have agency in the early game, which means they get to decide which lanes they play around. They get to move first, and they get to make a lot of the decisions, which means they just set themselves up for success in the early game, which is not what a team like SK wants, which is the biggest concern, and which is why I'm not really a fan of this set pick.
I see. It's also like an OG comp, right?
Yeah.
When we look at the picks across the board. So let's see how they come out. I do have a little update for you all. Loading onto the Rift, one of SK's players couldn't connect to the game. We're currently restarting the lobby, and once that's completed, we'll be remaking Champion Select, but with the same picks and bans. So don't think we're going to be seeing those. I'm not sure. We'll get an update there. As a reminder, the players are, of course, playing at home where everything is being monitored. So we just want to make sure that everything is in order. So if we walk away from this game specifically, and kind of the picks and bans, because we don't know how the early game is going to go, and we've set out what we think will happen. Let's again look at kind of the bigger picture for both of these teams. We said already for Origen, woulda, coulda, shoulda for a long time now, right? And we said they need to make a statement in this first game to be good. But when you look at their long-term development, what are some things that you take from Spring that you want to see done better or different from Origen in this summer split?
Well, I think
it's a hard one. I'm putting you on the spot.
It's difficult, because when you speak to Origen, their perspective a lot of the time was, why do we need to close the game out faster when we could just take our time and increase the chances of fewer mistakes happening, right? Which is logic that you can't really fault, you know? The only people that are complaining are the people watching saying like, hey, you could close fast. We'd be like, yeah, so all they care about is the win. Like, if they win a world final that way, then like, you're really gonna complain about it still? And I think that...
Yes, the answer is yes.
But I think that what Origen have... What I think the biggest problem for Origen was in last split was that Nukeduck was not having the same impact that he historically has. I felt like he was very underwhelming. I felt like that his synergy with Xerxes was very weak, and that as a result of that, one of their biggest failings as a team was that their mid-jungle duo didn't have the same impact relative to self-made Nemesis on top of Yanko's perks from last split. And I think that that hindered them, and it especially when you compare it to someone like Shadow and Humanoid from Mad Lions, who really worked extremely well together. That was probably the biggest disconnect for me, where I found a lot of problems. And part of it was because I felt like Nukeduck was playing a lot of champions that was just very much, I'm just going to fill the role that my team needs, which is a great thing to have from a mid laner, but not always about getting agency, because then it becomes a lot more about your top lane or your AD carry. But we know Nukeduck has the ability to carry games like this, and now that he's playing a champion like Oriana, no, he's not going to roam a lot more. No, are we going to see him like snowball out of control? No, but the meta is less about the mid-jungle duo, I feel, which will either solve the problem that I think they had last split inadvertently, just because the meta doesn't force them to play like that, or it can either strengthen it if they decide to find a way to try and play through him when they don't necessarily need to, because he's on a champion like Oriana. So I think the meta shifts will favor Origen, but at the end of the day, if the meta then flips again, does that problem still exist? And what does Nukeduck look like coming into this split?
So I think that we should go back to the point you raised right at the start of that, which is the discussion of why should we end the game quickly if we can win and make sure we win slower, right? You take the 90-10 over the 60-40 every time, right? And that's always been Origen's mentality. However, thinking about it, all you do by prolonging the game is perhaps increase your odds of winning, but also increase your own odds of making a mistake or the enemy team outplaying.
But the thing about that logic is the only time Origen would ever do that is if they have the better scaling comp anyway.
But so I understand where you're coming from, and I agree that it works against 90% of teams. But the issue that I have with that strategy generally is if you play a Fnatic or a G2 who have shown that they can mechanically outplay you in moments, Fnatic and G2 will deliberately take fights in that extended time you're giving them.
But this is then where we see the adaptation and evolution of Origen in playoffs, where they were a lot more skirmish heavy and they were a lot more aggressive.
And that's what I want to see more this season.
But I can't ask for more of that if the meta doesn't demand of it, is kind of my perspective on it. Because while I think G2 showcased earlier in the day that you can still play these games very fast, that doesn't necessarily mean that that's what's optimal right now. That's just how G2 approaches the game, and you can't for sure say that G2's approach to the game is always the best one, because it's G2 Esports. They're a bit of an enigma when it comes to the meta.
I agree that, like, if the optimal strategy is perhaps not to do that, then requesting it for the sake of that being your strategy is incorrect, right? It's inefficient to play against the optimal strategy in League of Legends. However, against teams like SK, I could say, hey, you guys should beat these guys 9 times out of 10. Why not give me a little bit more inventiveness in the early game? Give me a little bit more of that aggression against a team you should be able to beat, and then you can at least practice it in case the meta shifts in the future.
But I would also be careful about saying about like their impact in the early game, because I never thought that their early game was really the issue. It largely came from mid-game decision-making and how they ended games.
Okay.
The decisions between... so one of my biggest issues with Origen was how they actually used Baron. When I was doing VOD reviewing coming into playoffs and during playoffs, when they had Baron, they actually struggled to properly align their waves up when it came to sieging. So teams could stall them out because they could not properly siege onto enemy bases just because they weren't aligning their minion waves properly, right? And that's just a mistake that we saw quite a few times from them that they then did fix when you got up to the likes of playing against G2, but it's things like this that when you forget these kind of things, it's easier to stall the game out as well. So I think that investing in deep vision, properly setting up for your Baron, making the correct decision around when you can do Baron, were all things that we saw evolutions of when they played up against the likes of G2 and Fnatic in playoffs. So I guess I would say that if I wanted to see more of anything, it's like cleaner decisions when it comes to the mid game and having more confidence to properly execute.
So like any team in the world.
Yeah, we got there in the end. We got there in the end.
Yeah, no. Just a couple more minutes. It is an interesting kind of theoretical discussion because everything you just named, you think, well, isn't that kind of the basics? Isn't the playing around Baron and the wave control and timings in games? But it's not as easy as that. You do need a lot of synergy with your team to always get that right. And not only get that right in the specific scenarios you've practiced or you've played, but also when you're thrown a curveball from the enemy team and from the game. And I also think it's quite interesting discussion, this whole, well, they have this style, so why do you do different? You could say, the strength of really good teams lies in that they are not bound to one style and that they are able to go in that toolbox and try different things. And they have that innate ability. We don't see it all the time.
The argument would then be, is the strength of different styles your ability to play through different players or just playing different styles?
Yeah.
Because my argument would be one of the biggest strengths of a G2, a Fnatic, is that you can expect any lane to carry. They'll carry in different ways, and the styles in which they approach the game will often be different. Like, I'm not going to expect Nemesis to carry on Zed, but I can expect him to carry on a Veigar, and a Veigar comp is very different from a Zed comp, right? Whereas when you look at a G2, you expect them all to kind of dominate their lanes, and if it's a Wonder comp, well, hey, we're hard committing into a split per start or whatever it is. And I think that when you look at Origen, when they found a lot of success, it was by playing split pushing, which is then kind of where it comes back to Nuke Duck. Because to me, it felt like in spring, they tunneled a lot on this 1-4 style, when Nuke Duck was sacrificing a lot of farm and just constantly grouping up with his team, while Alfari was left on a side lane to solo carry. And then when we saw them last year, it was the Nuke Duck Alfari show where they punished side lanes so well that they managed to make it all the way to the final against G2. So I think that what I want to see is a return to form to Nuke Duck so that he can be another player that they can look to carry through and have him as a reliable means of finding success, on top of also having your other styles through Upset and Alfari, which I think they've already...
When you put it like that, it's like all the building blocks are now, maybe now finally coming together. So I'm pretty hyped about this lineup.
The only concern I have is we've said that a few times, right?
Yeah,
we've said we want Nuke Duck to step up. We've said we want Alfari to step up, and it feels like every now and again they fire on like 3 of their 4 cylinders. Like 3 players are playing really well, but perhaps Nuke Duck is failing. And I want to come back to the adaptability thing, because we did get the chance to play with Upset quite a lot in the mid-season streamathon, and that guy is so intelligent about how he changes his decision-making based on the portion of the game, right? Like, he would predict our next 3 waves of each lane and be like, Vedi, you can't go up there because in 4 minutes time, you're going to be needed bot lane. And it's just, these guys are very intelligent and very adaptable. It's just, we haven't quite seen Origen as a cohesive unit be able to change things on the fly.
If you have a final counterpoint, or don't you?
I've been told to shut up.
Oh, I didn't know you had I was looking forward of being the teacher with the ruler to tell you that it was all over. But great insight, by the way, just off the cuff about Origen. And hopefully now we can get back in the game. SK versus OG. Let's go.
All right. Thank you very much for that insight.
Vedius, shut up.
And of course, Frosk for telling Vedius to shut up personally. It was a sprint for you to get back here after telling him to shut up, but you did it very effectively via some vulgar hand gestures in the background of that segment. But it made it clear what needed to happen for us to get back into game.
Yeah, and you and I, during this, have just been full investigative journalism about Set
Jungle. Yeah.
Set Jungle. I suspect that he's probably going to go a more tank-oriented build, so probably Cinderhulk into the Dead Man's Plate. Obviously, the Dead Man's Plate movement speed on top of the Q movement speed, and then just like run in and grab someone. Obviously, he can go a more carry-oriented role, so we'll keep our eyes on Trick to see how frisky he's feeling. He's like, it's gonna be Blade of the Rune King. This is gonna be me, or if he is going to go that true tank. I almost think it's like a budget Skarner. Like,
yeah.
He just grabs people. He sprints at
Sexy
them.
budget Skarner. Is that what we're going to see today? It is time. The wait is over. It is SK versus Origen. DJ, play that voice clip thing where she goes, aha!
We made it. We are on the rift and already out the gate. Something sneaky is afoot.
Yes. You know, I love cheese. I love cheese in League of Legends more than anything because it's how I win the only games that I win in League of Legends. But sadly, this cheese for SK will not pay off. They were hoping to catch him sleeping. Does not work, but a good first look from SK, just trying to get something right out the gate.
Actually using a really deep ward. So Limit ran into that brush, has placed it down, and then changed for a sweeper.
Yeah.
Which isn't entirely uncommon, but obviously something has been happening for him to acquire vision that deep down the lane to keep track of where Destiny and Upset are, as maybe it's this.
Ooh, I figured it out, Froster, and bear with me. Here's my 5-head analysis for you. Okay, so Trick is starting on the top side. He's going to jungle to the bottom lane.
They're going to clear the bush and set up a gank.
They're going to clear the bush and they're going to set up a gank. And so why I like this, despite the fact that if it's that obvious, it's maybe a little predictable, is because SK is a very, let's call them a new team, all things considered, with their solo laners put in. I like seeing a lot of, no pun intended, set plays.
Well, they've already gotten their cheeky little first shot fired as Limit and Crown Shot slapped Destiny there, and now they're contesting the wave.
Destiny going to go for it, is going to get hooked there, lose out on that Aftershock bonus, and take an extra auto attack on the way out, so very good start for SK. Of course, Ezreal notoriously strong in early levels before either champion has the opportunity to go for a first back, before Ezreal's essentially forced to buy mana and not flat AD.
Yeah, and we've heard it all the time that Nautilus is often seen as a pick into Thresh because of the animation speed on his Q versus Thresh death sentence. As he winds up, Nautilus can just snap grab him, but in that exchange in particular, Limit actually used the Q after Destiny to pull him back. And like you said, the Aftershock went down, and now they're just continuing to tag as they need to get this wave to crash.
Haven't seen the sweeper used either quite yet, but they can use it to set up Confident Vision as Trick moves down to the bottom side of the map. Of course, Trick can just go back, can reset, can go elsewhere. Once again, you call him the teamfight jungler. We don't really know Trick to be the hyper-aggressive early-game jungler. If you think back to his spring performance on Lee Sin, we were stunned to see it, and it worked out kind of as expected. It was not effective for him. The Karthus that we saw from him, I believe, looked a little bit better, more farming, more, as I said, teamfight-oriented. So we have to see where the set fits into the Trick puzzle.
Yeah, and maybe there was a moment there where SK Limit and Crown Shot were trying to get an early bounce and maybe get the wave a little bit closer to the tower to, as you were calling, set Trick up for an early gank onto the bot lane, but because it kind of got held in front of their tower, it's not quite there, so Trick uses his sweeper, moves through, makes sure that he's not walking through a ward on Try or River Brush, and then walks onto Scuttle, but he might be spotted by, I believe it's Nuke Duck's ward or Xerxes' ward sitting in Pixel Brush.
Good aggressive move there, coming in from Crown Shot.
Okay, this is actually really big. Set is exceptionally good at diving because of his W giving him the shield. And there's already a big wave being stacked out by Crown Shot and Limit. A level 3 dive is a classic when you have a Set.
And Upset just leaves. He just walks away. He knows if he doesn't sit under that tower, it's unreliable for Set to flash on him because there is no follow-up. So he does just walk away. So while the setup there from SK was solid, and it will earn them a tower play, they kind of avoid disaster because OG are smart enough to just leave.
Yeah, and you are starting to see a CS discrepancy open up a little bit, but already you see the pings from Origen. They've got deep vision in on Trick's jungle. They know exactly where he's going to be pathing. And when you give that information over to a jungler like Xerxes, what does it mean when he now kind of gets the next 1 minute to a minute and a half of just knowing exactly where you are and what he's going to do with the information.
Yeah, of course, thank you to the observers for highlighting a lot of that vision you talked about. The ability to track Trick is going to be even easier now with that ward in place as well. And of course, Xerxes now back and getting the Predator boots means it's that much easier for him to set up plays. But FLICKR, you talk about CS discrepancy on the bottom side. Upset doing his best to even that out. But on the top side of the map, we're starting to see Aatrox Ornn matchup going as expected. It's been a while since we've seen this one, obviously, but the Aatrox clearly pulling ahead. Very easy for him to have control of this lane.
Yeah. Do want to point out, though, that Trick has been spotted. He cleared out the ward. Gragas is now going to step in, probably grab some vision onto the bottom side of the jungle since he knows that it's safe. Worst case scenario is he walks into the enemy support. And then as Upset is going to now use Misfortune's movement speed to shove the wave and then walk back into the lane and really not miss anything. They can start to contest for bottom river control, Origen, and try to secure this dragon.
And I like the itemization choice coming in here from Upset, and that we really get to see Double Dorans really trying to capitalize on that early game, get a bigger advantage. I think probably expecting Ezreal to go for the tier here, but does go for the pickaxe. And as you said, FLICKR got a lot of players coming into mid lane. Looks like they're trying to give Zazie that warm LEC welcome, but gonna have to clear out the vision first.
Also checking to see if they can find Limit. Really good coordination from Origen right there to have multiple members if they did find Thresh. You know, you have the engage from the Nautilus, you've got the follow-up from Misfortune and Gragas behind, so it's basic, but it was clean.
Yeah.
As round 2, is it gonna be the Lantern?
It's a classic Flash, Flay, Lantern gank.
He's gonna set it up. So obviously you want Flay into Facebreaker.
Yeah, essentially the double Flay. But of course, difficult to pull off. Upset, very easy for him to walk out or cleanse Flash out, and Destiny can input buffer the Nautilus hook. If it is in air as he gets pulled back by CC and then hits a wall, he will get pulled through despite the fact that he has already been locked up. So difficult to play around that one, so instead the name of the game is going to be taking these Drakes for the side of SK.
And both teams are really just playing for waves right now. SK, when they were threatening the initial dive bottom, now playing off of the mid lane priority wave. Origen, when they initially peeked in onto this lower river with the dragon because they had the wave control of bottom. Here's the skirmish.
Now leaping forward, they're going to try to shut down Xerxes, but OG has a lot of members here in the area. Zazie now coming in, but he's not too strong. Crown shot now into OG territory. One more Mystic shot should be able to find him the kill. He's going to get first blood now coming in. This order to the backside. This is massive now for SK. They're turning this fight out. Fari wants to fire it back. But Shrek now coming in. Gonna take him down. That's the hook. How far is he gonna go out of this one? A big dunk, and he's gonna manage to get a kill on Trick. That's gonna reset on the ultimate. Now he's on the chase. Infernal Chains. Where is it going to go? How long is that cooldown? Duck can't speed him up. Gen X gonna give his life for this one. Buy space for the rest of the team to make it out. Or is he? Limit with an excellent Lantern to ferry him to safety. And Destiny will walk away empty-handed. Takes a death sentence to the face, but a good trade for SK.
But while it is 2 for 2 and the dragon picked up for SK, check out what's happening now after the reset. Upset is already moving towards the top side of the map. Ezreal, slow. Crown shot was actually walking towards bottom, is going to be late to this play, and it's not necessarily just for Herald, it's just to get that tempo advantage back on the map. Is I want to see what happens to Upset here, because he has Flash, and I didn't quite see what happened to him on the bottom of the fight. Shout out to Crown Shot, really nice Flash. Okay, just CC locked.
Yeah. That was a lot of flashes. We had a flash from Ezreal, a flash from Thresh, and it looks like in the end there a flash from Azir. A lot of things burned to shut down Upset. Alfari was praying for the cleanup, but sadly not quite fast enough to chase down all these members of SK. And heads up use of the Thresh Lantern, as well as the Ornn's unstoppable effect there on the Bella's Breath to just walk that one out.
And again, we've now set up our lanes. Upset was trying to get the cheeky tempo advantage, swapping their lanes faster, hoping to get him over to that level 6, as now Xerxes is also sitting with his own 6.
Cast, excellent cast, just throws it out, but the Lantern gonna deny that one.
Really nicely done. Maybe there's potential that you're able to lock him down if Destiny's able to find the Q into the auto attack.
And to be fair, Crown Shot, if he's quick enough on the trigger there, there's still the raw cask is not ideal. Does connect the skill shot, but doesn't work out. Destiny now pulled back. It's a little overstayed his welcome, and Trick now going in, but he's getting shredded through. Haymaker does mean the Destiny gets taken down. Trick now walking to the bush. He's on a sliver of life, but Upset's just gonna have to walk away from this one. And this is a miracle from SK. I cannot believe that Trick got out of there with his life intact.
It's always that thing with Set. He's such a clinched champion because you see the low health bar and then boom, that shield comes out. that damage, the fadeaway.
I think it's so rough to play against, because if you're not familiar with Set, it's so misleading, because you're like, oh, I'm going to kill him. He's got 100 health. But yeah, but he's also got 1,000,000 health regen right now, because he's only got 100 health left. So you really got to one-shot that guy once that shield is gone.
And as we are starting to take stock about where kind of all of this gold is falling, it's right into the pocket of the carries for SK here. Zazi and Ezreal being the primary beneficiaries of picking up those kills, where it has not gone the same way for Origen.
Absolutely has not. Good news is, kind of as expected from Alfari, he continues to build this monstrous lead, and it's of course not just the matchup, but the man playing it. Alfari, an absolute menace in terms of individual solo laning prowess. He's just about second to none. And so, going to be difficult as he continues to get stronger and stronger. And now, Limit going to be in trouble. Folks coming in, Crown Shot ready to go over the wall. Limit with no flash available quite yet. Tries to buy a bit more time with the stopwatch. Just they can't fall off and go over the wall here, but it's just going to be the reset. So while Limit does have to give up the stopwatch, he gets what he wanted, which is stopping the Herald from going down.
Really weird desync, however, from SK there, which makes sense. New roster still trying to build up the synergy. Trick was bottom side of the map when Limit decided to face check blind into River. Just needs to wait for Zazi to get the control that he was going to have with his push priority. He was first to rotate, which is why Origen very quickly took their hands off that Herald, and now this is how this is supposed to go. Trick has moved up into top River, Zazi continuing to play pressure point, Nukeduck stuck under his tower on the Orianna, and it's now going to be a free Herald.
And I think FLICKR, we set a lot of expectations for this game as we had an abundance of time to do so, and the thing that we wanted to see was clean control from OG, giving up nothing. I don't feel like we've gotten that yet, and the other thing we wanted to see was signs of life from SK. So I think OG have, in my opinion, and correct me if I'm wrong, let us down a little bit here in this early game, whereas SK, I think, have shown us a decent amount.
Are you willing to kill a team at 11 minutes? It's Origen, at least give them 30.
No. I'm not saying for sure. Do I still think that OG are favored to win this game? Yes, but that's because of the nameplates, not because of the scorecard. And I think that's a big deal.
I will agree with that. I think SK, it's been a little bit rough in certain situations, but I've already liked what I've seen. They have survived the lane phase. That's more than they could say about majority of their games of spring.
That said, Alfari obviously just continues to be a thorn in the side of SK. As Jax, bless his heart, he's holding on, but the Aatrox is only going to get scarier once he finishes some of those items. We'll have to see what Alfari gets when he backs. And of course, later today, Kabe returns to the LEC. It's Misfits Gaming and Fnatic go toe-to-toe in Game 5. We're currently in Game 3. Just got one more in between before you can watch that spectacular showdown between Swedish and Danish AD carries.
And we got the chance to talk to Kabe on Euphoria. He basically hit the ground running, landed right back in Europe, got rid of the jet lag. He has been grinding it out, and he is ready to showcase his talent back on the European stage as a top side gank, potentially here.
And in a pool of talented AD carries, it's going to be a big deal. So we see Crown Shot pushing into the top side, upset left to farm, and Alfari now the one in trouble. I like the focus coming in here from SK. Limit will land the hook, but Trick does not want to commit. They're going to be breaking this one down. Herald used a little bit early, but they are still going to be able to grab this tower. It is going to take a frustratingly long amount of time, however, as there's just so much additional armor and magic resist on that tower at this point.
How are you feeling about the Set right now, Dragos? Because we're having this conversation about how Set has kind of been playing musical chairs. That he's appearing in the support role, he's now appearing in the jungle position, and I feel like when a champion is able to be that versatile and that flexible, it tells you something about his kit.
Yeah, I think we can safely agree that Set's kit is a little bit nutso, because he's a Darius, he's a Mordekaiser, he's a Garen, right? He's a Juggernaut, right? That's the class that he fits into. But this new era of Juggernauts, i.e. the Mordekaisers and the Sets, have one thing that sets them apart, and that is absolutely nutso bonkers ults. Because Darius' ult is super self-indulgent, it's useless for the team, it's only good if Darius is good. Garen's ult is the same thing, but Set, his ultimate is so freaking powerful. It's a similar story from Mordekaiser, we saw it in our first game, that if you can put him anywhere and get away with an early game where he's maybe not that powerful, the ult pays off so much that it's worth it.
And I also like the fact that by putting him in jungle roles, like, it's not my favorite. I'm not coming out in full support of the Set jungle.
Can I just say, I think our tier list is support followed by top lane, and then a distant third is jungle Set.
But I do like that they are kind of hiding him by putting him in roles like the support from maybe some of the 1v1 matchups that can cause him some issues.
Yeah. Yeah, just obviously he's a champion that's been taken down a notch a lot in terms of raw numbers after his success in pro play. So I like what we're seeing from Trick here so far. It's looked really solid, a lot of free stats, a lot of free tankiness, and he hasn't been punished by the lack of mobility that generally is the big bane of Set in a lot of these situations. That said, we are now seeing the Black Cleaver come in, so Alfari's got a nice 30% CDR. That's going to be huge. It's going to make this lane even more uncomfortable for Orn, who's forced into a bit of an awkward situation. Bits and pieces, hasn't been able to finish the Sunfire Cape, and obviously desperately wants that Catalyst just to stay healthy in lane. So top lane remains a difficult point on the map, whereas everywhere else is close to even.
We are seeing a bit of a setup gank here, though, as Xerxes slipping in behind Destiny and Upset. Snagged.
Okay. Cannot interrupt that Ezreal ult, of course, but the cast now coming out, and Crownshot's just going to E out to safety. A bit of a comedy of errors there. And now Shrek is on the way in, but he's just going to protect. A lot of resources burned from the side of OG. Good news is they got double summoner spells. What did they give up? Double summoner spells, but they held on to Upset's flash. They only gave up Destiny's flash. So in the end, I think still a positive trade for OG, just definitely not the result that they wanted.
I mean, Crownshot quick on the finger right there to immediately flash away back into safety, got on the other side of the cask that helped propel him there. That said, you know, missing flash on Ezreal, does it really mean anything?
When you get one for free that also does damage every, what, 20 seconds? It's a long cooldown of base these days in the early game, but as you put more points into it, it should be fine. Now the question is, Frost, we were wondering about itemization for set. We've seen Cinderhulk is obviously the standard.
Can I just...
Oh, yeah, go ahead.
Can I name this the race car build?
It's going to be the race car build. We've got the Swifties. We're working on the Dead Man's Plate. We will potentially also get the other Go Fast item, which is names I have forgot. It's Righteous Glory. Righteous Glory, that's it. I do this for a living, for sure.
The movement speed off of his Q. He's got phase rush. He's zipping.
He's wishing he had that Yuumi from the Vitality game, so he could just really just run face first into the back line.
And obviously when you're against a champion like Misfortune, that can be really painful. She has to plant her feet and make that ultimate count. The thing is when I play Misfortune, people tell me that she's got like long range because technically off the double up, you can like bounce it, you get like good angles. I don't feel that way. I'm like, this feels very short range comparatively to other ADCs.
Yeah, long range when we handshake on the fact that we're both here to farm minions and not kill each other. For sure, for sure, for sure.
Dracos, we're trying to distract from this.
Yeah.
Listen, it's gonna be Farmville. We're waiting for Drake. That's fine.
Yeah, and that is fine. I love the idea. This is like, in League of Legends, I feel like there's so many champions and so many situations where you're mobility checked, and it's about like, how many dashes do you have? You know, is your flash up? Blah, 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 blah. But for MF versus race car set, it's how much raw movement speed can you get? Can you outrun each other?
How much does he want to make Upset just rage? You don't get to play the game.
Question also is if Upset is good enough at just orb walking his way out of that one, does he just die before he even gets there? That's going to be tough. Maybe he gets to proc phase rush on Destiny on the way. Limit though, fishing for the hook, and Nuktuk just going to sidestep now, trying to get a kill of his own. A lot of damage coming in from Nuktuk, but he's going to get swooped back. My God, scooped up. And if we're at Limit fan, we're going to call that baited and outsmarted. I'm going to say a bit over-aggressive from Nuktuk, however, is SK going to grab another Herald and kill the OG mid lane.
I'm sure we're going to get a look at it in the replay. That felt like it was on the pixel. Like, Nuktuk had flash and he held it because I think he was thinking, I'm going to sidestep this.
Does not pan out though. And now we get, I think, yeah, they don't have enough resources here. This should be broken down mid lane tier 1. I can't imagine the Herald will get another charge, especially as Xerxes has Smite up, but it does now set up for easy access to Ocean. At this stage, however, maybe more likely that SK go for the reset, but with OG already backing on the bottom side of the map, it's free access to this dragon, the second dragon of the game for SK, in another game where we have Ocean Soul potentially going to a team with an Ezreal on it.
Taking a look at the replay, let's see how close this one was. Nuktuk, I actually really like it. You know, catches him over the wall, dodges the death sentence, hits him with the frozen hose, and how close is this Azir to not hitting him?
Swoop.
It was right there.
It's a big shield, dude. There's a lot of soldiers there. I don't know. I think that was overconfidence.
I mean, clearly the guy who died messed up. Like, no one's debating that. I'm debating how close was it?
How close? Yeah, that's the better debate. Yeah, I was gonna say you're gonna be hard pressed to be convinced that I could win the argument of who knows the hitbox size is better, me or the guy who's played this matchup hundreds of times over the almost 10 years now that he's been playing League of Legends. Not a mid laner, and I would have definitely flashed that, which made me right in that one chance. But
well, maybe Nuktuk should have flashed it too.
Maybe Nuktuk should have flashed it too. But I respect that he's going for the flashy plays. He obviously looks like a hero if he pulls that one off. For now, though, we've got the kill squad. OG target in their sights. It's the Raptors. Why would I expect anything different?
It's the support. They're waiting for him to walk in, looking for a ward because they've made the jungle.
I really love the narrative that they're just after the jungle camps. Like, there they are.
Straight ahead.
Straight ahead. Look at them. They don't suspect a single thing.
I really would like.
Surprise! Sorry.
No, it's clever girl, if anything. It's a raptor camp. Come on.
There you go.
A Safari Gragas skin.
Oh my god, it's so good.
Why don't we have more Safari jungle skins?
That's a great question. That's where they're most appropriate. And like the ones that are most iconic are very limited.
Oh well. We are. No, you go. It's your job.
I was gonna say maybe it's because poaching isn't cool and we don't want to promote most of the things implied by the Safari skin line.
That's not your job. You're supposed to read the scoreboard and reset its expectations.
Okay, I'm sorry. Thank you.
Okay, yeah.
Ladies and gentlemen, here we are. It's 1952 and counting. About to hit 20-minute mark. A pivotal point in the game, no doubt, as SK will retreat. Once again, a heroic lantern from SK Limit.
They didn't just get that.
Safety.
They got the Alfari teleport, Dracos.
They also got the Alfari teleport. You can fill that in without making it like Dracos, you messed up. The mini map is on your side of the screen, Frostcurrent.
Look at how many resources Origen just committed bot lane to just get destroyed by a Dark Passage. And now Limit grabbing Xerxes.
Xerxes up, but there it is. Gonna buy a bit of time with the stopwatch, but now it's Trick on the backside. Duncan Upset right back down. Now Upset immediately gonna flash out to safety, or just flash. That's needing to get locked down, but Alfari wreaking havoc in the backline, and you cannot stop this Aatrox. Crownshot trying to get something done, but there's so much healing and the reset coming through, and, well, I was going to say the macro check, it felt like SK were coming out on top, but the skill check, Alfari is here all day, taking names left and right, and now SK got to run for the hills, because Gen X is going to get stopped up, the hose connects, and now Crownshot firing some damage, laying it down, the Qs are connecting, Trick going to come over the wall, ooh, Upset tries to fire back with an ult of his own, but SK will walk away, and good on Crownshot, they turned that fight around quite nicely.
Back and forth fight. The big thing for me, though, is the fact that Upset had to expend his flash right there. It won't be up and available for the next fight, which means that Trick should be much more successful. And even though the Misfortune ultimate wasn't the greatest in the end, Upset held it for a really long time over the course of the fight. He's probably not going to get another chance in the next fight. The idea is you snag him, you grab him, you delete him before the Misfortune ult even gets to make an impact.
It's very difficult to deal with. And Crownshot just continues to look very menacing in these fights. And of course, he's relative to a Misfortune at one of the strongest points in the game for him. The 2 items now coming through. Tons of CDR as well, more than enough to just rain Qs from afar. And while Alfari is terrifying, 2 items, 300, 158 to 230. I cannot stress again how big of a difference that is between the top laners. It's looking like it might not be enough, as there's so many tools to keep Crownshot safe here and just throwing out damage.
I mean, I think there was an issue that Origen really committed on that bot lane play, and then it kind of worked out for them, and that SK took the fight anyway into the mid lane. But I feel like Origen have so many tools between a Misfortune ultimate, between an Orianna wave clear, that they can actually just play for Alfari being really strong in kind of these isolated duels and skirmishes on the side of the map, rather than trying to chase SK around and deal with, you know, the Dark Passage, the Azir push, the Ezreal mobility.
And I gotta say, I love Crownshot's Ezreal. I loved it back in the day because it built Gunblade, but this is obviously the very popular build these days. People love Bodurk and Death Stance, and I like that we're seeing immediate and very early Grievous wounds coming out from the Educator because he knows Alfari is the big threat. And on top of that, building towards that Death Stance, getting that sustain, getting a little bit of those extra tanky stats because he knows his role in the fight. He has the front line. He just needs to survive.
And we're seeing a lot of teams in the LEC in the kind of the first, I'm going to say 2 big games that Ezreal has come out, really struggling to deal with an Ezreal to get onto the back line. Over in the LPL, they've actually been using Kai'Sa and Dive Threat, but I'll hold it, because here comes the TP and the Ornhorn.
Gen X trying to set up, making sure that he can connect with his ultimate. He's going to hit on to 2. Multiple members now locked down. Limit once again setting up the Lantern to pull him back out to safety. Teamfight resets and they don't get a lot out of the Ornhorn, but now Xerxes has been caught out. He doesn't have a stopwatch anymore. They're trying to get the fight kicked off, but Trick is in the midst of everything, and he is going to be able to take on the Dragon. Alfari's in the back line. He's doing so much damage, but it might not be enough. Crownshot trying to find a way and trying to find access there, but Upset manages to, quite frankly, strut his way out of that one. Could have been disaster, but at the end of the day, SK walk out with the Dragon, and that's what it's all about.
And shout out to Limit right now. That was some clean Thresh play there for that team fight, and SK they're starting to get the better of Origen.
And I'm starting to wonder, like, we look at what was traded here in the draft, right? the Ezreal's telegraph. They ban the Yuumi, they say, hey, pick it anyway. They do, they pick it anyway. And then they also get the Thresh. And then they also get the Azir. And we look at what we traded, and we have consistent, reliable picks from the side of OG, but I don't feel like we have the meta powerhouses on their side of the map.
So as I was saying kind of before the big fight, in the LPL, when an Ezreal goes through, LPL teams are stacking dive. They're grabbing things like a Kai'Sa, because basically Ezreal presses R and the Kai'Sa presses R, and then she kills him. Also got some buffs of herself. They grab things like a Nocturne. And it feels like Origen are starting to run into this problem where they don't have any tools. They can send Alfari back there, but like you said, with Crownshot's itemization and all of the tools in front of him, he's able to just kind of dance around him, and no one can kill this guy.
Yeah, and the disengage tools between having a Thresh, an Azir ult, which for now can be used for the Ezreal, and obviously later in the game can just be used for Zazie as a lethal damage threat of his own. There's just, you have 3 incredibly good champions at disengaging a champion like Aatrox. Aatrox is not a Nocturne. It is not a Kai'Sa. You don't leap onto them. You walk at them. Very easy to peel that back when you essentially have 2 Flays between the Thresh and the set.
Maybe feels like some of Origen's other issues are starting to raise their head, and they were criticized a bit for some of their slow drafting, slow reaction to things. This is a very spring Origin comp.
It's true. And the thing about spring Origin was, remember, they hit the ground running with things like Zyra Khan and with things like the Gragas. We're seeing the Gragas again here, and it's hard to doubt it when you see it in Champs Select because of how well it's worked for them in the past, especially as mentioned at the start of spring. But now here, it's starting to look a lot more like a weakness. It does not look like they're ahead of the meta this time around, but maybe behind the take instead. And that's definitely not where you want to be in a game or in a super week where you're playing 3 games and 1/6 of your total season here for Origen.
It's not over, however, as we kind of enter a mid-game lull state. You can see that Origen are trying to find anyone, Zazie, but it's super easy for Azir to play side lanes with that shifting sands, as well as having access to his TP.
Yeah, we talk about this too a lot because when people think of side lane champions, they don't necessarily think of Azir, but when your opponent champion is Orianna, you're the superior side laner. You've got more tools to get in and get out of fights. Of course, against a Zed, against a Fiora, whatever. You know, Kassadin, obviously not. It's definitely not the situation that you want to be in. But in this context, Azir is excellent. There's not really anyone who can reliably lock him down and take him out of this side lane.
Which is why I like to see how much blind pick Azir that we really have seen already this day. And we already know that Azir is super strong in the meta. And the thing is people recognize him as a scaling-oriented champion. Let's be frank, Azir is still really strong on 2 items. It's not like he's missing a big window where he needs that 3rd item to turn him online. So plays a great side lane, especially with the other mid laners that are being played right now. Scales incredibly well. He's also strong in the mid game.
I mean, that's the nature of these blind pick, any blind pick champion, really. Oh, there you go. There's a play kicked off by Destiny. Excellent hook. Flash forward, very aggressive. They're going to donate that one over to Nukeduck, and that might just be what OG need to get themselves back into control of this game. Fantastic pick. Very aggressive, and Limit was just caught unaware.
And they're approaching this tower with both Shockwave and Cask.
Crownshot going to give them respect, immediately shifting out. We'll throw down the ult as far away as possible just to make sure that he is completely safe here. And for now, all it has costed is this mid lane tier 1 tower, but of course as we get later it might amount to more. Frees up OG to lay down a bit more vision. It's 27 minutes in. The next Drake, of course, sole point here for SK Gaming. And as well, the Baron up and available.
Which means that now Origen are kind of playing on 2 fronts. It's not only respecting the potential soul denial from SK, but also the fact that Baron is a very viable option, especially when you have the tankiness of Set and then the Azir. One of the other cool things that Azir can do is he can 2-mana Baron pretty effectively.
Yeah, actually, especially with the amount of tanky members on this team and having the Leandry's Nashus build as well. But now see the play here. Zazie coming into the mid lane, but they're walking right into the trap of OG. Destiny coming out. Will get hooked. Will not connect on his hook either. It's TP on the backside for Alfari. That's the critical point now coming in for OG. Zazie going to set up the turret and back off, denying Alfari entrance any further into the fight. OG have made the call, and it is now time to disengage. Upside getting out some cheeky damage, though, will deny SK from pushing in any further.
But the damage has been done. That's big key ultimates. Really just Upset with his ultimate left from Origen, and they have to fight here.
Going forward, Trick on the flank, but they know he's coming. Frick flashing forward, he pulls a pace breaker, he gets him back, but no, that was catastrophic. They don't have any follow-up. Crownshot gonna get pulled out to safety. Suddenly Genex is all on his lonesome, isolated off to the side, and Alfari now looking to turn things around. Big damage coming in, but they haven't taken him out quite yet. A flash out to safety, coming over the wall, turning. Now dashing in, so incredibly low, but the Azir manages to clean it up. That's a shutdown onto Alfari. Maybe OG have bought enough time to take this one down. Trick colossal misstep costs so much in this fight, but Crownshot's now just sneaking into the pit. Upset's here, Xerxes here, the Lantern's got to be available, Zaze as well. They don't have a jungler though. This is actually insane. This is a terrible call. Xerxes just walks in and takes it. He says, why not just gift wrap it for us?
Backs against the Origen right there. They were caught. They had to use a shockwave defensively. It felt like the Soul was going to go over to SK, but they outthink SK. They stall out long enough, they outperform them, and they managed to scrape that Drake back and buy themselves some more time.
And let's take a look at it one more time. Keynotes, obviously Alphari's TP, as well as the missed hook there from Destiny. And this is what that solid start that started SK thinking that they could really take this one.
Yeah, and then here comes the defensive shockwave against Jinx just to pull the Ornn backwards. And at this point, I'm like, oh no, the damage has been done. It's really just the Cask and the MF ult that's left. But, you know, from smart brush play for Nukeduck to play the top side of the fight, and then Alphari just going pretty much beast mode here, allows Origen to pull this one back. Watch Alphari play this on the back half.
So good.
Zoning away 3 members and allowing Origen to push forward with Nukeduck and Upset to win the Dragon fight.
And the thing there that you have to notice is that even when Alphari dies in the end, all 3 members are laser focused on Alphari. They think of nothing else. But for now, that's going to be the Baron picked up by SK. Confidence just kicked that one off. Upset is going to use the ultimate. The thumbs up coming in for Limit. The absolute mad lad. The disrespect. I love to see it.
And it's now Baron in the hands of SK. When everyone was setting up this game, everyone's like,
I said this was the one game that should not be 50-50, that could not go either way. This is the one game, even the G2 Mad Lions game was like, oh, could go either way. The Fnatic Misfits game, I'm like, oh, could go either way. This was the game I said would for sure go in the favor of OG. There's no way. But this SK, I said they needed to show something to me. They're showing something.
But they also drafted themselves in a way to deal with Origen. Like, you know that Origen are going to be more about scaling, more about late game, more about team fights. They got everything that they wanted to try to kind of neutralize that ground there. And like, yeah, I still like some of the smart thoughts that we're seeing from Origen, how they're playing around vision, how they're trying to set up these picks. Like, Origen are trying to think their way out of this, whereas I feel like SK's composition is just better.
I completely agree. Yeah, outside of the Zed jungle, which I would still pick a Gragas. Yeah, look, so here's what I will say is that, like,
listen, he's like a little zoomy truck. He just drives it Upset.
If SK had not immediately gotten that Baron when we came out of that replay,
it's tense.
It's one, it's very tense, and 2, I would have been, I think, a lot more critical of Trick, because I think Trick went for the greedy, like, flash in, you're gonna face breaker them, and immediately just gets tapped. And I think if you just flash ults there, they can maybe turn the fight, they can maybe start to shift it around. So while SK in the driver's seat, in control, looking good, hell yeah, still want to see Trick clean up a little bit, because that's a clutch moment that doesn't work out.
But I just don't even think it matters about Trick right now. Like I said, I think he's kind of like, budget Scar. He's doing the same thing. He's like zoning, he's running away, he's grabbing someone. Zazie and Crownshot are so big right now. Limit is also having an amazing Thresh game. I know his scoreline doesn't necessarily show it, but like what he's doing in team fights, the fact that he's been so on point with these lanterns, like how much have you seen these dark passages just completely absorbed from?
I think one of the only Thresh games in a long time where I've seen more lanterns than I've seen hooks, and I've been like, hell yeah, that's what I want. Because he's just so clutch. But now the Siege is coming in, fishing for an opportunity to get this one down. Honestly, excellent ward right there next to Limit from the side of OG, giving so much information just outside of the range of that control ward, and really denying that hook over the wall from Limit, as well as just making it very clear how far OG can push up without getting caught.
And it looks like Origen have survived the onslaught of the Baron. They managed to slow SK down. We kind of saw it from the Vitality and Schalke game, especially when you have these newer members on the roster, that these new teams that have reset the rosters, maybe they get a little bit nervous when they're given control, not willing to push as hard as maybe more of our established teams. So get stalled out a bit there and give Origen some more chances to try to solve this Rubik's Cube of what they're going to do with their comp, where they're going to find these picks, how can they find these successful team fights.
And Origen is not a team that you want to give more chances to. Clearly got a game plan in mind, but Trick being in the front here is going to be tough. Zooms his way away from that hook, and SK are now split up slightly, but the Lantern will take them out to safety. Zazie, of course, can dash as well. OG just trying to cut the wave.
I mean, everyone's cutting the wave. We're not going anywhere. We're just killing minions, and we've traded. We are on opposite sides.
That was also Alphari's TP.
And Origen have to sit here. They've got Dragon Control, and again, they're trying to deny Soul Point, so they just want to sit here. But I think if you're SK, oh, you can't because they'll just walk and cut the wave.
No, they'll walk and cut the wave, but look at top lane. Azir says, yeah, sure, cut that wave. We've already prepped top wave. He's moving in. He's got two waves behind him as well as a cannon creep, and they'll say, you can take the dragon, you can deny a Soul Point, you can match us up there, but we're going to take an inhibitor. And they've got 8-second recall time, so you can already see they're splitting their forces from OG because they know they have to defend the base.
Where were you when Origen misplayed a wave and got their base kicked in?
And now they're walking mid as well. SK Gaming, once again, we talked about it before, take the nameplates off. Who's SK, who's OG in this game? Tell me again, dear audience, because that was clean play from the side of SK.
Look at the indecision, too. You had Upset and Destiny peek their head to see if they were looking for a flank. You had Xerxes really wrapping around behind SK. And it's clear that in the comm, they're like, no. Like, are they going? Are they not going? When's going to be their moment? And I agree with him to pump the brakes there. Because if they take that fight, they lose, it's game over. But this is Origen's really defensive style of trying to minimize mistakes, which they just made a huge one there that SK called them on. Kind of biting them in the ass. They're stalled out against a comp that outscales them very heavily.
And now, my God, it's game 2 all over again. We're in a situation where the composition, it's got all the pieces, it can win a team fight. Is it possible? Yes, it just takes a friggin' miracle. It's actually kind of a blend of game 1, game 2, because we've got the Wombo combo on the side of OG, Orion, Gragas, MF. Gragas obviously, assuming he hits a good cast and not a bad one. But that is so...
This has been Origen's play. These bushes on like mid lane, they're like, okay, here's what we do. Step 1, we place a control ward in the brush. Step 2, we sit in the bush and we wait for someone to face check as they get priority over mid lane.
They wanted us to play more like Fnatic and G2. Well, we figured it out. We'll sit in a bush and we'll hide and we'll wait. Not paying off, sadly, for OG. I respect the effort, but...
They're so focused on denying the Baron and the Dragon, though, because Baron's spawning in 30 seconds, so they keep losing position over their wave, and SK are like, that's fine, you can stand there, let's go!
Flat forward, Facebreaker, pull the Oriana back, goodbye, Nuke Duck! Now here comes the Ornhorn, kicking forward, Destiny's gonna get knocked out, they're gonna be happy with that pick, and they see Baron on the way, coming in, 7 seconds to spawn, SK gonna take that one for free, but that means it's all eyes on Xerxes. Can he take it away?
Does have a really long death timer, but he has TP. If Origen can stall out long enough, he theoretically could TP back, but they waved the white flag.
They're gonna hold out for another day. And at what point is it just the last white flag? You only get so many more days. You can't just keep going, okay, we'll fight you tomorrow. Eventually your Nexus is dead. I guess they're gonna fight for Soul Point in 2 minutes?
They have to.
I mean, but for SK it's so easy, right? I think you can put Azir mid lane.
That's the story of this game. For SK at this point, it's so easy. The only thing that's stopping you is the fact that it's SK. But so far from this game, I'm seeing a great performance from Zazie on the Ezreal, or excuse me, Azir, just doing his job. We already talked about Limit's Thresh in these team fights, how he's very much entering. SK are playing it slow, but they're beating Origen at their own game. They drafted a composition to match it.
Yeah. I feel like OG were overconfident when they were like, oh, we'll just pick the Nautilus into the Thresh. Because the CL's so good in lane, but at late game it's so difficult because he just lanterns out whoever you're going to hit. And if you're ahead, it's fine, but if you fall behind at all, it's so just not neat. It's just in a different tier entirely.
Really needs some that death cap for Nuke Duck, which he's sitting on 2 needlessly large rods.
He's gonna get knocked up. There's a TP flank coming in. Alfari, this is it. This is the gambit. They're hoping to find the flank, but he's gonna see Trick and Gen X first. Definitely not the targets he was hoping to fight. Unstoppable there. Crown shot though, backing away. Trick in a retreat as well. Maybe they can take down Gen X, but Zazzy's on the side as well. Trick now coming through. He's gonna dunk Alfari back down. They're trying to shred through Alfari before the fight starts off, but he brilliantly, he buys time with the stopwatch. So incredibly close. That cooldown is everything in that fight. It will buy OG more time.
And the solution was, again, Origen's back to the wall like they were over that initial Drake fight. They pulled the trigger on Alfari's TP and they split SK. Zazie went for that mid inhib, separated from them. They grabbed Gen X, they grabbed Zazie, and it just completely puts a stop on SK charging their base.
And I gotta say that one I talked about, oh man, I'm just really impressed. I did not see the stopwatch at all coming in from the Aatrox, but I think that single cooldown actually just saved OG's game because Trick dunks him down to the backline, Alfari is instantly dead, and that is the freest follow-up into triple inhibitor you've ever seen. But because he buys so much time and they can't finish the kill off, OG come out on top.
But the issue is that it stalled it. It didn't save it.
It's true.
That soul is coming up in 30 seconds now. And Origen know this. They are sprinting to get vision control or control over this area to, again, try to set up picks. But they're against deep teleport. Hold on.
Coming through. Very fast trick now coming in. He's going to pull back. He's going to try to cleanse. He's going to try to move up, step through. He gets knocked back, but the CC will not be enough now. Afari's coming in. Jack's trying to buy as much space as he can. Ground shot free fire right there. Zazi now trying to shut down the MF, but he's going to zoom away. Limit. How much more heroic can this performance get? The hook connects. Limit finishes him off. The shutdown now coming in. It's the solo laners left for OG. Maybe enough as Nukeduck manages to snipe one, but Crown Shot does so much damage. Alfari now trying to retreat as he throws down a bit more, buys a bit more space for the team. Nukeduck knows he has to split. If they line up, it'll be an easy double for Crown Shot to clean up. Maybe, just maybe, they can hold on to the base, but they're going to have to concede the soul, and I know this has got to be it, Frostguard, and there's no way. Limit coming around the corner again. No, does not see Nukeduck, but there's no way it's enough. This is it. SK, I cannot believe it.
They are chunking through those towers. They have done it.
The knockoff, and here we go. Where were you when SK Gaming took down Origen? They're going to have a lot to explain after that one. The best start to the split that SK could possibly hope for.
And we got what we wanted. We wanted to see Crown Shot on his Ezreal, that when he was given the power, when you got him to a late game, he could show, yes, I can compete with them. Yet Zazi got the Azir, did his job, perfectly done, trick, set. Not my favorite champion, but cool.
But here's the thing, is because the time that they played so well makes up for all the times that they fumbled, because they earned themselves additional tries, essentially. They could make mistakes, and it wouldn't let OG back into the game. And What? SK just beat OG pretty damn cleanly?
I mean, to be fair, if you're going up against Origen, you're like, we must get to Azir, because we know this game will go late, so we need to have our late game insurance policy.
That's true.
They ban all the ADCs. They first pick another ADC because the other big carry on that team is upset, so you deny what champion he has. Like, they read Origen like a book.
Not hard. People have been reading that book for a while, to be fair. Key player of the game, at least on Twitter, though. This is a day to celebrate SK, and you can choose who you want to celebrate the most. It's Zazi, Crown Shot, or Limit. I'm a big fan of that Thresh play, I'm not going to lie to you, but you cannot unappreciate Zazi. Remember, that's his first game. Take that into account when you think about this one. But in a few minutes, we're going to hear what Zazi has to say himself after his LEC debut. And Ender's going to break down the meta trends so far. See you after this. TLDR, Origen is overrated as hell.
Okay. Hello. Hi, I'm Christy Frierson, back behind the LEC studio here in Berlin, Germany, where Electronic are going to be kicking off their 2020 summer tour. Let's take a deep dive interview to get a closer look at the pop sensations. Come on. So, Dracos. hey, no, over here, please. Please, thank you. So, Dracos, what can you tell me about your creative process? How do you guys find inspiration for your wonderful music?
Well, man, to be honest, music is kind of just like the meta. It's like the meta, man. So, like, when it's front to back, it's this kind of simple, you know, basic poppy chord progression. But when we get to assassin meta, that's when it really, like, gets wild. And we really start to, like, push the musical boundaries in a way that I don't really think that people have seen before. They talk about jazz as revolutionary. Like, you haven't even heard the stuff that we're working on. And that's not even, like, the half of it. When we get to a Kali meta, it gets really wild.
Welcome back to the opening week of the Summer Split. Now, there's been a lot of changes to the Rift, and after 3 games of action, let's take a look at the trends we're seeing so far. And while the games, the last 2, have been super slow, I want to reverse in time a little bit and go to G2 versus Mad Lions, which was all about early. It was very fast, and maybe what you expect with G2 versus Mad. Now, it starts off with a champion, Varus. This guy we knew was going to be so potent coming into the split. We saw his priority skyrocket over at the Mid-Season Cup, but G2 decided to pair it with Zoe for an insane poke comp. Now, I want to preface this by saying this is not the easiest comp to play out, especially in the team fights, because it requires patience. Watch how G2 here don't immediately just go on in here. Even though Wonder gets caught out of it, Caps and Perks are in the backline waiting, playing around their cooldowns. They're not going to jump the gun, and they're also going to make sure that Mad Lions can't get onto them either. They play it super slow, keep Mad Lions at arm's reach so that they can initially or find the Drowsy that helps them turn around this fight right here. As Mad Lions get poked out, get annihilated right there. That's what this comp is all about for G2. Now, one other thing that popped out to me was Wukong in the top lane. Well, the counter to Wukong that G2 brought up. As Frost pointed out in the cast, Wukong's passive gives him a whole lot of resistances or armor. Mordekaiser, he's doing magic damage, so in the 1v1 looks very, very good. His ultimate can also pull him out of the team fights and be very effective right there. So I liked a lot of what we saw out of G2 in the first game, even though it wasn't necessarily what we expected coming into the split. This next draft, however, from Schalke and Vitality was what we expected. It is scaling, it is team fighting, it is all that jazz. And I want to focus less about the comp that you're going to see on the screen in a second and more about how we actually got here, because I think this goes way back, all the way back to last spring, where this man in the top lane was all over the place. Ornn looked super, super nasty, and as teams tried to play different bruisers into it, they weren't necessarily finding the advantages that they wanted to. They said, well, if he's a tank, why don't we throw a tank up there? So we saw more Maokais, we saw more Malphites, these champions that sort of want to match and do similar things to the Ornn. But the meta, it doesn't change overnight. It is this trickle-down effect, because with more tanks in the top lane comes more responsibility on those AD carries to actually step up to the plate. And how do you make AD carries do more damage later on? Well, it's an ardent sensor, and that's where we're seeing Yuumi and Lulu, these types of champions, really skyrocket into priority. You also can take these guys because, well, your top laners are doing the front line, are doing the initiating that most supports were doing for the majority of the spring split. And that really rose to prominence in the finals, where G2 pulled out that Lulu Cog madness that absolutely destroyed Fnatic. And the trickle down, of course, means you have scaling junglers, you have scaling mid laners. Everyone wants to do the same thing. So we're probably going to see a whole lot more of that as we move along, because coming up next, we'll see if Excel and Rogue have some tricks up their sleeve as they face off in our next game.
I started playing professionally in November 2018 with FLICKR, it's called, a Swedish team. After that I got picked up by Unicorns on Love, and after that I'm here, after one split of them. There's a lot of pressure for sure, because people expect a lot of me, I think. So I hope I can match their expectations. I'm looking forward to face Alfari, because I think he's probably one of the best, if not the best top laner in LEC. And I also think that Wonder is going to be interesting to play versus. I never expected to see myself here, to be honest, but I think my goal from the start was to join LEC, but I did not expect it to be this soon. I bring some carry style, and I think I'm pretty calm as a teammate. I think I can like feel what the others want to do. So if they want to play like for bot, I can play weak side, and if they want to play for me, I can still perform on the strong side. I have only played offline once before, in a best of 5. So I think it's gonna be a lot of pressure first offline game, but I think I can manage it. I think I have great chances of at least coming to Worlds, and that's our goal. Because like 40% of the LEC team gets to Worlds this season. So I think I have a great chance.
What a chill dude. New top laner for Excel, Cries. Welcome back, everyone, to our opening week, where the action continues with Excel Esports versus Rogue. Indeed, you just heard from their new top laner, one of the 2 new players for the K underdogs. Now, when we look at the story of Excel, of course, they want to get to those playoffs, and they actually got quite close in spring. 7-11, narrowly missing out on those playoffs, but 7-11 isn't enough. You need to win 24 hours of the time if you want to make it to playoffs. With that in mind, all jokes aside, I like their proactive approach, making the changes, you know, to make sure that they can just have a different Excel on the Rift this split.
You have to have a different Excel, right? They came into the LEC saying we've got a 2-year plan. We're going to make it to Worlds within 2 years. They've yet to make it to playoffs. They need to do something different this split if they're going to make it. No matter how close you are, you have to be in that top 6. And I do see some really good signs from this team. You know, Cries is a very strong mechanical, carry-orientated top laner. He's only been playing League professionally for about 1.5 years, but I'm hearing so many good things about this player that I think him alongside Kadril could be the key to success for this team.
Oh, there's a lot of ifs and buts
So,
there.
okay, he and Kadril are going to smash it out of the park.
Okay.
On, yes! I think that XL had a lot of issues last split with inconsistency. What I think the biggest struggle for them was that Mickey, while mechanically very talented, clearly could not reliably perform at a consistent week-on-week basis. I also think that, honestly, Kadril sort of tapered off towards the second half of the split as well, and just bringing in fresh faces, I think, can introduce things like the honeymoon phase. It can also change things up. But what did surprise me was the introduction of Special. He was part of this roster, not at the beginning of 2019, but he did join to replace Exile, and that was part of the team that finished 9th place. He was then also part of the team that finished 10th place, and he did not have the best debut to the LEC. He received a lot of criticism from fans, considering he couldn't bring a lot. He was trying to be this carry player in the mid lane, and he couldn't find that level of success. But XL have doubled down on him. He's been playing in the Academy League. He's had a lot of success, I would say, with the XL ERL team. Yeah, and now he's come back to the LEC stage, and the big question is, how much growth has he made in this time? Can he fill the role that this team needs? Because the one thing we can say with confidence is that this bot lane for XL is extremely talented. And I think Patrick was a superstar last split and was a large part of why I thought they could make it to playoffs.
And why they were so incredibly close as well, right? But I think to button this up for XL, you're totally right. There was a 2-year plan. We have to see that playoff spot coming out in this summer split, and it will be up to them to show us that these were the right choices to make, and that synergy is going to move forward with those changes. They're up versus Rogue in our first game for XL of this split. Now, of course, Rogue is chasing that World's Dream. Rogue wants to stay in those playoffs and get further in those playoffs. I think that's also a priority, and that does coincide with your chances for Worlds this summer. How do we feel about this roster coming into the summer split?
I think my major I think my major concern for Rogue is that they kind of tapered off at the end of last split. They lost 4 of their last regular season games, and although they beat Misfits, it wasn't really an awe-inspiring series. However, they have really good players in each of the positions. Like, we've seen what each of these players can do individually, and with the meta suiting people like Larson in the mid lane, who's very good on control mages, perhaps this is their chance to shine. What I want to see is that evolution. I want to see that next level. I want to see them growing, because otherwise they're going to get left behind by teams like Mad Lions, who continue to impress week on week.
Yeah, I think Medic touched on it in that Rogue came in very strong, where when you looked at the talent across the board, expectations were that they would finish 4th place. And if Mad Lions had not made the upset that they did make...
We keep saying that, but it happened.
No, but this is my point, right? And I'll come back to that in a second, right? But if you assume that things kind of went to expectation, G2 won, the G2 Fnatic, Origen finished 3rd, Rogue would have been 4th, right? And then, you'd be looking at this and being like, hey, Rogue had a pretty good start to the year, finishing in 4th place. They can only go up from here. But unfortunately, other teams around them are getting better, and that's why those mad upsets are so important. That's why you can't just rely on what you expect to happen, because teams are constantly getting better. And as Medic said, Misfits have made upgrades. We see SK and Vitality already starting off the season strong. Can you say that they won't show that same level of progress that Mad did last split? This team showed no evolution in spring. They finished as we expected to, basically the worst version of Origen. And now we need to see more evolution from them, because if they want to secure a world spot, there are teams all around them that are getting better, and they're looking to take that spot away from them.
I love that fire for both teams. This is the summer split. What are you going to do if you're not going to show it in summer? Both teams, they ended spring with something left to prove, so we'll see if they made some progress here in week 1.
We're going to find out. You have to win 24 hours of gameplay. Shucks, I absolutely love that line. I'm Quickshot, joined by Ender for the last 2 games of the first day of the summer split. And we've had some doozies. The summer meta is starting to show through. And obviously you broke down some of the picks. I think we're not too surprised, though. We were anticipating slightly longer games. We were anticipating more of a teamfight style meta.
Yeah, we knew this was coming. I also feel like it is a little bit to be expected at the start of the split, too. People are just playing easy compositions, right? We're not focusing on too much crazy stuff going on early on. It is going to be geared toward the team fights, what these guys have been practicing. And with all these Enchanter supports coming in, I don't feel like this is going to slow down anytime soon.
No, definitely not. Let's set our sights on the draft. We're about to jump into Rogue versus XL. Some of the priority picks that we've been seeing, those tanks up in the top lane, scaling type of picks in the bot lane. I mean, ADCs have, to me, felt like a really high priority. Varus is something that's shown through a couple times. We've seen that at Philios a few times as well. Where do you think these teams are going to look?
Well, I think Syndra is also going to be another one of those too. Syndra have been banned out so much today, but so powerful as a flex option, but ranks very up highly against all those other AD carries that we have been seeing taken very early on. I also think going for ADCs early doesn't reveal too much about what your composition is trying to accomplish. You don't want to get countered out in any of these lanes. You want to make sure that, top lane, jungle, mid lane, you can get some really powerful matchups for yourselves.
Well, let's see what these teams decide to do. Rogue on the blue side, XL on the red side. And you heard the analyst is talking about it. There's some stuff to prove really on both sides of the rift here. XL looking some bigger changes into the summer split. And right out the gate, Senna finds herself banned. So it's only the second ban today. Game 2 and Game 3 went through unfazed, but Varus, again, he's been a really high priority. Yeah. We saw what G2 could do with him earlier today. Umajan was unleashed.
Yeah, Varus is nuts right now with that lethality build. Really hard to deal with, so it makes a lot of sense here. Again, with that Syndra ban too. Seen a lot of Thresh bans throughout the day, Yuumi bans as well. The support pools have been touched quite a bit because there are some of those really powerful pairs, right? Ezreal Yuumi is going to be so difficult to deal with that it feels like you almost need to remove that from the map or have a very good answer.
Both of them are available. Kalista, Syndra, Senna, Rogue's bans. On the other side, Varus, Azir, and Graves. And I love the hover, I love the style. Finn, very well known for his Kled play, despite not having the most recent successes on that champion. And a little pivot to the next step, and that's going to be the Trundle locked in. I anticipate that going in the jungle.
Yeah, that's a little LEC King's inspiration right there with the first lock Trundle. I definitely like to see inspired on that, so you can get some solo kills up against Kadel. But now, Ezreal, it's got to be a Yuumi alongside it here. It's just too powerful. You don't want to risk splitting those two up.
And of course, this is the star player for XL, Patrick, in my mind. He's the guy that really stepped up. I think Vedius and Medic were talking about in the analyst desk as well, how in the spring splits, he was the sort of make or break. And now you've got Ezreal, now you've got Yuumi. You've got the duo that can carry this team in the later stage team fights.
And one of the things that I've been toying with in my mind, right, for the last couple days is actually like, what is the value of Ezreal compared to other, more traditional, front-to-back team fight AD carries? Well, Ezreal is a champion you don't need to build a comp around. He can play very much on his own. He has a lot of agency to, get away from divers, but it's all primarily going to be single target damage. So when you see an Aphelios on the other side, you want champions alongside it that can set him up to layer down those AoE damages with the ultimate, the Infernum. He's going to be going for Runon's Hurricane as well. So that's what you're going to get with one of these, Aphelios-like Markman.
And I really like the peeling options that you get as well from the Lulu and the Trundle. Give you some areas to control, subjugate some of Gragas's expected defensive stats, and Kadril's got his jungler locked in, and now we're moving to phase 2. So solo laners, we're looking actually for both sides solos, mid and top, and obviously XL will be able to counter-pick at least one of them.
And honestly, this comp already looks very familiar for XL. I remember them running these 3 champions a lot in the spring split, even, where you have really good disengage with the Ezreal and the Gragas barrel. So it's about really setting Patrick up to layer down some skill shots. We'll see, do they want to go for the Zoe type of idea where it's a lot about the poke? Well, maybe you're leaning a little bit too much on magic damage then, with the Gragas and the Yuumi as well right there. But definitely a good option here for XL.
Well, we'll find out in a second or two. Mid lane bans. You could consider Echo to be a jungler as well. Kassadin, Echo, Vladimir taken out of the pool. What is going to be this last one? Different flavor of bans. I think a little more targeted here.
Yeah. I mean, these bans from Excel read, hey, Zoe looks like a great pick right now. Both the Echo and the Kassadin have a pretty good time jumping on top of her and looking for kills around that lane.
Jarvan banned out is interesting to me. What does that spell? If they've both got their expected junglers.
I mean, maybe Kryze has a sick Jarvan top. I don't know.
Touche. One of the new players we're going to keep our eye on. And of course, Special. I would anticipate this Yasuo going looking, and it does. Special, obviously promoted from the UKLC. He has actually played 2 games of Yasuo this year in the UKLC. 100% win rate on his 2 Yasuo performances. First game playing in the LEC now alongside, obviously, the knockup from Gragas, and now the counter option is going to be the Ornn. So, now we're going to find out what Kryze wants to lock in.
Yeah, because, I mean, right now, like, you see a lot of good stuff going on. I feel like you just go tank top right now for Excel, and it's going to look very good for Kryze, because Kadril is very likely going to be playing to kill around the mid lane. You see a Corki locked in, which is decently safe. With his Valkyrie to hop away, but at level 6, if Gragas has his flash up, you can still look to kill inside of that lane. I think Kadril would also be good to make sure, bot lane doesn't run into any trouble, but Trundle and Lulu don't have a whole lot of gank set up there, so it doesn't seem like bot lane is going to be the source of too much action this time.
If I may, I'm looking at Kryze's match history for 2020, and do you know there's not a single tank in there?
Okay.
Not a single tank, but there is a Kayle. Played one, lost it. Unfortunately, he has come from the Prime League Pro Division, and that is a Kayle top lane into Ornn. What does this mean?
No, I love this, right? This is something I believe we've seen over in the LPL as an answer into the Ornn, because Ornn, he's looking to scale towards, level 13, 14, 15, start dumping out some items towards his double marksman within this comp. Well, Kayle's trying to do exactly the same thing, but it's all about her carrying. It's super selfish here, but Kryze definitely has the ability to have massive late game impacts on this champion.
Ooh, I'm excited to see this as well, because this is a player's debut in the LEC. We just heard from Kryze as well. He's the calm voice, but he likes to play the carries. He likes to play from the... His match history doesn't have a single tank. Like, Aatrox, Vladimir is the tankiest things that you could look at.
And when you actually... When I was looking at some of his stats, in the regional leagues, like, he has, like, insane CS numbers. And sometimes it's hard to judge, right? I think we had Sakura come in with similar-looking numbers, and it didn't necessarily pan out to be that same level of success here. But you always look at a guy like this who comes from a background of carrying games.
Yes.
Now he's putting himself in game 1 on a Kayle, which is, the focal point of this comp late in the game.
And what I love is also the confidence in the face from XL, right? Game 1, debut of the Summer Split. Yes, go Kayle top, right? That's exactly what Exile is saying. Now, just as a quick update, we're obviously not into the game just yet. The players are having problems just connecting to the server. As you know, they are playing remotely, not in the studio with us. So the players will be disconnecting, recreating the lobby, same picks and same bans. So we had to talk a little bit more about this draft.
Yeah, and I actually want to look a little bit at how these comps play into each other, because I do feel like Excel got so much of what they wanted to. The super, self-sufficient bot lane in that Ezreal Yuumi, the Kayle as an obvious answer into the Ornn. But even deeper than that, when you look at how these teams play out, right? Like, Rogue are probably going to need to force a fight into a Kayle. It's super hard to do that already because she has that ultimate, can pump out so much damage to the very, HP-focused frontliners of an Ornn and a Trundle. But that Ornn gets immediately countered by a Yasuo wind wall. That's the only thing Yasuo has to wait for in this game to stop. And then you're sort of left, well, we have a pillar, I guess. We went for this Enchanter support. She can't do all that much. So it really then is, can Inspired land a good pillar? Well, Ezreal can get out of that super easily. Gragas can too. As long as these guys are positioning well, it's going to be really hard for Rogue to make things happen.
I'm terrified of what Kryze is going to be like once he gets Yuumi on his back with the final chapter, locking people down and starts swinging away. And do I get the feeling you're excited about Excel's team composition?
I'm actually excited about Excel's team composition, which is not something, you always hear from me. But I love it, with the Yasuo Gragas to try and, attack the mid lane, especially around that level 6 mark. Larson is not going to have a super fun time. He's going to have to play pretty safe, maybe call his jungler around when he needs to get his lane out of a tough position. But also, if he was to try and go into a side lane, I don't think it's the easiest thing necessarily, because usually Corkis are packaging on in, getting solo kills and stuff. That's not going to be free against a Kayle.
No, not against this composition. Don't forget to rejoin to the new lobby, Mr. Frierson, as we're getting the players into this one. So if you have just joined us, Picks and Bans is completed for Rogue versus XL, but due to a problem connecting to the server, we're just getting the players to recreate the lobby, same picks and same bans, and we'll be jumping into game number 4 of the day.
Boom, I'm in.
I mean, Kayle, Gragas, Corki, Ezreal, Yuumi, that is a spicy comp. Everything that we see from the Rogue side, Ornn, Trundle, Yasuo, Corki for him there, I got them backwards. The Aphelios and Lulu, that's like the flavor of the patch right now.
Sure.
And now we start coming down to sort of like performance and expectations. Early game, who do you think is going to have some advantages as the laning phase starts to play out? I know.
Honestly, I'm like, well, Inspired is probably going to be farming a lot. Kato's probably going to be farming a lot. Again, I think the only lane that has a lot of potential for action is going to be mid lane. I think you could consider, hey, is top lane diveable if we could get Corki out of this lane? But again, it comes from mid lane first, and I think it is going to be hard, especially if Kato is playing a lot around special to enable him in this 1v1 matchup to get a lot of pressure coming out of mid.
Yeah, and Cagel's definitely one of the players who's been somewhat of the captain, the leader of the XL squad, a lot of pressure on his shoulders, and was very outspoken, very introspective at the end of the spring split around his performance and his ability or inability to impact games. I want to see what this new look XL is going to bring to the table. The team has been, very keen. A lot of the videos that they've been producing as well, talking about how they're excited about this roster, but it's not a lot of names that a lot of people are going to be familiar with. There is some experience, obviously, coming from the URLs and the other leagues, but now is the time to deliver and to prove it.
Yeah, I mean, I think there was a lot of, hesitancy from fans when you see Mickey and Prophet, two of the better performing players on this roster. I mean, Prophet especially looked so good so often up there that Kryze has a lot to prove himself right here, has big shoes to fill, and I think this game 1 already, putting him on the Kayle is definitely going to be a challenge.
I'm excited to see what Youngbuck and the team can do. As a quick update, the players are back in the lobby, so they're running through the draft. Hopefully, we'll get that one done shortly. Let's talk more about the meta breakdown. Let's move away from this game. We're going to have lots of time. Okay. You didn't get quite as much time to dive into the overall meta discussion, but let's basically review and revise what that little segment was before we started this game.
Yeah, so, I talked a little bit about how G2 were playing this poke comp that was going to be hard to play, and that was interesting to find in game 1, but there's this deeper discussion that you don't always have time to actually talk about, and that's how did we actually get to this meta? Because in Spring spring, we saw Aatrox in every game, Renekton, we're looking for early game. We had some, exciting mid lane champions. It was pretty high octane. And then all of a sudden, now we're actually going to the much more drawn out team fights with tanks and everything. And basically my theory and the way it played out was when we had Ornn pop up in the top lane as the primary, pick. It was so powerful. It was like, well, what do we play against it? You play these fighters, and all of a sudden you're like, wait, we're getting like 10 CS leads. And then he's just outscaling us because he's giving his team items. So people started picking more tanks in the top lane, which then has the trickle-down effect where you need to kill these tanks. Now you need the ADCs and enchanter supports to be able to buff them up and slash them down. And from that, we've just got pure scaling now.
What I really love is it's so cyclical. For anybody that has watched and played League of Legends for a prolonged period of time, now that these champions are top of the meta, if and when they get nerfed or other champions get buffed, you need a number of changes before you start to see that change. But it has been a while since we've had a team fight meta.
I mean, it's actually been... I wouldn't say 2017 was the end of it with Ardent Sensor, but it was like spring 2018 was the last time you had the true everyone's. That was before I was casting here, man. Like I came in.
Were
and all
you
of a sudden,
even out of high school? No. So you're right. You can't see the draft on your screen. I can tell you right now the players are just in the final seconds, so they're going to be jumping up into this loading screen. The thing that's interesting, though, is obviously we're getting longer game times right now, but then you do get those really spicy late game team fights. You do get crazy Baron setups. There's a lot more importance, I think, on the right setup, the right vision. So it's a different set of skills, ones that we haven't seen a lot. And now all of a sudden, these teams and these players, they have to demonstrate and show from spring to summer the differences, the adaptation, the ability to play this, and whether they're going to benefit or fail, well, time's going to tell.
Yeah, you have sort of the out of fight, fundamentals you need to relearn. And when you get to these super late game moments where it's like, how many times do you get to practice, when Baron and Elder Dragon are both up? Not very often. So you have to have some clever teams. But on top of that, within the team fights, just knowing patience, because for so long the comps we've had have just been about jump in onto the backline, kill the ADC, laugh in his face because the ADC can't do anything, and then you win. And now you have to play back. You have to make sure your ADC stays alive. They're a little bit more relevant, guys. I'm telling you, it's a real thing. And it's about playing around your cooldowns and not jumping the gun too early, because if you go too fast, then your tank is stranded, he gets cut down, and everything's lost.
Yeah, definitely the case. Good news. I can tell you that the game is running. Obviously, as we are playing, the players are playing remotely. We do need to build in some buffer time. So while we're waiting for that delay, we'll keep you entertained as best we can, Ender and I, and we'll jump into Rogue versus XL in a moment. Let's go builds. What does Kale build these days? What do you want her to build against Ornn top?
I mean, honestly, Kale builds have sort of fluctuated a bit since her release, where we've seen a lot of the super AP heavy style builds with a Hextech Gunblade has been pretty popular. Okay. But we've also seen, with sort of buffs, maybe not so recent buffs to Mirror Mana, where you go Mirror Mana all of a sudden into a Trinity Force too. And I tend to think that when you go for the Hextech Gunblade, you get a nice little mix of damage where you get the Nash's Tooth, you have the on hits, but your heals are also going to be pretty impactful. Your Q is going to be dealing a lot of damage too. So I generally like that as an option here. And it also helps to diversify sort of your damage profile when you have a Yasuo and an Ezreal on your team.
Okay, so we'll see if Kryze decides to go for that slightly more AP build. And we'll see what he's going to do. I mean, he has played it. It is once this year. For anybody that doesn't know, as I mentioned already, Kryze has come from the Prime League, and look down his champion list. 18 games played this year. Ryze, Vlad, Gangplank, Jax, Camille, Jace, Aatrox, Kale. Very, very stylized player. And in a current meta where we're seeing a lot of tanks in the top lane, well, now we get to see, is Kale going to be the tank buster, and is Kryze going to find success on that? That's what XL's hoping for.
It actually, I brought up Sakura earlier, but it reminds me a lot of Sakura, where there's a lot of these range champions where he's averaging plus 18 CSD at 15. It's about absolutely dumpstering the other ERL competition. So this is always a very exciting first couple weeks to see where does he stack up against the other top laners in the league, because the success in the ERL doesn't necessarily mean you're going to succeed at the LEC level.
100%. And not only that, it's LEC level while playing remotely, while we're in the studio under very difficult situations in the world. So it's very nuanced. It's very interesting. Let's turn our attention to Rogue. I've been very focused on XL and obviously the new players to the stage in the Summer Split. Hans Summer versus Patrick, that's probably going to be two of the bigger names in the course of this game. Aphelios coming up against the Ezreal. Well, let's look from Hans Summer's perspective. He's got the Lulu. Hans Summer really kind of found his groove again, I think, with Rogue in the spring split after leaving Misfits. So, let's talk about how he's going to play this game and your expectations.
Yeah, so we actually saw this exact same bot lane matchup in the Vitality versus Schalke game. So I'm almost thinking, hey, maybe this is a little bit of a scrim thing where the answer is, instead of looking to like hard kill the enemy bot lane, hard kill the Yuumi Ezreal, you sort of match in the scaling department. And that's where, I mean, an Aphelios with a Lulu can 1v9 games super late on into the match, as long as she's buffing him up. Now, maybe he's competing a little bit with Larson in this game for some of those stats, because Larson also on an auto-attack focused carry. But this is very much going to be about Hansama and Larson, and so much in that when you're funneling Ornn items into him, the Lulu there to buff him up, which can give you probably better instant peel than a Yuumi, because everyone likes to complain about the Yuumi, but let's face it, she heals you and then waits a little while to do something. Lulu's got the polymorph, she's got an ultimate to drop on you, a shield, she's got a whole lot better tools to instantly get people off your back.
Yeah, definitely the case. And now we get to see who's going to play it better, because at the end of the day, there's still a huge amount of execution involved in pulling that one off. If you have just joined us, just to give you a quick update that one of the players did report a problem connecting to the game. So with that in mind, the call was made to remake the lobby with the same picks and bans and get both Rogue and XL into the game. I'm very happy to report that they are in-game, they are currently playing, and we will be loading in just a moment as we're going to get the players back on the Rift and bring you Rogue versus XL. It has been a long day. It's been a slightly challenging one. So from everyone here at the LEC, I would like to just apologize to all the fans and viewers at home. We are obviously, once again, producing stuff slightly remotely. Players are not here. Even parts of our production team are not in the studio as well. The reason we've got this big-ass piece of plastic is for COVID protection too. So it's a very unique scenario.
I thought that was to prevent butt slapping.
One time that happened, okay? One time. But yes, it would inadvertently protect you from that as well. However, you could have just said, dude, no, and then I would have respected it. You know what I mean?
I appreciate that. I appreciate that. And honestly, yeah.
Not ready for that.
Gonna move right on along. I do enjoy making the jokes, but also because it's day one, I actually really liked having a little bit more of the space to talk about the meta and how we've gotten here and some of the champions that we're seeing on this stage too, which, you don't always get when the early game is crazy, and you definitely don't get when, there's no gameplay.
What I especially love is we also have Saturday and Sunday games this week. So week 1, Super Week, to start off the Summer Split. So not only do we get to kind of taste the meta, and opinions will vary, whether it is very good or not, right?
I like it for now.
I want to see the adaptation, right? I love the fact that in Game 4, we've already got a Kayle top. Frankly speaking, I hope it does very well. I hope it's one of those things that throws a bit of a surprise, a bit of a question mark. OG losing to SK, spoiler alert, my bad if you haven't watched it, that also sets up huge expectations for their match of the week tomorrow against G2. Like, what does it mean? Do you read into it? One game sample sizes and making extreme conclusions is a bit of a speciality of mine. So
yeah,
it is a lot of fun to see what's happening there. I can tell you right now, the players are in a brief pause. I'm waiting to hear from production exactly what is happening. And I won't be able to tell you because it'll be up to Shux and the analysts. We'll see you in a minute.
Nice.
You think we know anything? What are you talking about?
Sorry, my bad.
Desk of answers have arrived.
That's not my fault.
I know you're looking for the answers. Quick shot.
Sorry. Hey, we will know in just a second. Obviously, there's been a little bit of a hiccup again. We don't like it either, okay? We don't like it either. But we're going to try and make this as fun for you as it can be. So tell me your best joke. No, just kidding. So here we go. We haven't heard your opinions yet on the draft, so let's start with that. The team did go pretty in-depth already in Quick Shot and Ender, but is there anything you'd like to add to their analysis of what the two teams have gone for?
Well,
I know we were eating when the draft was happening. Full disclosure, we only have certain windows in which we can get food, and it's kind of...
No, but also Medic and I were talking about the draft, so we're pretty confident.
I was trying to bill you out.
It was more just like Medic and I were talking about the draft when they were talking about the draft. So when
I don't know what they've said. I know what we've said.
So when you asked me, do you want to have anything to add, I'd be like, well, I wonder what trap I'm going to step on now.
So we've actually put all of our cards on the table.
Now you know all of our secrets.
Yeah,
so Medic and I are just going to talk about the draft.
It is the desk of secrets.
Yeah.
In that case, bring me some possibly new analysis about these drafts.
So, here at the Desk of Answers, we love talking about draft. And Medic and I were talking a lot about the the interesting comp that XL brought out, because we were kind of looking at it being like, all right, do you think one scales better than the other? Or like, what are your thoughts? And we were both kind of like, I think both have strong scaling properties. And I think that XL seemed to have much stronger 1-3-1, whereas I think we're both in agreement that Rogue seemed to have a much stronger team fight. One of the most compelling things is that Rogue seem to have a lot more agency in the early game because they have easier lanes to play around. You can look to dive top once you hit level 6, but also XL have very few lanes that they can play around because it's very difficult to gank a Corki. Setting up against Lulu plus Aphelios with an Ezreal Yuumi is also very difficult, and you can't really gank a kill lane either, which means that because they cannot get an early lead, if Rogue get to their item spikes once they complete a Trinity Force on Corki, they can actually start fights very easily, whereas XL need to wait for that itemization before they can start splitting off on towards these side lanes. So while I do think that they can win in terms of late game tools because of their ability to win on side lane 1v1, their ability to get there is currently what I think is lacking.
What I like about it as well is it's quite dissimilar to XL drafts we would have seen in spring, right? We didn't usually see them go for these 1-3-1 styles, and it shows me that they're putting a lot of faith in Kryze, right? To put someone on Kayle in their first game on not the LEC stage, but in an LEC match, gives me a lot of confidence for this player. However, I worry about XL's mid-game decision-making because that's where they really struggled in spring as well, because if they make a couple of mistakes in the mid-game here against Rogue, they're never going to get to that point where Kayle is unstoppable in the side lane.
So, any more questions for us, Sharks? Given that we have all the answers.
If we have time.
We have tons of time.
We should talk about bot lane. Because I
thought you were going to say
lane.
chins then.
Did you guys know humans are the only animals with a chin?
Well,
Medical fact for the
fun
day.
fact for the
And
day.
some humans are the only animals with a couple of chins.
Why do you think I got the beard? Social distancing.
Hey, this is that control that I exert sometimes.
Exactly.
Can we please bring it back on the game? You made a point about bot lane. What is interesting to you about the
thing to me about bot lane that really interests me is a lot of people look at Ezreal Yuumi as this like be-all, end-all, the best bot lane you can get. You're going to scale really well. You're pretty safe. You can play pretty defensive. But the issue I always find when I look at Ezreal Yuumi is you never really get push pressure. Now you can get push pressure if you're able to hit your Mystic shots on the enemy and have them give meaningful damage, so you have kill threat on the Aphelios or on the Lulu here. However, the issue is when you try and get kill threat on an Aphelios or a Lulu, at level 1, you have help picks, you've got Calibrum, you've got Severum, you have too many tools to either regenerate that health or mitigate the Mystic shots. So I expect Hansama and Vander to be able to get push priority in the bottom lane, get level 2, and then actually force Patrick and Torre into a really difficult position in this lane where they're either going to end up farming at a tower or at a CS and a gold discrepancy.
So my only counter to that is
You're allowed to counter, Veddy.
Is that waves very rarely ever just stay, right? So while you're right in that Hansama and Vander will look to get the early push, the main advantage of doing that is you force the wave to bounce back. And in an ideal world, what Patrick and Torre want to do is have the wave slow push back so that you can then set up for a potential dive. If it doesn't slow push back, then what Hansama and Vander do is they look at this lane and they go, wow, this is nice and safe. The wave is coming to us. We don't have to overextend to farm. The enemy jungler can't really gank us. We're sitting very comfortable. So that's when you have to think a lot about wave states and how it's set up versus relative to where your jungle is and what could be happening elsewhere on the map. And that's why sometimes it is intentional for champions like Ezreal Yuumi to
give up pressure
very early on, allow the push to come in so that they can then look to stack the wave on the bounce back and try and freeze it just under their tower.
And one of the issues that we talked about with ganking an Aphelios Lulu is because that is a very good idea. You know, you try and get the slow push and then you push in and maybe you look for a tower dive or something onto an Aphelios Lulu. But the issue is Whimsy. Like, Whimsy just mitigates a huge amount of your potential when you look for these dives. It is still possible, but Lulu and Aphelios actually, if they have the right gun setup, can be very safe in a 3v2 situation.
I love this going in depth into the laning phase. What we have seen in a couple of games now already is that sometimes things get topsy-turvy and are not exactly what we expect, but we do still get the team fights as were advertised on the patch. So tell me then again about kind of the different mechanics we find in both these compositions, because you, as said, on both sides you have like the save button, right? On the Lulu and on the Kayle, but then you have the extra button of the Yuumi that can hail also for the Ezreal. So who wins out on an extended team fight in the mid game, assuming both are at similar power spikes?
Well, I would say if it's an extended 5v5 team fight, Rogue have a clear advantage because Aphelios and Corki are both considered hyper carries, and because of the range advantage that they'll naturally have over someone like a Yasuo, it makes it harder for Yasuo to play in the late game fights, which is why we talked a lot about how XL should look to try and split the map up, try and play through sides. But the only way in which you can play through sides is if you have that early advantage. So when I look at this Rogue comp, I think that they have so many options in the early game in their ability to utilize the package, to look for roams. They have the fact that they have Ornn ultimate at level 6, so that they can use to set up dives. The thing that's always a caveat that I can never properly process when it comes to late game is Kael's true strength in the late game, because when she does hit level 16 and she has 3 items, she is just insanely strong.
Yeah.
And I don't see enough Kael, and I don't feel like we see enough Kael in pro play either to... Because for Corki, I feel like I have a very clear idea of what his damage looks like in a late game fight, right? But for Kael, it's a little bit more of an enigma, so I'm always hesitant to say like, oh yeah, she can definitely win late game team fights, or how close it actually is. But I always remember Invictus Gaming and The Shy whenever he played Kael, and his ability to 1v9 team fights. And, and I think that that's one of those things where, yes, while I do think that Rogue have stronger tools when it comes to 5v5s, you have the Lulu ultimate, you've got Whimsy, you've got On Engage, you've got Trundle Pillar, you've got Mobility, like there's so much. I sit there and go, but there's a Kael.
Yeah, there's a Kael, exactly.
And as you rightly said, she could just be like swoosh, 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 and then everyone's dead. So that's kind of where I'm a little bit like...
complicated maybe for like the first game with your new team.
Exactly,
sure,
that's
it
what I'm
definitely
saying,
is.
right?
Yeah,
There's a lot of faith being put into Cries in this game. I really respect it.
This is a much harder comp to play, because you heard Ender talking about at the start, when you have the beginning of the split, especially in a meta where it seems to revolve a lot more about scaling, Rogue's comp is the go-to, especially for young rookie teams, because it's straightforward. You don't have to force plays early, but you can. And how do you start fights? You just press R, right? And so it's not very complicated. There aren't many layers to it. You just have to be good at League of Legends, which we can be quite confident these players are. Whereas with XL, you need to put yourself in a situation where your solo laners can thrive in a 1v1. You also, if you're going to teamfight, have to make sure that the circumstances are good for you to actually teamfight. So your vision setup has to be good. You have to make sure your wave states are good. And so there is a much greater expectation on XL to be able to not only survive to this ability to play on side lanes, but you've got to manage what Rogue are doing in the early game. So I think that there is a lot of pressure on XL in this game. I think the comp is a lot harder to play, and I think that it's going to be interesting to see how they do, because in terms of just forward to back, it's Rogue favorite.
It's happening, Vetty.
It's happening. Apparently it is happening. Let's
You're bringing me a
our
horse?
casters. Give me the answers, quick shot.
It's happening! Come on, it's not that much of a boomer meme. You should know that one. You should know that one. It's happening. Okay, anyways, we're about to jump into game. It is Rogue versus XL. Once again, thank you so much for sticking with us. We're jumping into game right now. Yo, so the next level production move would have been to use that video to go from AD to caster desk. I forgot that was coming because I'm bad at my job. And as I start making a meme joke, my producer's in my ear going, intro video! And then I obviously just fall flat on my face. So
I thought you did a great job, Trevor.
Thank you very much. And I'm really happy to hear that, despite the fact it's a blatant lie. I'm going to do a mental reset now. And I'm going to say that we have a Kael in the top lane being piloted by Cries in his debut in the LEC. So I want to know, what do you think is going to happen? What can we see from this champion up against Ornn as they're about to bash heads?
Yeah, well, Cries is just going to run away for now. He doesn't want anything to do with him at the moment. Just got the B as he runs on out there. But I think the Kael's super interesting because as a champion, a lot of people are like, oh, she just scales. So like she's got to be bad in lane, right? And in most lanes, she is not too hot. But I think against the Ornn, she has a pretty good time, primarily because of her passive. Now, on the desk, we heard Vedius talking a lot about how Rogue could try to set up dives around that top lane and punish Cries. But when Cries, auto attacks enough, he becomes aflamed, right? He gets that AoE damage on his auto auto attacks, which is really good at clearing away minion waves. So if Kryze is managing his lane properly, there should never really be a huge stacking wave coming up against him, and he should be pretty okay with that. And honestly, Riot has fallen in love with this because you see it in Volibear now. You know, Aurelia has the attack speed stack in on her passive too. So all these champions can try to disrupt any sort of dives coming through. And in Kale's case, it's super important because you don't want to get shut down. You want to be able to sail off into scaling land.
I really want to see how Kryze manages the wave and what level of impact can come from any potential jungle intervention. I mean, Verius also, the analyst desk was talking a lot about sort of early game impact that Rogue could have. Nevertheless, Kryze is currently being pushed in, and while that's going on, Special on this Yasuo, he's busy pushing towards Larson. Actually, that wave will bounce back towards him. As I mentioned, Special has been promoted from the UKLC. 2 games played this year on the champion, both of them victories. And just as my sort of lane checkups are going, Hans, Summer, and Vander shoving very aggressively into Patrick and Torre. That's a lot of minions underneath the tower.
Yeah, Inspired also got inside of Kadril's jungle right there to make sure that Hansam and Vander could push up forward, and that's going to mean very early turret play. Not necessarily on this wave, but that first one already chunked down very low. And I like this as an idea against the Ezreal and the Yuumi, because, you know, as Medic was talking about on the desk, really hard for them to get lane control early on here. So just try to push them all the way in towards the tower and chip away at those plates. Inspired is going to run into a couple of guys right here, but can he smite it?
No. Kadril manages to win that one. So Exile going to back away. Just for a quick update as well, for anybody watching, in the next minute or so, you will see all the players disconnect from the server, but nothing will happen. That is because we are playing in a delay, obviously, as the players are playing remotely. Just for competitive integrity reasons, that will happen. So that'll give you a little bit of a brief update. And Rise, for the time being, Kryze rather, plus 7 CS over Finn's Ornn, but there is a number of minions pushing towards him. Do you like what you're seeing from this wave?
Yeah, I mean, it's getting away from Kryze at the moment, and he doesn't have too much mana, so it's not looking great for him at the time being. Luckily for him, Trundle path down bot side, but I think he took a lot of trades here and is going to want to go back to base pretty soon. And while all that was happening, I think the junglers do need quick mentioning, because when Inspired went to the enemy jungle, I believe he took away both the blue buff and the Gromp camp right there. So all his camps are still up, minus the red buff, and after losing that top lane Scuttle Crab, he immediately ran back towards bot lane so that he could contest that. So while it does even out for the time being, they trade Scuttle Crabs, all of Kadril's camps have respawned. They're now worth more experience than the camps in Inspired's jungle. So while Inspired is like, hey, I'm fine right now, I'm going to hit level 4 pretty soon, Kadril should be on track for a faster level 6, and that is very good news for the Gragas, who doesn't really want to duel against the Trundle early game. He's just trying to get levels under his belt.
And isn't that also one of the big changes coming into the Summer Split meta as well, the XP changes within the jungle and kind of how that'll play into some of the decision making?
Yeah, so the thing about the jungle changes, if you don't know, they did get buffed in experience, but that's only passed when the average level in the game is 9, and that's across both teams here. So early game, it's not going to mean a lot, but that is one reason why I think we're seeing some junglers that want to build damage, that, well, past 15 minutes, they can still continue farming. Now Kadril's up in the top line.
Well, let's see what happens. Is Finn going to be able to dash away for now? Flash is used defensively. Kadril holding on to his, and now all of a sudden Inspired's coming in. This is going to be a 2v2.5. That's a lot of minions to work with, as Finn will be able to use that Bellows Breath to clear it out, and Inspired has not yet left the area. Kryze is now stepping forward to kill the ward. Is this a double bait? Who's been caught out? Pillar of Ice comes down. Chomp out as well. Defensive flash from Kryze. One more hit may all be that's needed. The chomp from Inspired, and first blood to Rogue.
Yeah, that was a really nice play there from Inspired to wait around, because Kryze, as you can see, desperately needed the assistance of Kadril to shove in this wave and bounce it in towards the tower. Unfortunately, Kryze holds onto his flash for a little bit too long right there. Needed to get away from the knock-up from Finn, because Inspired on this Trundle, you're always taking the Nimbus Cloak. After flashing on towards Kryze, he's just going to run him down, chomp him, and get that kill. And now without a flash, Kryze is at such risk. He doesn't have TP to get back into lane. He needs Kadril once again to come on up here. Otherwise, Finn could just lock this lane in front of his tower. Even though Trundle's pathing bot side, Kryze doesn't necessarily know that. He's going to put himself at risk in order to try and fix this lane state.
Such a difficult situation to be in. Even CS for the time being, and we saw a quick glimpse, by the way, of Larssen returning to lane.
Can we actually look at Finn really quickly, observers? Because he just tanked the entire minion wave to make sure it stays in front there, right? There were about 4 ranged minions. Now he leaves 2 right there, and as you can see, Cries, he doesn't even have a ward because there's a control ward right there, and knowing Finn is level 6 without his flash, he's in trouble.
I can hear the pride in your voice at the decision making, and like how happy you are to see Finn doing that and really controlling his opponent, setting Rogue up for another play. Now, obviously, Inspired will find Cadril out, so there'll be a little bit more information for Cries to work with. But level 6 to level 5,
he still loses the 1v1.
The Forge Guard comes down. Finn misses a little bit, but he's still chasing forward. Not over just yet as Cries continues to step backwards. Level 7 now. And Finn's not going to be able to find the kill. A little bit more accuracy.
All right.
And he could have got that kill, and Cries with the angry Bebo.
We're gonna chalk that one up to week 1 right there for Finn. A little bit early on the E, but very nearly was going to be a solo kill if he did play that correctly. So Cry's going to be counting his lucky stars. He's now hit level 6. He can farm pretty easily. Maybe even chase down Finn here, but I think he'd rather just take the wave and the guaranteed EXP.
Yeah, he got the access to the Divine Judgment, but Finn started to back away. No flash available for Cries. Cloud Drake was picked up by Rogue down in the bottom lane. And we haven't looked too much at the duos for the time being. Hans, Summer, and Vander plus 10 CS over their opposite numbers. Starting to back BF Sword picked up as well. So I just want to keep track of how that's developing, as it will become extremely influential in the mid game.
Yeah, and Trevor, I love the 2v2, but we're done. Thomas is going to be going topside.
Yep, peace
Rift
out.
Herald has now spawned. They got the one play.
That's my bad, right? It's been a few weeks. I forgot Herald at 8 minutes, and that is like the de facto move.
Yeah, it's actually kind of interesting too, because I was almost thinking maybe you want to keep standard lanes here if you are Rogue, because Finn in theory has some gank set up on towards Cries, but instead they're going to say, hey, if we send everybody up topside, maybe by forcing Kayle to run around the map, she actually loses a lot herself there too. They're not going to jump the gun on the Rift Herald, interestingly enough. I guess just respecting the fact that Excel could come over here. Now, as a jungler myself, I don't like necessarily spending my time to go for the early Herald. I respect the goal it can give towards your team, but I'd rather just farm up if I'm Inspired, because if Inspired maintains a level lead over Cadril, he can just destroy Cadril whenever they see each other inside the jungle.
Yeah, I've learned a lot from watching the mid-season streamathon about Ender's lack of interest in neutral objectives. But it is a story for another day, because Inspired and Cadril currently set up. It does look like Schalke going to back away. No real contest. Cadril doesn't have the support of specials. Yasuo, he's just backed away. Got the Zeal, got those Berserker's Greaves, and with the duo now helping out in spite, and the fact that Larssen can respond, this is an easy objective. Rogue already got a 700 gold lead, and they can use this to accelerate.
And it's really interesting how they pulled the Herald out of the pit right there, because not only does that mean Vision's not going to see it, but also because Inspired didn't have any sort of ward to put in the Pixel Bush, he wanted to make sure he could see if Cadril was walking towards him through the river to try and steal that one. So making sure they could secure that no problem. And as we were seeing Hansama and Vander play for the turret plates in the bottom lane, when the laning phase was, 2 players in the bot lane, we're going to see probably a very similar idea with the Herald going up there in the next few minutes.
Okay, let's look forward, as you said, in the next few. Obviously, Larssen is currently level 9. Going to be able to come and join in these plays if he wants to. Inspired is already going to put some pressure here. Tower plate will slowly start to go down, but Patrick and Toure doing what they can to clear out the wave. Good damage onto Hansam. Inspired really didn't do a whole lot through that Pillar of Ice. Maybe more of a defensive, reactive play. Is now Patrick and Toure stepping forwards.
Yeah, I mean, teleports are going to be coming up very soon for both of our top laners, and that, you could say, hey, maybe that causes a lot of action, but without any objectives being up, I feel like Ornn doesn't want to TP into a fight, because then Kayle's going to be there, and she drops the ultimate and can sort of shut things down. Just for now, Cadril's going to be up here around topside to make sure his duo can get a good base. I'm almost sure push out that wave here and maybe chip away at the next one, too, so they can get a really free base here.
So is a Predator usage as well from Cadril? XL is still in the deficit as far as gold is concerned. I think the analyst there somewhat expected that, talking about some of the early game strengths and impact Rogue can have. We haven't even seen Larssen really look to impact a side lane. Gonna ask fans and viewers to think back a little bit to the last time they saw Larssen on Corki, using a package.
Oh no.
And
don't remind me.
It may not have gone the direction that he would have liked. Larssen unfortunately cast the package, into the fountain, which resulted in a net loss.
Yeah, they've got lasers there. Yeah, you don't want to mess with lasers.
Obviously, very high stakes situation, and this is the opening of a split first of many, many games to go forward. But he's got the man immune, still 40 CS on the cull, scaling up. But I want to see what this Corki can do in the side lanes, because Ender, we were even talking in draft, asking questions on where will he find a way to impact. Right now, hasn't really got the opportunity.
Yeah, and I mean, it is pretty standard on Corki just to try and scale on up and get your items here. We talk about it all the time with the changes to Presence of Mind, giving you so much bonus mana, and the synergy that has with Manamune giving you more damage based on your overall maximum mana. This build makes a whole lot of sense to give you big numbers for your team. And the other thing is, as we talk about the scaling with these champions and the Corki in particular, one thing that is often brought up, if I think back to when Kayle was actually popular before, right around the time of her rework, is how do you beat Kayle with, you know, a damage dealer? Well, you can't beat her sort of, you know, when you're both attacking each other constantly. You need to be able to outrange her. Kayle, when she does get ranged, has 525 base auto attack range. Both the Corki and the Aphelios have 550 base, which is nice, but not massive just yet. But on top of that, Corki can poke away with, you know, the ultimate shots, the Q as well. And Hansama, when he has the Calibrum, gains 100 bonus too. So in these fights, if they're ever, you know, hitting each other, you want to make sure you can keep the range advantage and dodge away if you're the Corki, package away if that kill gets too close to you.
That's going to be so crucial as these fights break out. And by the way, 13 minutes on the clock, a number of turret plates traded, but Rogue will be the ones to pick up the tower first blood. And look, Patrick still working away on this bottom lane. Not going to be able to take out the tower itself, but 3 plates have been secured. And that Rift Herald was used, albeit a little later than maybe anticipated. And again, we're just scaling. Athene's now picked up for Toure, level 11 for Larson as well as Special. The cull's getting closer to being completed, and this is everything you would anticipate from a Summer Split sort of team fight meta style comp. And I'm just going to keep my eyes on Cries. He's working his way up, hasn't yet completed a big ticket item, but a lot of pressure on him to be in the right position at the right time, and he's under threat now.
Yeah, and I really like how Rogue have been playing this, because they have the champions that can sort of take control over the jungle. You know, the threat of a Trundle Pillar, the Ornn ultimate when he's going to be around the team as well. They have a lot of immediate damage and the ability to try and catch you if you step too close. That is the power of the Pillar here, whereas Excel, if they want to make plays with the Gragas, he's got to be going in. He's got to be risking himself entirely, so they have to play fights a little bit faster, or picks a little bit faster than perhaps Rogue need to. So Rogue with, you know, the earlier spiking champions, you know, with the Trundle in the jungle and his ability to fight, are going to be the ones who, when they show up into the jungle, they say, hey, this is sort of our territory now, we're moving on in.
And it helps that they've got the vision to back it up. If you look at that northern quadrant of the jungle, thank you observers for zooming out. Rogue, they made a committed play to the top outer turret with the Rift Herald. They placed a number of control wards, pushed all the way up, and they got the inner turret as well. I mean, it was such a safe, controlled, coordinated play with all of the tools you just discussed, plus the vision to set it up. And that's why, at the 15-minute mark, Rogue are 1,600 gold up. They've got themselves an additional kill, and Finn is just going to look for a solo kill. He's going to get some support from Hansama and Vanda. But this time round, Finn hits all of his skill shots.
I'm sorry, I need to get on the phone with PETA immediately because that was not okay. That cat was getting thrown everywhere.
Oh man, just obliterated. Finn finds himself in Ezreal and Ayumi. That allows Hansama to take another tower. By the way, Infinity Edge completed, 2 kills secured, and in the blink of an eye, the gold lead doubles. It's now 3K.
Wow, that was fast right there. Finn was just hiding in the tri-brush and got that pick. You can see sort of the immediacy of their engage. Hansama?
This is bold. This is real bold. Hansama sidesteps the Mystic shot. And honestly, that was beautiful.
I'm getting goosebumps right now. It's like Hansama, Misfits, Draven, flashing over walls, going for kills, going crazy. You love to see that. And now he's also going to be in a side lane as Excel are the ones starting up that Rift Herald. So sure, they get a Rift Herald, but it's a trade for a tower, so it's pretty meaningless at the end of the day.
That was sick. That was absolutely sick. Vander and Hansama double team to shut down really the sort of the lead carry player-wise on XL. Now, admittedly, Cries on the KL still needs a lot of time. He's just picked up the Gunblade this very second, and with the help of the Rift Herald, will pick up XL's first tower. So it's by no means game over yet, but Runan's Hurricane is now picked up to back up the second assist for Hans Sama, and Rogue are feeling good. They're making the proactive plays. They're the ones throwing the first punches, and they're landing them.
And I am getting a little worried for Excel now, too, because one thing that we talked extensively about during the draft and the extended break before we got into this game was Gragas plus Yasuo, and can you actually punish around the mid lane post level 6? Well, we never even really saw an attempt. Vision was sort of dominated by Rogue. They went for that early swap, which sort of threw things into, well, it's not laning phase anymore. It's we got to go for towers where there's no really ganking to be had, and that sort of slowed things down for Excel. They weren't able to find any sort of moves with Special, who had priority a lot, but couldn't find a dive paired up with that Gragas, and now that's meant Corki's got to scale pretty freely and is nearing that point where he's nearly unstoppable on 2 items.
So what do they do? I mean, on the side of XL, they still have a Kayle, they still have a Gragas Yasuo combo. They need to somehow fend off this mid pressure. This is a 5-man stack for Rogue. They are coming for this tower, and XL, they're on the back foot once again.
Yeah, XL are trying to 1-3-1 right now just to pick up CS, while Larson gonna jump on in there to chunk out K-Drill a bit. Rogue setting up 10 seconds away from the Ocean Drake spawning, so that's what they really want here. Now, the thing is, K-Drill used his TP to get mid lane for that tower, so when he's seen responding to the wave up top side, well, Kryze is gonna say, hey, I have a TP advantage. This is actually a moment where XL can be the ones to go for the Drake, when I really thought Rogue were just gonna give up that top lane tower because it's so low already, and that's where you see Larson realizing his mistake, perhaps, or just saying, I wanted to pick up the one wave before coming back here, because now he has his Trinity Force, of course. Rogue are going to say, it's time to contest, let's draw a TP out of Kryze, and XL probably going to give it up.
Okay, XL, we're going to be able to secure the second tower of the game on the top. It's 5 towers to 2 now. 3 kills to 0. Inspired will have the support of Larson, and Finn has his teleport available, so he's backing away from that bottom lane. As you rightly called out, Ender, no real contest from XL, and this dragon will be given up. They are able to secure 1 tower top, and Kryze gets a little bit of chip damage on the inner, but nothing really meaningful.
Right, so the way XL are going to continue to play this, and we just saw a little preview of the next 15 minutes of this game, is splitting up into the side lanes, right? Kryze needs the golden experience, so he's going to be farming Krug, Scrump, whichever side of the map he's on, as well as the minions in the lane. Special doing a very similar thing, because XL aren't necessarily all about the team fights. They're weaker in items. We heard the analyst desk talk where they think Rogue's comp much easier to execute. So they are instead going to be playing for these towers and the waves, whereas Rogue are looking to force a fight with 5 people. So the breaking point of this game is going to be, when is there an objective that XL must fight Rogue over? And that could be in 10 minutes, the Ocean Soul. That could be in the next 5 minutes or 10 minutes, a Baron attempt for Rogue. Rogue are constantly going to be trying to draw XL towards them and then pouncing on them.
Oh, and with the Orn engage, as well as the disruption from a Trundle and a Lulu, hey, XL have to dance on a knife's edge.
But here's the thing, they've got a Yasuo wind wall, so it's pretty good, but that doesn't work if he's in a side lane. They still do have good disengage with the Gragas and the Ezreal, but maybe they want to switch things up and not play the entire map, because that can be hard when you don't have much pressure, and just put everything into Kryze trying to go into a side.
Well, let's find out. He's level 13, got a small advantage over Finn for now. XL, only 2k gold down in 20 minutes. That's not insurmountable. But really, 5 towers to 3, the map play, kind of the control, is still leaning on Rogue's side. A big item pickup, though. Infinity Edge just secured by Special. Also, Patrick on your screen has just dinged level 11. He's got that Triforce and the Mirror Mana. And you can see Kryze working his way towards that Nash's, so it won't take too long. And I think that'll be a big jump in effective combat power once he's managed to pick up that Nash's too.
Yeah, Special's now got that 100%, waiting on Kryze. Still, as Patrick gets a lot of damage on Inspired.
It is indeed. Subjugate will come out and buy some time. You can hear the pretension in my voice waiting. Call of the Forge God comes down. Still catches onto Patrick. Forced to use the flash. Special's running for his life. Finn goes in. Gets the knockup. Patrick and Torre are in trouble. Patrick's gonna get taken down, and Torre forced to swap to Special. Larson went low, but Kryze, crucially, did not teleport. He continues to push the bottom lane, but at what cost? So far, 1 death.
Yeah, XL had to have thought Finn was still in the bot side. Otherwise, they would have never made that play. Now Rogue, knowing Kryze is down bot, are going over towards this Baron. They want the team fight here, but they don't have that Ornn ult, and that's going to make it so hard to make this play happen. And without starting it up, it's just going to be a tower trade in the bottom.
Do you call worth? It is a kill on the side of Rogue. I believe it was Hansama that picked it up for a tower on the side of Cries as well as XL.
I think it is worth, maybe not the one-for-one trade right there, but the context of, hey, Ezreal's flash is gone. Both defensive summoners on the Yuumi are gone. The flash on special also going to be missing. So that makes this next engage only going to be that much easier. If the Ornn ult or if the pillar baits out Ezreal Z, then the Ornn ult means death. Right? And we already know Rogue can jump on you and have the damage to punch you out. So, I mean, looking at that play, it was Excel that were the aggressors, and I think it was an overstep, and it's something we even saw from them a bit last split too, where in the mid game, sometimes they go too far, and without really knowing that Finn was right there to counter that engage, they got punished for it.
I really want to like set an imaginary timer. Look at those flash timers on the XL side, Special Patrick Torre. If they come back available before Rogue have initiated, frankly, I'm disappointed. I want to see Rogue force an engage. There's a minute and a half until the next dragon, and obviously Baron is potentially available. If they're feeling bold enough with Finn's tankiness, as well as double ADs, I think they could bait it. So I want to see if they can. You can see Finn still waiting in the wings. Call of the Forge God is up, and then good luck to Patrick and Special, who are going to have to really be on point as that fight plays out.
Right, and with Rogue sweeping through this bot side jungle now for Excel, just a minute left on the Ocean Drake, it again seems like Excel will have to give this one up. And again, that's not the end of the world, but that means 5 minutes after that Drake falls, they must contest, because Ocean Soul makes this team unbeatable. The frontline tanks are never going to die with a sustain plus a Lulu. Hansama is now building in towards lifesteal as well, so like, just forget about it if you are Excel fighting against it.
Yeah, tickets, absolute tickets. XL more afraid of the Baron, you can tell by the vision. A lot of wards around that one, but like you said, you can give up Dragon 3, you cannot give up Dragon 4.
And it's the natural trade, right? Excel can't fight Rogue head-to-head. I mean, even though the gold is close, it doesn't feel like they have the firepower just yet. So while the bot lane division goes down for Rogue, Excel say, hey, we know you're down there. We can get vision on Baron. Make sure you don't sneak that one away. Also notice how even though Special is the one without TP, he's topside, so he's far away from the action. But that's because he doesn't have flash, so he's very vulnerable in a side lane, making it difficult for him to push anywhere near where Rogue's main force is going to be.
We're 24 minutes into this game, and I have to go all the way back to the first 5, Ender. Rogue spent some time in the top lane. Inspired went up to gank and give some support to Finn. Finn, frankly, has been outplaying Cries in the 1v1. We saw a number of engages. He was willing to pick those fights, and it felt like he got the better of him.
Yeah.
And that has kind of trickled down into this lead, this control where Finn has been able to be involved in the initiations, and the rest of Rogue just backed him up.
And the important thing to note about that top lane matchup was it was not mechanical excellence from Finn outplaying Cries in the 1v1. It was actually just wave management, and Cries, frankly, mismanaged his waves at times. Made a call for Kadel to come around. They didn't respect that they hard lose that 2v2 when Trundle runs up. And then there was that mechanical error from Cries, who didn't immediately flash away from the Ornn. And, you know, he's doing fine, and it's not a big problem for the team at all, but these are the things that you do need to critique when a player comes fresh into the league.
And imagine the different scenario had Cries been in 100% control of the lane, had not been able to be, you know, bullied and pushed around, so to speak. Look, it's still a CS advantage. You've got the Nash's Tooth right now. And again, it's only a 2,000 gold lead. It just feels bigger.
It is bigger now because you have the Molten Edge for Hansama Zefelios. He's finished the Death Stance too, which, if you don't know, also gives you resistances now. So he's got armor to deal with Ezreal and Yasuo. He's got magic resist, so there's no one-shot coming through on the Gragas, who's built very heavy on that magic penetration.
And 3 minutes away from an Ocean Soul, which frankly, Rogue are going to want to fight over. So let's see what happens with XL. Kadril 0-0-0 on this Gragas has not found an opportunity at all. And, you know, for XL, for the comp they put together, our analysts called it out. It's a difficult comp to pull off. You and I were giga surprised by the Kayle, excited by it, but it hasn't yet delivered. And now Cries is in trouble. He's going to flash over the wall and take that blast cone to safety. I am still a little disappointed. There was no big fight from Rogue. Special Patrick and Torre. Your summoners are
that's not
available
Rogue's
now.
fault. Okay.
It's not. They were like they got a dragon for free, right?
Sure.
But I would have liked to have seen them fight, and now XL are backing away. I don't think they start this. Surely they don't start this.
I mean, they have 5 people here. They can try to draw Finn's teleport out, which is going to be a big win for Cryz in the side lane, but you don't win the fight. You just get the TP, and that's going to be good enough for them.
It's a bait play. It's a bait for that TP, and now Rogue, they're going to group up. Rapid Fire Cannon was just picked up by Larson, by the way, and now Inspired is clearing out that vision. 2.5 minutes to the Soul. Baron is available, and I'm looking at control wards. A couple of them in the inventories now for Rogue. So for Rogue, it's just wait for that objective, force Excel's hands, and that's how you unlock this game.
Yes, that is going to be the look for them. Now Cryz approaching level 16, so I know chat's eyes going to be popping out of their heads right now, especially with the Rage Blade on the way too. That's going to be a big spike for Cryz, but again, needs to play these fights very, very well to find success. As the scouting goes down on Baron, they know that one's not being started up, but again, Rogue don't need to take too many chances here, but Excel maybe need to.
Oh, yes they do. I didn't think anyone is gonna hop over the wall. I wondered, considering Hans Summer's bold flash earlier this game. And Rogue are looking very strong in their debut game here.
No.
The Pillar of Ice interrupting the body slam. Call the Forge God comes down. There's no special to Wind Waller, but that's a very good stopwatch. That's going to keep Cage on the team alive. Now Rogue backing away. Cryz is playing the side lane, and he's pushing the tower. Level 16.
Yeah, he just hit 16. He's going to continue the push on here because Larson, the only player with a TP, was grouped up with Rogue trying to find a fight. They might find it now.
Special! No! What was that?
But the bot lane, Cryz is still pushing. Larson canceled his reset, so it's going to be 8 more seconds. The tower will fall down here. Question is, can Cryz actually get that? Patrick, if he wanted to go for the pure trade, could TP in here to help out Cryz if he needs it.
Larson's going to be able to defend the inhibitor, so Special ends up losing his life without Cryz being able to pick up the crucial inhibitor.
Yeah.
Baron goes the way of Rogue. They get the kill as well. It landed in Hans Summer's pockets. That gold lead extends even further, and yes, Cryz is unlocked. Yes, Cryz is a level 16 KO, but he didn't get the inhibitor that would have bought XL the time they needed.
Yeah, and it still doesn't feel like he's level 16. Now they win the game, right? It's not Cassidy. But yeah, so now with Baron going over, it's certainly not worth for Excel because we're 30 seconds away from the Ocean Soul. The Soul that we said was going to just, nice and tidy wrap up this game for Rogue. They're going to have all the control in the lanes setting up for this one. Cryz is back top lane trying to push out the waves. He has the Rage Blade now. Like, that's good news for him, but it's bad news for Excel that they cannot get control inside of their own jungle.
No, not at all. There's a 5-man stack from Rogue. With Baron empowered, Hans Summer and the Chakrams manages to get the root of the special as well. Call the Forge Guards up. Wind Wall is on cooldown. XL, they're not even positioned to defend their towers.
Yeah, they just can't do anything right now. Hans Summer freely walking up here, and here comes the Forge God.
It does indeed knock up onto Cagel. The barrel is insignificant. And as it stands, so are XL's efforts against Rogue. 5 kills to 0. And despite the fact they've traded 7 towers to 5, it has always been on Rogue's best interest. It has always been for the advantage of Rogue.
Here we go!
Oh, that was fantastic. Larson's going to jump into the back line. Finn's going to find the double knockup. Cagel is already popped and bopped, and Special gets melted inside the jungle. Divine Judgment comes down, but you have been judged, and you have been found wanting. XL are torn to pieces, and Rogue are pushing into the base. The first pick, Ezreal Yumi, will be the last people standing as Patrick and Torre can do nothing but watch their base get obliterated.
It's just a brilliant team fight right there from Rogue, flying into the backlines, tearing Excel apart. They've been in control this entire game, and it just took one 5v5 to put the nail in the coffin.
30 minutes flat. Rogue will take down the Nexus, pick up the first win of the Summer Split. And honestly, Rogue made a statement in how they ended that game.
Yeah, that team fight was a thing of beauty. It started with Finn finding, I believe, the Flash E knock-up onto 2 members. But then in the backline, Inspired went for that huge package. We're saying, hey, where's that going to go? It went into Cryz's face. He took him down low, assassinated the backline, and then jumped out with 1 HP. And that's exactly what you've got to do against the Kayle, is play around those cooldowns and make sure you can get in and get out just like that.
It's the Rogue show the whole time. I think decision-making, yes, they traded objectives, but frankly speaking, Rogue were in control that entire game.
Yep.
Turn our attention to XL for a second. Like the idea, not in love with the execution, and kind of expected, right? 2 players to the stage, roster swaps between spring and summer. You have to factor these things in, but you really want to see a little bit more if you're going to pull off that type of comp.
Yeah, it felt like there were not necessarily enough tools for them to force fights on their own terms. It really was just Kadril, and Kadril just never really did anything. He didn't have a lot of good options when the jungle matchup was going to be a losing one. They were hoping to scale, but even then, in the 5v5, felt like Rogue put together a much more cohesive comp.
And they've executed exceptionally well. Just really, really impressed with how well the entire game played out from the wave management of Fnatic. I literally hear the smile in your voice.
Yeah, it was beautiful.
Talking about it.
His E was terrible, but the rest was good.
We'll ignore that. Options for Kia Player of the Game on LEC. Head over on Twitter and vote. Finn, Larson, and Hans Summer. It's a really fun game for me to watch and see, and also for expectations on Rogue's side. I think it would be fair to say they were the favorites in this game. Obviously, no roster swaps coming from spring, some even looking at spring to summer performances, but it's a good taste of what we can expect to see. I'm not going to give you an opportunity because up next, Law checks in with Vander and Kobe makes his return versus Fnatic. Don't miss it. We won't. That doesn't mean anything. Chase down, Hans Summer stays alive. Hans Summer runs away. Not until Reckless flashes and takes him down. The ace is on the card, and Reckless sends it packing with a quadra.
It's nice that Kobe is back. We had some sort of competition thing going in 2019, and that was kind of cool. But it was nice to have someone else that was pushing me, and hopefully he can do that again now in Misfits.
By the G2 team. You don't have time to fight top lane.
Yeah, down that flash in the advance. Look at where the power like a bet.
Like since I started, he was either the best or the second best AD carry in the league. So he was always like the guy to overcome in a way.
Why are you so dirty?
I'm home from scrims. It was crazy.
It's okay, come on. Everything will be fine because I've got LEC.
With the LEC, there is no scrubbing, no mess, and no fuss. Just the cleanest European League of Legends around to keep your clothes fresh and smelling great.
I feel so fresh.
LEC, the cleanest league in the world. Oh, absolutely not. Again? What is this? What? Is that blood?
No.
No. You were against Schalke today. How does this happen? No.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to the LEC studio for our last game of the day. It was highly anticipated, and we're not there yet. We're going to make sure you are as excited for it as you could be. It is Misfits against Fnatic. It is the return of Kabi to the European soil and up versus Reckless in his first match. And I think that in itself is getting us hyped for this matchup.
Oh, it definitely is. Having Kabi back after his self-inflicted exile over in North America on TSM is great.
Last time we saw a period of learning. Medic.
Well, I mean,
he went on a pilgrimage, is that what they call it? Where you go on a journey to learn more about yourself.
Sure, and I think what he learned was he really didn't enjoy living in North America or North American solo queue.
Yeah, precisely. And now he's back in the promised land.
And it's great to have him back. I mean, last time we saw him, he was on Splice, made it to Worlds, was a really good performer there. So I'm looking forward to having him back. And even Reckless said, you know, these guys have a history. They've challenged each other for a while. And I think Kobe is what Misfits needed. He's a strong laner, he's a strong team fighter, and he's definitely an upgrade over Beaver.
I mean, the funny thing to me about Kobe is how controversial he can be among fans.
Yeah.
Because there was that one time where we put him as an all-pro AD carry, and half the fans were like, yeah, it was well-deserved, definitely. And then the other halves were like, what did you do to Reckless? And then, like, that constant debate of back and forth, like, the man is good. The man is reliable. He's consistent. He can be the carry. He can be the guy that just fills what the team needs. He has a lot of Worlds experience. But I think there are many question marks around, like, is he as flashy as some of the likes of Perks or Reckless? Is he that person that you always have to invest resources in? Not necessarily. I think he's a reliable AD carry that, as you rightly said, can only be an upgrade to what we've seen in Misfits.
It is always weird when you see those players who you identify with a certain jersey. And for me, for Kabi, it's actually still kind of the splice that's etched in my brain and in the TSM. Now with Misfits, it's really cool that he's back and that he's on this Misfits roster. And I like how you summarized it there, the kind of controversy around how good he is. And he is really, really good. But I also see this return as him to EU as, you know, that jump to make his mark and to get close to that title or to get back to Worlds.
I mean, he received a lot of criticism on TSM. There was even a lot of debate around how good or bad actually is he. He didn't have the best split. Was that because of him or was that because of the environment that he was in? I think Kobe really wants to show the world that he is still world-class, that he can compete at the highest level. And I think Misfits is one of the best teams to do it on, because the problem that they had last split was that they were very one-dimensional. They could only play through mid or play through top. And towards the end of the split, they were primarily just playing through mid. Razork was really the big playmaker on this team. But with the addition of Kobe, now we get to see them play more through their side lanes. They can invest more into their bot side of the map. They can rely on another carry threat that I think is only going to expand the options that Misfits have.
We're already excited about Denik in spring, right? So it's going to be really cool to see how it pops off here. An epic battle in the bot lane versus Reckless. People are going to say, there's other people on that team. I know, but this is pretty cool. This is the first look, though, that we're going to get at Fnatic as a whole. No changes coming in for that squad. Obviously, still looking to get back to the highest echelon in Europe and win that title. What are our expectations for Fnatic in this first game and in the split, Medic?
Well, I think they still have to be looked at as the second best team in Europe, right? You wipe away the 0-3 against G2 in the finals, you kind of forget about it, and before that, everyone was saying, hey, this is Fnatic's split to win, right? Especially after G2 had lost to Mad Lions, Fnatic were looking like the favorites in that final, and you have to take that same energy and that same impetus into this match, right? They should be beating Misfits. They should be the dominant team in this matchup, and my expectation is that that is the Fnatic we'll continue to see. They just need to get over those little foibles that they had against G2, and they should be making Worlds and maybe even challenging for first spot in the LEC.
Let's just look at their track record, right? So they went from World Finals to struggling against G2. Even struggling against G2, they had back-to-back best-of-5s with Broxah in the roster. They then introduce Selfmade. And bear in mind, they went to Worlds and they lost the eventual World Champions. They then came back with a roster that we all agreed Selfmade was a clear upgrade and made the team stronger. They were second pretty much throughout the entirety of the split. And then they were like breezing their way through playoffs. They had one bad series, but that doesn't get to just negate all of the amazing things that they also did last split. And coming in, you're immediately looking at this roster and you have to say, these are, again, front runners to be challenging G2 at the end of the split. And we've already seen G2 play today. They look dominant, they look fast, they look crisp, they look clean. Now, you're looking at Fnatic and what do they look like today? Sure, is the competition tougher? We're yet to see. But I'm excited to see what they bring out. What have they practiced? What new champions are they bringing to the Rift today?
And I'm actually really excited to see Reckless in what seems to be a team fighting late game AD carry scaling meta. Like, remember when he was playing Sivir all the time? That guy is an absolute beast, right? Like, I am only excited for this guy throughout the course of the split, and maybe we'll see Fnatic go for the gung-ho G2 style, or maybe we'll see them play some scaling, and both of those are really interesting to me.
Very exciting matchup. We're not there just yet, though. We're almost ready for our final game of the day. Again, apologies for a bit of the delays here and there today. We do have an interview with Vander to hear what Rogue has to say. Well, an interview with Rogue's Vander to see what he has to say after that win versus XL.
Thank you very much, Shox. And thank you, Vander, for joining me at last. I gotta say, I'm a bit jealous of the setup you have for interview. That looks amazing.
Yeah, it's brand new. I think it's the first time we're using it, so
yeah, well,
it looks nice as well.
Have to get used to this setup, so might as well have a good interview setup. But I want to talk about the game here because it looks strange. You dominated all game long. Still, it took you guys some time to close the game as a whole. So I'm wondering, is it because of the meta being centered around late game lately, or was XL giving you some issues closing the game here?
Well, both bot lanes were kind of win condition for their teams. They also had Kayle, so they kind of had those two carries, you can say, with Yuumi being able to support both. We are more playing for Aphelios this game, so you could see it. And once Aphelios got ahead, I think we just dominated the game and controlled it, as you said. For sure, we could do something better and close faster, but it's important against champs like Gragas or Yasuo to be a bit slower, I think. We don't also have like much setup or CC to start a fight in our favor, so it looked a bit slow in some moments for sure.
Yeah, but a win is a win, and as you said, with the combo they had, you have to be very careful because this Yasuo can be very deadly in the end. And I want to come back on what the analysts were saying before the game concerning Rogue, which is like the fact that you have amazing players, but still we're waiting to see a bit more from you in summer. So tell me, how will the Rogue from summer be different from the Rogue from spring?
Hopefully this first game's a step in the right direction, right? I think we didn't really play well as a team. We didn't have that good grasp of the meta, as good as other teams. So I think it just comes out down to everyone of us playing a bit better. Even though people say we're like amazing individually, I don't think we were better individually than the players from top teams. And I'm confident if we're gonna be better than, let's say, people from Origen or Fnatic as individuals, we're gonna beat those teams as well.
And it's interesting to hear, but I'm curious, how would you define Rogue as a team, like your style?
I'm not sure actually how to define us. I think we can play a lot of styles. I think the one comes to my mind the most is like we have quite aggressive side lanes. Larsen loves those like Azir Corki, but he can also pop off with some assassins and inspires the Olaf guy, right? So I think we can play a lot of stuff and we don't have that clear identity in my mind.
I agree, and one of the strengths you have is the fact that you can play around multiple players, as you said. One last thing I want to mention here, though, is the player of the game for this one. It's Hansama, your AD carry, so talk me through working with him. Yeah? He had a good game for you?
I mean, he kind of carried this game alone. I mean, I was just sitting behind him, shielding him, so I had a good overview of what's happening. He also made some nice calls in the mid game, so he got ahead. He got this like flash over the wall to chase Ezreal. That was quite aggressive. I liked it. Yeah, good game by Hans.
Good game by Hans and good game from you guys as a whole. Thank you very much for the interview and congrats on the first victory. And we're going to take a short break.
Thank you.
We'll come back in a few minutes for the last game of the day, Misfits versus Fnatic. Stay tuned.
And welcome back to the LEC Summer Split in the last game of day one of our journey towards the World Championship, in which 4 European teams will be competing. I want to see who is going to make it there. Before that, though, we have many games. We're about to jump into Misfits versus Fnatic, and Kobby is back!
Yes! Finally!
Many fans are speaking of the prodigal son returns. What was his quote? Finally some real competition?
Yeah.
I think that was his quote. I want to see what he does up against Reckless and Fnatic.
I'm excited. It's a good matchup right off the bat to see him test his skills right here. Misfits made that one big change, but also down with him in bot lane. DOS going to be the starting support here with him for day one. So revamped bot lane and hopefully some high expectations for Misfits coming into summer.
Well, we're going to find out what happens in the draft as we get ourselves ready for picks and bans. Misfits will find themselves on the blue side. Fnatic are on the red side. And interesting to see some of the changes here on the Misfits roster. Razork, Dandan, obviously stepping up towards the end of the split. Like you mentioned, DOS in the support role. Not going to be Denix, somebody who I was quite impressed by towards the end of the split. Yeah. But we know that the Misfits roster, they've got a number of rookies over on the URLs, and Immediately out the gate, one of the healers, Soraka, banned away.
Yeah, and we'll see how the bot lane dynamic develops, whether or not we're going to see, you know, more Denic as time goes on here. But changing pieces, it's all about finding that right dynamic for them. And Misfits clearly think it's going to be Kabi Das in the bot side now. Another healer. Gone. Get him out of here. We get rid of the Soraka, get rid of the Yuumi. We want some good, honest League of Legends. No healing in this one, Trevor.
You're saying healing is not honest League of Legends? Is that the implication?
Yeah, I think so. When you take damage, it should stick, you know?
We will unpack that at a later date. Let's see how this draft plays out. Some of the other priority picks, I think Varus Syndra has continually showed throughout the day to be high priority bans. Yeah. I also think a number of them have been a red side. I definitely want to unpack that for tomorrow's show. Finally, Graves finds himself in the ban pool, and that means first pick option here for Misfits. Kalista for Kobe. You cannot put a bigger paint a bigger picture around who you're going to carry, who you're leading on this game.
I mean, it's obvious, right? You go for the first pick, Kalista, with the Syndra and the Varus gone. They say, hey, there's not really any champions that can go directly toe-to-toe with the Kalista. You put a powerful support alongside it that can set her up for success, and she can run away with a lot of these laning phases. And then I want to see, how do Febvin and Razork play around this bot lane to enable them? Is it going to be regular ganks? Are they going to be setting up big waves to crash in and look for the dives? But it will be the Kabi show.
Yeah, it absolutely will. First pick on the other side, Nemesis gets Twisted Fate.
Okay, so with the TF, a couple shout-outs we got to get through here. First, Crossman, hit rank 1 on EU West with the Twisted Fate, looking real good. Also, if you want to see insane Twist Fate action, Dopa streams on Twitch now, so legend right there, no doubt. But also, this is a staple pick of Nemesis, but quite frankly, a surprise for me to see it come on so early in. Now, Nemesis, of course, was very famous for playing the on-hit style of Twisted Fate with, you know, the, what was it, the Trinity Force and all that action, which we could very well see here, but APTF has been making a bigger swing across all servers now with Unsealed Spellbook and these types of variations.
First of the year as well. For Nemesis on that TF. Reckless will be getting his hands on the Ezreal. Yuumi has been banned away, so I want to see what that's going to be paired with. And the set has now been locked in for Misfits, so this can be a flex. I think we've seen a jungle once today already. It can go bottom lane. The Kalista set combo, I quite like some of their synergies, and we'll see what DOS decides to run. But knowing there's a TF in the mid lane, Febvin is going to secure the Zoe right now, so we'll have keeping people at arm's length for the time being.
Yeah, give yourself some poke options, as well as, you know, if Zoe can get wave control around this mid lane for some key roam points, maybe even pre-level 6. You'd love to see that happen against the Twisted Fate before he gets that ultimate to sort of unlock the entire map for him. As for this set pick, I don't necessarily love it in the support role next to the Kalista. I think a champion with some longer range engage can work very well, whether that's the Thresh or the Nautilus. These types of picks really enable her, because once she gets on someone, they're dead. The longer range your support can jump on them and keep them there for you, the better your lane is going to look.
Definitely the case. And now the flip side, Selfmade, going to be getting his Lee Sin. Somewhat of a signature champion, says huge impact on that ability, but not seeing too many of those tanks just yet. I want to see what Bwipo and Dandan are going to lock in the top lane, assuming the set does not go there, and Wukong will be the first ban in the second phase.
Yeah, and with Wukong gone, you know, you look towards, hey, could it be an Ornn pick potentially for Bwipo, who's liked that in the past here? Could, of course, Fnatic can save that top lane counter pick for him if they do want it. Now, speaking about this Twist Fate versus Zoe just a little bit more, because I do think this matchup is going to be super pivotal in the game, whether or not Twist Fate can get out of this lane, you know, make some kills, dives happen around the map. Lee Sin plus Twisted Fate gold card.
Yes.
Really, really deadly here. So Fevbin going to have to respect that a lot. Probably going to need to run the cleanse here and have a jungler behind him that can help him keep him safe.
And I mean, you can feel the pick power of a Twisted Fate Lee Sin Ezreal. Anytime either the TF or the Lee decide to jump into an area, they've got a lot of abilities to shut somebody down, and now the next band's going to be that Thresh. So one of those long-range engages that you've talked about, you mentioned the Nautilus, you mentioned the Thresh. Thresh is now banned away. Aatrox, Bwipo's going to lose his sort of signature pick. A Malphite taken out of the equation as well. So Ornn is still open and available, and then the insta-lock on the Cho'Gath. So Ornn is still a possibility if they wanted to.
Oh, Cho'Gath is a really good pick here, especially if it's going to be the AP variation for Bwipo. One thing you might not know about Kalista, if she gets slowed down, that slows the speed of her jump. So if this is going to be the AP Cho'Gath with a Glacial Augment, you know, the Hextech GLP, the Twin Shadows, and all this, Kallista's pretty low range. She's going to be in a lot of trouble. A Zoe too, if she jumps forward with that portal jump, well then Cho'Gath can just sort of center his Q on where she is going to be returning. So I really like this option here for Bwipo.
Oh man, so Gangplank's now going to be the counter, locked in. Not going to be that traditional tank. We've seen a Kayle top today, didn't work out. Now we've seen the Gangplank, and if this Nautilus gets locked in, that'll put Set into the jungle, and it is. So this is what you were expecting. And to give me an overview of what this 5-man team comp looks like.
Well, again, it feels like in early game especially, this is going to be very much about the bottom lane. Kalista Nautilus should beat whatever gets paired here with the Ezreal down in the bot side, especially a Braum. They're just trying to keep it safe under tower. And I like the Braum if they lock this in as an answer into the Zoe, as well as potential tower dives, because that's what I think Misfits are looking for. You got that big global ultimate with the Gangplank. If Set comes around a turret, that's when his ganks are going to be strongest. When he runs straight at you and you can just walk away, you know, he's going to struggle. That's sort of his weakness as a jungler. Ganks aren't insane, but post level 6, he can pick you up, bring you straight towards the team. So I'd love to see him figure out a way to get Febvin out of this lane and look to collapse on down towards bot.
I remember when Set debuted in the LEC in the spring split, yourself and Dracos did an introductory segment on how he works. And I distinctly remember you both walking just away from the screen, being like, that's how you deal with Set. Just walk the hell away. It sounds so simple. It sounds so simple. I can let everybody know that the players have loaded up into the game. There was a minor delay, so anticipating 2 to 3 minutes of us breaking down the team composition.
Oh, that's nothing.
Now, I know, we don't have the same amount of time, okay? Not that it's a challenge, but what I am going to ask you to do, Ender, let's look at how some of these lane matchups are going to play out. You've already given some expectations. Misfits tower diving, Razork maybe to look for some of those behind the tower plays. But if we start looking at the individual lanes, you know, how do you anticipate some of this to play out?
Yeah, well, again, I'm sort of looking at Fnatic here in the early game around mid lane to try and shut down Febvin, because Febvin on the Zoe, if he loses his flash, the lane becomes a whole lot more difficult to play. If you're ever within auto attack range of the Twisted Fate, he can just pull out a gold card, Lee Sin comes around out of the Fog War, and you're going to be in a lot of trouble. So I would like to see Selfmade generate some pressure around that central focus of the map, and then by, you know, product of that, you're going to reduce pressure on that bot lane, which we know is going to be in trouble, because if Zoe can't leave mid, bot lane can't really get dove here. So that's what I want to see coming through for Selfmade, while Razork doesn't have as many ganking options early on, and again, going to be looking for the bot lane plays a little bit later.
Whenever you got a Gangplank and the Cannon Barrage in, you always know there's going to be a party in the bot lane at some point, right? And Kabi was the one that got first pick on the Kalista, was available to him, and that is where Misfits have banked themselves. Kabi back from the LCS after a split in spring, and one that was not particularly successful. Kabi has spoken out in an interview with ESPN, in an interview with us, saying it was a difficult split. And what I really like is there's a lot of fans at home that have higher expectations for Kabi's performance, and you can't really get much bigger of a platform than Game 5, Day 1, going up against Fnatic and going up against Reckless, somebody who's got a very, very long and storied history with.
Yeah, and Kabe's story is a very interesting one too, because right when he left Europe, it was on a high note. You know, in spring of last year, he was the first All-Pro ADC.
Yes.
You know, touted as the best ADC in the league right when Perkz made that swap into the role. But then, of course, also making it to Worlds with that Splice roster, you know, making it out of the group stage too. So Kabe, it has been a bit of a journey. Didn't find, you know, what he wanted over in North America, we'll go ahead and say that. And now on this Misfits team, a very young team, he can come in as another leader and try to carry them to another Worlds.
Yeah, definitely going to be the case. A lot of pressure on his shoulders. And as we've mentioned, producing the show remotely, thank you very much for your patience. We're very shortly going to be jumping into this game as the 5th and final match of the day. Before we round up with the post-game lobby, Sharks will be joined by some guests. I don't know just yet who it will be. And a reminder that we have shows tomorrow and on Sunday as well. Super Week Summer in the LEC. I'm just buying some time because we've got a video coming. Producers, how much time do we have left? 15 seconds. Ender, 10 seconds, go.
Wait, what am I supposed to count down? Like T-8. We're launching another spacecraft here. T-5, 4, 3, 2, 1. We have blast off.
definitely shaking off the rust, I'm not gonna lie. And I'm very thankful to have you by my side, Ender, because you have saved me multiple times
Just
today.
giving the people what they want, Trev.
And now we get to dive back onto the Rift. So let's take a look at how this early laning plays out. Hylissang and Reckless are going to start teaming up just to push forward a little.
Sure.
Place the ward in the Brambleback pit. That'll give them some information. Glacial Augment on Bwipo's Cho'Gath. You called it, so you want to see AP build and the Spooky Ghosts.
Yeah, it will be the AP build for sure. We're doing Keystone checking. I haven't done this since like they came out in 2018, but here goes. Right, we have the Glacial Augment for Bwipo, which is a great answer into both, you know, catching out a Kabi, but also there's a lot of melee champions over on Misfits' side. Fnatic don't have great engage tools, so now that AP Cho'Gath going to give it to them with the slows from range. Another thing you don't see every day is going to be Omni Stone anywhere, but this time it will be there for Nemesis's Twisted Fate. Good news for Twisted Fate is he can use actually a lot of different keystones. His auto attacks, you know, he can get, you know, press the attack pretty well. Hail of Blades, sure, you stun someone, you whack him a couple times. That's going to be good for trading in lane too.
Now remind me, was it during EU Masters that we saw an Omnistone? And I actually think you started to break it down and some of the pros and cons, but it's not too long ago.
Yeah, it was on a Bard, I want to say, which is pretty common.
Yes, it was Kasing's Bard, in fact.
Yeah, there you go, there you go.
And the only reason I remember it is you really broke down some of the strengths and the weaknesses of not only how the Keystone works, but why you liked and disliked it. So can you try to remember the rant and give it to me again?
Yeah, so I think it's a little bit different context with like a Bard. Oh no, it was a Pike. That's what it was. That was a little bit too much for me personally. But on the Twisted Fate, what it does give him is better trading tools within the lane, because I believe he's going to be going for the AP build, which is, you know, Rod of Ages, maybe Zhonya's Hourglass, Lichbane, these types of things. But with the Omnistone, as opposed to Unsealed Spellbook, which is the other option, you get better trading options in lane. It's more lane focused as a rune choice, but what it will mean is that he's missing the ability to switch to a Cleanse, which could prove pivotal because you don't want to get slept by Zoe and then picked up by a set, and then all of a sudden you're going to be dead.
Yeah, definitely the case. So now we need to see how Nemesis uses it. Exactly how the Omnistone will play out in the randomization. And there's a gold card into the wild cards as well, so Febiven takes a big chunk of damage, and while we've been very focused on that, the bottom lane, Kabi and DOS pushing very heavily into Reckless and Hylissang. Hylissang had actually left the lane, so now he's just joined as the minion wave crashes against the tower. Small advantages for the Misfits duo, and this is accruing to a 500 gold lead, plus Gangplank pushing heavily in the top lane. And here comes Set, that's the flash, gets the pull back, the sleep is there, there's no cleanse, the paddle star, the true damage! Razork, Misfits, first blood!
That was so nicely played right there from Razork, finding the gank right there, flash on Nemesis, and getting him and punishing him for not having a cleanse. On top of that, Febiven says thank you very much, picks himself up a flash too, so that means, you know, Selfmade, who we thought was actually going to be the one trying to play around mid, it's going to be that much harder for the next minute or so while Febiven has that.
Oh man, you see those picker cards cycling through and it cannot get to gold quickly enough. You know,
it was tough RNG because it was blue first. It wasn't like he had the chance to go for the instant collect as Feb gets jumped on.
He does indeed. Selfmade on the Lee Sin, not going to be able to find more. Also, I think crucially, it was Razork that picked that kill up. You know, on the set, you've already talked about it. We'll have some challenges and some difficulties as the game plays out. So getting an early advantage is big, and oh man, they're going to look to punish again.
He's got the Hex Flash down there, but balling. Some good trading here.
There's indeed a lot of damage back and forth. Kabi, the first pick, Kalista steps forward. The Rend goes down. Hylissang gets taken out with the Pierce. Kabi and DOS, they pick up the 2v2 kill, and Misfits 1,000 gold up.
All right, Kabi's back, people, right there. Kill Hylissang down in the bot lane. You love to see it. Kabe showing up there as Hylissang went a little bit too far forward. Thought they were winning that trade, but Ezreal versus Kalista early on, Nautilus versus Braum, you have to give that one to Misfits. And Kabe, knowing he had the damage, knowing he could land that final skill shot, had the confidence to flash in.
Burn through all 4 summoner spells in the bottom lane. Reckless, only the flash remaining. He does manage to get away with his life, but a kill to Kabe's Kalista, a kill to Razork's Set. And you cannot ask for a better start to the game if you're a Misfits fan.
Yeah, it's looking very good for Kabe right now, but here's the pivotal thing for Fnatic is Nemesis going to be hitting level 6 within the next minute and a half here on the Twisted Fate. No flashes down bot side means that an aggressive 2v2 lane either has to give the respect over or will risk their life. Selfmade just looks like he's showing up to clear away these waves, and Bwipo's going to be, you know, very angry in chat, but Bwipo's just trying to set up the freeze, so that's why he had Selfmade come up there.
All right, just hold the lane just in case. Selfmade was very low. Dan, by the way, 7 CS up and a wave in front of him. There's only 3 additional that Bwipo can make up, so small advantages. Bwipo's got the double Doran's rings for now. Both TPs are available. And that's an easy rupture to Dan. He didn't even try to dodge it, really.
Yeah, that rupture is going to do a lot of damage later on. But for now, it's no big deal. Now, one interesting thing we're seeing is actually Selfmade went for the Tiamat on Lee Sin. This is something I actually do a lot on the champion that was not very popular for a long time when you just had to be all about that early game impact. But we know the games are slowing down. Selfmade wants to keep up farming in the jungle, wants to try and, you know, get some sort of a CS lead if he can. So having that Tiamat is going to make his clearing faster, but of course you miss out on that spike, because Warrior, when you complete it, you go from having 20 AD, you spend like 500 gold, now you got 60 AD on the item. It's pretty insane, but of course we'll delay that by 1,300 now.
Yeah, definitely the case. And of course for Selfmade is the man my eyes are going to be on right now. Razork has already had an opportunity in the mid lane where he's punished Nemesis. He was lingering, trying to use that Hex Flash. We've seen a 2v2 kill in the bottom lane, and the only appearance from Selfmade right now is just kind of backing up. Bwipo in the top lane. Dragon's Rage will be made available shortly, and with the Destiny Gate from Nemesis, that duo, TF plus Lee Sin, either in a lane, in the mid lane, in a side lane, there's a lot of options that are unlocked with it, and we know that he has the ability to make those plays, has done it many, many times during this winter.
Yeah, it was sort of a signature for Fnatic, really, with the Twist Fate to look for bot lane dives a lot. Now, that's going to be a little bit harder, but it doesn't have to be a dive. It could just be a straight-up gank. Now, I would like to point out, it isn't going to be the AP Twisted Fate, so it still will be that on-hit AD-style build with the Trinity Force coming through that we're a little bit more accustomed to seeing from Nemesis, which means better sustained damage later on. It means it's very easy to itemize into a rapid-fire cannon if you want to get that bonus range on the gold card, and also helps, you know, even out some of the damage types coming through. Because with an AP Cho'Gath in the top lane, if you throw another AP in there, with an Ezreal who does some magic damage too, that might be a little much.
Well, talking about the top laners, Dan is the first to swap. He backed away 7 minutes on the clock, roughly. Has already relocated to the bottom lane. This is now allowing Kobbe to make an early advance to the top lane. We've seen those Rift Herald plays, the blue side, very frequently. What do you make of this?
Well, one thing I really like to see teams do against a Twisted Fate in particular is go for the early swaps, because if you can disrupt the standard 2v2 lanes in bot side, well, all of a sudden Twisted Fate's like, where do I actually ultimate? Of course, Fnatic are going to try to match this by sending their bot lane on over towards the top side of the map as well. But look at this Selfmade coming around. Good kick.
That's it. Selfmade finds Febiven, and honestly, that was too easy. Febiven baited himself.
Yeah, Selfmade just rolled him right there, hopping over the wall, getting the flash as well, and now everything's been slowed down for Misfits, who were the first ones on the reset, got into top lane, pushed the wave, didn't respect the gank around mid. Now Fnatic are going to be here, but Febiven has a TP. He just swapped over to it. He's going to come into mid.
Cannon Barrage available for Dan as well. Do Misfits fancy a fight? TP's now completed in the mid lane. Doss is taking a lot of damage, but look at Hylissang. He's getting melted. Sleepy Trouble Bubble will be able to tag down one. That's a stun onto Razork as they continue to chase. A parlay to the face of Nemesis before he flashes over the wall. So the TP and the Cannon Barrage used, it gets the kill. Kobbe is able to pick up the Rift Herald. Misfits, despite, you know, losing the mid laner, they punch back, they get a kill in the AD carry.
Well, it was quick thinking, right, with Febiven. He has the Unsealed Spellbook to switch over to the TP. It's really hard to catch that, too. I think it's just a text chat call-out, so unless Fnatic are paying attention to that, which in a pro game, you're probably not paying attention to the chat box, you're not going to see that one coming. So he TPs in towards the middle lane. Dan had already started walking up here, so Fnatic say, we got to give it up. Hylissang, he's trying to block skill shots coming in, but he can't really save himself during all of this, and now Nemesis losing his flash as well is going to make it really hard for him to do much for the next few minutes.
It's such a beautiful Zoe paddle star over the wall, chunking Reckless for 75% of his HP. And Misfits, they got the Infernal Drake, 3 kills to 1, nearly 1,000 gold lead at 10 minutes. It's not huge, but it is significant. 2 kills on a Callista as well is a very good start, especially considering Kobbe is back in EU in his first game with the squad. Now let's take a look at what Fnatic are going to do. Destiny is available for Nemesis. He's level 8. And a real old school caster story is, if that first Destiny doesn't work out, well, that means you're in trouble.
What if you wait until level 11 to use the ult? That's kind of bad too.
Yes. But the thing is, let's talk about like what opportunities could present himself, because now Kobe's down in the bottom lane.
That's the thing that really sucks for him is, A, he lost the flash, B, DOS is a better roaming support. So he goes mid, he forces Nemesis back, gets full vision control inside of the river for Misfits, and now Misfits are setting up this huge play down towards bot. They're gonna run into self-made.
Ender, you called it. You said exactly how Razork was going to tower dive, walking behind the tower, and with the help of DOS's Nautilus, that's another kill onto Bwipo. It's at the cost of Kobe. Here comes Fnatic. The Destiny and the Gate delivers Nemesis to the Fnatic faithful, and it is a triple kill for Selfmade. Misfits got dunked.
Hey, it looked good at the start there for Misfits. Razor coming in from behind, but it's the follow-up from Fnatic, who saw this play coming, with Selfmade sitting underneath the tower, ready to respond. Nemesis with the gate on forward, and now Bwipo teleporting up towards top side. He doesn't have any of the slows, but he's zooming.
Yeah, he really is. Blink and you'll miss it. Selfmade,
oh no, Dan's tanking!
0-1. Dan was tanking the turret damage. Throws down a powder kit. It's getting nommed. Feast! Bwipo with the solo kill. AP Cho'Gath, that's where it's at. Glacial Augment.
Yeah. Oh man, this hurts if you're a Misfits fan, because everything was looking good, right? They're winning the early game. Razork's like, I got him. We're gonna knock him down. Kobe gets the kill. But then what happens? Well, all of a sudden, Selfmade rather finds this really nice kick on towards Kobe, destroys him before Nemesis even shows up. And now that the consistent damage dealer is gone, Bevin can't really do much. He wants to play super slow. He wants to just throw in skill shots here and there, pepper those in, but all of Fnatic was saying, there is a dive coming. Let's run everyone down bot side.
Bring your friends, bring your family. Game 5 is delivering.
Well,
Fnatic
gotta stay inside. Don't come here.
Yes, stay inside. Keep social distancing. Good call, actually. But I mean, look at this. Fnatic just swing the entire game. Now they're at 1,400 gold. They've got the kill lead. They've got themselves a dragon under their belt. The warrior enchant completed for Selfmade.
Look at Selfmade reading Razork, by the way.
Yes.
Just always here where Razork is going to be. Lands the Q for good measure. He's not going to take that one in here, but Fnatic ready to roll.
Selfmade skipped chapter 1 of the Razork book, but chapters 2, 3, and 4 has been able to reply. And you take a look at this, Selfmade. 60% win rate, 5 games played league-wide, 48 Lee Sin games. It's just, it's a lot of fun to watch him make plays. And maybe now setting up for another. Razork is inside the river. There's the blast cone over the wall. Rift Herald will get summoned. It's going to appear after a momentary delay. And actually, this is going to do a lot of damage.
Yeah, that should take the tower there with everyone walking up too. So Fnatic not making the play just yet. Nemesis technically does have TP, but no Destiny Gate means Fnatic will just let this one charge in. Selfmade's here to make sure that Reckless can at the very least farm away this minion wave.
Okay, let's look forward to a few minutes. We're 15 minutes in. This game is, well, nearly 15 minutes in. This game is about as even as it is going to be. As far as the next 5 to 10 minutes play out, what options are available?
Yeah, so actually, Fnatic might make a play very fast, because Nemesis rolled Predator from his Omni Stone, so he's got those upgraded boots right here. So I'll be waiting to see if something comes from that right here. It's a good bubble will land and mean some chunk.
A lot of damage. Febivin flirting with the engage.
Sure.
No flash available.
Yeah, he's going to be all right. He's going to be all right for now. But as to your original question, what happens in the next few minutes? Well, Nemesis is going to take a base. He has Destiny Gate. Bwipo is also finished off the Hextech GLP. So the engage options are going to be there for Fnatic. I think Fnatic can continue to try and find these collapses on towards side lanes. Play around Bwipo, who doesn't have TP, so go to his lane. Dive the tower there. With the Gangplank, he's going to be vulnerable. That's what I want to sort of see come through from them up until this next Drake spawns, and then we'll see both teams sort of collaborate and say, are we going to fight this? Are we going to give this up?
Sorry, I like the word collaborate. We'll see the teams collaborate.
I mean, that's what it has felt like all day today. It was like, outscale. We will accept the fact that you're getting this Drake, and we'll play for the 35-minute mark.
I really like that, actually. It's a beautiful way of explaining that, like, decision-making tree.
It's like the nicer way of saying they're going to shake hands over the objective, right?
Yes, a gentlemanly agreement to just let this one go.
And much like school projects, one person will end up doing all the work, right, in the collaboration. They get the Drake, so.
Yeah, but luckily the entire team gets the benefit, right?
Sure.
Because I was the guy not doing the work. Nevertheless, Fnatic, again, maintaining this lead. There's been some big item spikes, by the way. Trinity Force picked up for Nemesis, Blade of the Ruined King for Kobe, Luden's Echo for Febiven. Dandan's working towards that Triforce. And now the boss DOS
Do they have the damage to kill him, though? I'm inclined to believe, yes, there's a lot of CC from DOS, but they would probably have to bring up Razork to make this happen.
The wave clear from Bwipo's Cho'Gath obliterated that minion wave. He's got himself a Frozen Hose, has got that Super Soaker to spray down and slow anybody in front of him. Sleepy Trouble Bubble from Febby. Paddlestar gets blocked by the Unbreakable, and there's no support elsewhere. So as long as Febby is keeping some attention in that middle lane, it has allowed Razork, Kobe, and DOS to secure the second tower.
So this is really interesting, because right before the Drake spawns, Misfits putting all the resources up topside, but they're still going to have enough time to get down there towards the Drake with the reset coming on through. Just finish off some items here. Kobe feeling very strong on the Callista. Still a little bit away from finishing off the Runon's Hurricane. That'll only make him more powerful coming on through here. Oh, that's a really good interrupt on Febiven, because now if he wants to base, he's going to be low on mana, so that's why the ping comes through. He needs blue buff if they're going to contest this Drake.
Now, Febiven must be giga tilted, because I think that's the third time a recall has been interrupted. I've seen Nemesis doing it twice on camera already. Third time from Reckless. Obviously, it's a little bit of a joke, but like it is frustrating. You know, you get inside the head. He does pick up the blue buff. Nemesis will find the gold card onto DOS. DOS has got a flash available. Sleepy Trouble Bubble does tag onto Nemesis. Fate's Call buys some time. Kobe's in range to save his support's life. The Dragon is interrupted, but look at Bwipo up top.
Yeah, I mean, it's a huge win for Fnatic. They're going to get everything. They get the top lane tower, which will end up making it a trade from what Misfits were able to do, and they get the Drake. And it's all because of not Nemesis sitting inside the jungle, you know, picking off DOS there. It's the ultimate from Reckless that forced both Razork and Febiven to walk into the top side of the jungle. DOS didn't get the memo. He's like, hey guys, Dragon spawning, I gotta be down here to get vision. Well, he doesn't have the vision because he doesn't have his team, and that's how Fnatic pounce on him, and while he does escape, thanks to the Callista ultimate, well, that means an objective to Fnatic.
And now it's on cooldown, so if there is any engages around any other towers, there's some small troubles to battle for. Bwipo, by the way, has taken that tower on the top lane, so it's 2 towers apiece. Nearly a 2,000 gold lead, and Razork will take some time. So I think take advantage of Fnatic's positioning and steal away that Bramble back. A trade of CC as the Rupture is swapped out for the Sleepy Trouble Bubble.
Yes, but keep looking at that interaction, because it's going to make it really hard for Febiven to go for a lot of poke within team fights. He's going to have to be very mindful of when key abilities are on CC, namely that Rupture for Hilly, who does get caught out here.
Yeah, but where's the follow-up? Dredge line comes down. That's a lot of damage coming up from Razork and Febiven. Paddlestar won't find the kill. The true damage will, though. Razork finds the hit. Rupture comes up, 5-man stack for the Misfits. Sleepy Trouble Bubble onto Bwipo. Dredgeline pulls him backwards. Kobe gets another. Destiny has been thrown down from Nemesis, but so is the Rift Herald in the mid lane. The hold stands. There goes the charge from the Rift Herald. Cannon Barrage is now flying down, and multiple members of Misfits are continuing the siege.
Yeah, really nice stuff there from Misfits on the siege. Hylissang once again steps too far forward, gets punished there from Misfits, who will now net themselves 2 turrets off of the push. In the meantime, top lane, bot lane, both pushing in, and Nemesis forced to flash.
Yeah, he was indeed. Febiven didn't have the range on that portal jump. 6 kills apiece, and now in the last passage of play, Misfits regain momentary control. Frankly, whoever's in the gold lead doesn't really matter right now. It is about who is landing these punches.
It's just a mistake from Hylissang, right? He's clearing a control ward where he has no team. Selfmade's in base, Nemesis top lane, Bwipo in the bot side jungle. Sure, Reckless is there, but Reckless can't help you at all.
Oh man, and the pop on that Trouble Bubble, I missed it first time round. Bwipo just on the outer edge.
DOS lands the Q right between the tower and the wall. Nemesis tries to come in here and try to fix things, but it can't be fixed in the end. And then, I mean, if we saw the replay continue, and Nemesis lands another great sleep, or rather, Febiven lands another great sleep, and, well, the damage speaks for itself.
It really does. Febiven sending a big message to Fnatic, if you will. But what a fantastic...
What's the message? You suck, or...?
I think if you look at it as if it were a hand, you might be able to read the message.
My. Okay.
What I really love is the 20 minutes of gameplay here has been significantly quicker paced, I think, than you know, some of the games earlier today. 12 kills, 20 minutes, consistent fighting over and over and over. And what I need to see happen now is who's going to be able to pull ahead and make sure that they're their advantage snowballs into a meaningful lead.
Yeah, well, I think it's really interesting, as Febby, we'll get out of this one, no problem, how the first pick, I think, has affected the draft so much. Febby, you're in a little bit of trouble, but...
And then just to sidestep a lot of the CC, Selfmade comes in, True Shot Barrage comes down, Dragon Rage is available, flash away, Sleepy Trouble Bubble onto Bwipo, Paddle Star on the behind. There's a gold card, though, that connects
Dandan's ult is just about to come up, they can look to chase this.
Let's find out, Cannon Barrage is available, DOS, will he get chucked in from the Fate's Call? Misfits don't pull the trigger, but honestly, Febiven with the fancy feet to get away.
Yeah, that was really close. You know, Febby caught out at the start, used the cleanse for the movement speed to try and dodge away from Bwipo, and now the team is going to be starting this one up. Bwipo does have TP to re-enter into this fight, though.
This is a bold call, Cotton. Let's see how it plays out. Where is the engage from Fnatic? Remember, Blade of the Ruined King plus Hurricane. Those Ren stacks are going to stick a lot. Do Misfits stay? They're taking a lot of damage.
Look at the flank.
Trouble Bubble gets missed. Gold card is primed, gets thrown out. The slam dunk unstoppable. Kobe gets the kill into Nemesis, but there's Whoop on the front line. He manages to throw out the Rupture as well as the Silence. It won't be enough to help him. Dandan is sitting on Reckless. Now they're running for their life. Kobe hopping, skipping, jumping, using that martial poise. Pulled backwards by Razork. 3 kills to Misfits.
Misfits just destroyed Fnatic right there. Fnatic, they were trying to find the pincer maneuver, but Nemesis is going into the backline without a flash, without a stall. Like, he just gets destroyed immediately, and that ends the fight there for Fnatic. Now, Selfmade is still alive. He has Smite, and he has to look for the steal.
Can he do it? True Shot Barrage goes out. Razork goes very, very low. Selfmade and Reckless need to pull a miracle. Razork is going to get a big shield.
He can do it. He can do it.
Then that steps forward. Not even in the pit. That's slow. That's late. Selfmade is shut down. Ladies and gentlemen, Kobe is back in EU, and he will be joining Shocks for post-game lobby. Win or lose, let's see what Misfits can do.
Yeah, watch this again, because Nemesis goes in, but he gets jumped on. Razork from over the wall again. Razork has found Nemesis since minute 1 in this game with that initial kill. Fnatic try to follow up there, but Bwipo gets destroyed, and Dandan so patient underneath that fight, waiting for the flank, just to make sure Reckless couldn't really deal any damage even on Fnatic's way out.
I'm thoroughly enjoying just the pace of the game, and crucially, while we're in that replay, the third dragon was picked up by Fnatic. They are down a significant amount right now, 3,000 gold, plus they've got to deal with Baron-empowered minions for a few minutes, but they are able to pick up that Cloud Soul in a few moments' time. Itemization-wise, a few big pickups are on the way. You know, Black Cleaver sitting with Selfmade. Bwipo's had the Spooky Ghost for a little while, sitting on the Seeker's Arm Guard. Muramana completed for Reckless. So they still have a lot of headroom, and that Soul could be very impactful if they can weather the storm of this Baron.
Yeah, I think the movement speed in general, especially on a champion like the Cho'Gath, to reach his targets is going to be very meaningful, but I don't think we're really going to get there, or at least get there when Fnatic are on even footing right now, because Misfits with the Baron buff are going to be cleaning out these towers. Kabe very close to finishing off the Death's Dance as well, which is going to make it really hard for the backline, you know, dive damage to stick. Selfmade not going to be able to burst him down. Bwipo maybe not going to be able to do it either when Kabe has the flash and the cleanse available as well.
Yeah, definitely the case. The Hextech Gunblade was picked up by Nemesis as that previous fight was playing out. And now we need to see how this wave clear goes. Razork has got that Hex Flash if he really wants to make a bold move. Redemption used to keep the minions alive, and Dandan's in the mid lane. Hylissang just gets chunked out by that Paddle Star, and near flawless siege on this tower.
I mean, Febiven's playing great, continues to land these bubbles onto Hylissang more often than not, but that buys them this top lane inhibitor. Fnatic can't make the engage happen. You see Selfmade on the bottom of your screen trying to look, can he find an angle, can he find a flank for that big kick, but it's just too hard at this point in the game when there's so much CC that can stop him in his tracks.
Cannon Barrage comes out. That is a sleepy Cho'Gath, gets pulled back, slam dunked, and Razork ends up dying. He bit off more than he could chew. In actual fact, Bwipo was the one that was doing the biting, and Misfits realized they had to back away. That one was not the right move.
Yeah, so the sleep was beautiful there from Febiven. Razork was really feeling himself trying to dive on in towards the backline, but the rest of the team couldn't quite follow up there with Reckless and Nemesis still pelting them in between. So the siege will stall out for the time being. The Baron should end up dwindling away as well. And this gives Fnatic another leash on life.
Yes.
You know, they don't necessarily have to fight for this next Drake. You can give Cloud Drakes over towards Misfits to buy yourself some time. But at the same time, you have reached some critical moments for Reckless, for example. The problem is when you face down Kabe, he's got like 3k more gold than you. It's a full death stance. It's not even just
No, it really isn't. And I like to play a game when I see states like this, where you know the Fnatic roster. You have faith, you have belief they can come back. But the question I ask young Mr. Frierson, what percentage odds do you think Fnatic have to come back in a game? They have no inhibitor top. They're close to losing the turret in the mid lane, and they're staring down a 4,000 gold lead in a very fit Kalista. Percentage odds, what do you think?
Ooh, I would say they probably have about a 20 to 25% chance to win. It's not completely gone just yet because, again, that top lane inhibitor, Misfits aren't going to be able to do a lot with that for the time being.
They don't have a soul they can play for.
Exactly, right? So Fnatic just going to be farming that one up for the time being. The problem comes if they continue to get hit by these bubbles as Misfits push forward. It doesn't matter if they have a Baron. If they stack 2 waves on top of each other, Misfits are going to be able to break these last remaining towers.
Okay, I want you to give me an update if those odds increase. Obviously, you will have some obvious ones. Get some kills, win some fights. I'll be asking the questions,
If they get a Baron,
right?
it's going to look better.
Definitely the case.
No.
Those odds are not increasing right
15%.
now. Self-made, forced to use the stopwatch, uses the kick backwards. He's not gone down yet, but look at the turnaround. All of a sudden, Hylissang is the sacrificial lamb to the slaughter. Wimbo has thrown out the ghost to the Super Soaker. He's in trouble. The
10%.
sleep will not find someone to get caught out, and DOS will not be able to connect with the dredge line. So Self-made escapes. Hylissang concedes his own life, but now at what cost?
Yeah, they can try to hit this tower right here. Nemesis on the AD. Twisted Fate doesn't have Blade. Good knock up.
That was indeed Cobb. He's going to be able to flash away for safety for now. Whippo will not be able to find the kill. Fate's call will pull DOS out of trouble, and while that's going on, Dan was pushing the inhibitor turret. Gold card goes out, he eats an orange. It's okay, the flash gets out to safety.
That was so beautiful. You got Supers pushing up top lane. Now it's just ping-ponging, right? Misfits back in the mid lane, pushing forward. They didn't quite have the minion wave with them, so that tower will survive here. But things getting very tense as Fnatic fighting for their lives inside of the base. I mean, even Nemesis there trying to pick off Dan. You saw he used the gold card first, waits for the orange to come through, then tries to slow him down with the gunblade, but it was not enough. Dan just playing right on the edge right there, and that's exactly what Misfits need to close this one out.
You can feel the chaos in the decision-making from Misfits, and Fnatic, they haven't conceded yet. They are still looking for the opportunity.
Whoa.
Where is this TP going? They're playing for the Soul Ender.
Yeah, Nemesis has the TP to get in here as well. Blippo can just eat this one and get the soul for free.
He's going to try that immediately. Teleport comes out. Is going to be secured. Fnatic get themselves the soul, but they might lose the game. There's so much damage coming down from the Misfits side. They've already taken out Whippo. Now Fnatic running for their lives. Sleepy, Trouble, Bubble won't find anybody to sleep. Dan has hopped over the wall, no flash to chase. Paddlestar won't find a target. Now Hylissang's in trouble. Dan will get caught up by the gold card. He parlays himself. Dredge line onto Nemesis. Exhaust goes down. It's another kill to Misfits, and it's Dan that gets it. Razork is ushering in minions in the mid lane, and they're looking for the win.
Yeah, Misfits still on the push right there. The first tower is going to fall. Misfits have minions down bot lane as well, while Supers are pounding on the Nexus turrets. It's really just Reckless left to try and defend this one, but I think there's way too much to do it.
Absolutely the case. Inhibitor number 2 and number 3 are going to fall. Honestly, the speed and the pace of this game has kept you and I yelling for what feels like 15 minutes straight. 22 kills, 28 minutes. All 3 inhibitors are down. And the thing that I just really want to call out is Misfits came out the gate swinging. They have made plays across the entire map all game long. And once they got ahead, I think Fnatic were backed against the wall and made these decisions.
Yeah, so Fnatic go for this play right here, and it's hard to blame them because, right, it's a Dragon Soul. That's kind of a big deal, but they lose too much for it. I think you can actually give this one over to Misfits. It's just a Cloud Drake. You can wait 5 minutes. On top of that, it might even be a bad thing for Fnatic to get the Cloud Drake. They're stuck inside their base. It's not going to have that much meaning for them. But what it does mean is there is an Elder Dragon coming very soon. In 5 minutes, do you think Fnatic are going to be ready to fight Misfits over that? If they even stall that long? Quite frankly, I don't think so. So Misfits are going to try to clean things things up with this Baron to start, and barring some miracle steal, it is looking over for Fnatic.
7-1-4 in Kobe's debut game under the Misfits name in the Summer Split. Honestly, the game has been fantastic from the squad. They are up in the lead. Now the Baron is under some threat here, actually. Fnatic have got themselves a chance.
Misfits, they can burst this.
Somewhat scattered. Feast is available. And look, Misfits, they realize it. They have backed away. Look at the bottom lane. Nemesis, his ultimate is timed out. He has no TP available. This is advantage Misfits.
Yeah, I don't know what happened right there. He was trying to recall, maybe see if someone was coming towards him, but he will be able to group up with the team. And the Baron has not been started up just yet. And here we go for Misfits. Fnatic do have a nice collapse right here. But again, Kabe is a massive problem. And they don't have a great way of dealing with him without a flash on Bwipo.
They don't. I love Selfmade throwing up the emote right now with such a tense situation. By the way, Predator is the Omnistone choice for Nemesis. It has literally just changed. He's dinged level 16, and Fnatic somehow have arrested control of the mid lane. They get themselves the tower, but they will need to send somebody back to deal with the super minions in the bottom lane. And Misfits, they can play for time. They can set themselves up for the next Baron as safely as they want.
Right now, I don't know how well Misfits have been tracking summoner spells because there's no TP on Bwipo or Nemesis, and Nemesis doesn't have his ultimate either. So Bwipo is stranded down in the bot lane for at least 30 seconds for him to be able to run on over here. Maybe less than that because he has a Cloud Soul to back him up, but good Drowsy goes down on towards Selfmade. You gotta get him away from the pit.
Do they have enough damage to burst it down? Bwipo's not there just yet. 6,000 HP.
Could flash into the pit very soon.
Here comes the Ghost. Bwipo's got flash soon. Dan is waiting in the river. That's the smite outside of the fight. 2,500. They've done it! Fnatic has got the Baron! Misfits did not land the final kill, but the Dredge Line will catch on the hill saying, can Misfits win the fight? Das has been pulled back by the Fate's Call, and now they're going to be dashed all the way forward. Bwipo! He gets the feast! Fnatic are fighting back! What are the odds? They're not going to kill Kobe just yet! He goes down to Reckless! Supers are inside the base, and Fnatic find magic inside the pit.
I have absolutely no idea how that even happened. Fnatic out of nowhere. They've got a chance. I was saying 10%. It was looking doomed for Fnatic. They are back in it. It is not their game favor just yet, but they have bought themselves some very critical minutes. Watch this, because somehow Reckless finds the steal through it all. I'm looking for Rend. I'm looking for smites. Reckless is just gonna... What's it gonna be? What's it gonna be? W, Q, and 188. It's an early smite. I think they were trying to combo down Rend and the smite from Razork as well. It does not work out for them. And then they try to force at this point. If Misfits win a fight, they still win the game. The base is exposed, but Bwipo goes full, but Poggers jumps on towards Das, gets the kill, and then you're gonna watch Kabe bleed out to the Death Dance. I mean, his own Death Dance. He just couldn't find someone to hit.
No, absolutely the case. Fnatic are back. Okay, so when I asked you the question, you said 20% odds. Fnatic now have a Cloud Soul. They have a Baron. They still have 2 exposed inhibitors. I need a percentage odds ender with an even gold game.
Oh, I'm saying 40% Fnatic. 40% Fnatic, okay. And it's all going to come down to this Elder Dragon right here. Selfmade actually pushing down towards bot side. Fnatic are the ones with control. Dan up towards top lane right now, so they're going to be able to knock out this shirt. And with the Baron, they could actually just keep pushing towards the base here if they wanted to, but with the collapse from Misfits, they're going to have to back away because Reckless can't join them down bot.
No, he can't just yet. Reckless, by the way, 3-0 and 5. That item disparity has been evened out. 4 completed items and boots apiece between Kobe and him.
Maybe it's more than, it's more than 40%. I think they have a good, I think they can do it. I actually think Fnatic can do it at this point. Well, you have Stoneplay now on Bwipo, that's so much damage. Items have come through, and Selfmade looking for the perfect flank on towards Kabe.
14 kills to 11. The gold is as even as it's going to be. The Elder Dragon is up. Fnatic will get much more of a benefit, but look at Nemesis. He's pushing in the mid lane with a rapid fire cannon and the Cut and Blade. Destiny has been used, full vision. Destiny, Gate is now popped into the mid. Selfmade is inside the pit, the 5v5. Fate's Call has been used. Nemesis the target. He flashed away from the Dredge Line. That is huge. Now all of a sudden the Elder is going to be the focus, going to move it towards. That's the smite available. Elder Dragon picked up by Fnatic. They get the Elder. They get control despite having no base to speak of. It is Fnatic with all of the buffs.
And Fnatic still run down in towards that bottom lane. That inhibitor is now exposed. This is their inhib to take. Misfits all calling their entire team back towards the base. Looks like the Baron buff has worn out for the time being, but Fnatic aren't done.
No, they're not. Southmate takes a lot of damage. He's got the GA available. Bwipo's going to step forward and waiting to see where that rupture goes. Just short.
70%.
Of popping Febiven's Banshee's Veil. I don't play the percentage game that often, Ender, but you just get a feeling when you're playing against Fnatic, it's one of those teams that has the ability to come back. Down 2 inhibitors, 3 inhibitors at one point, and now they're in the game.
It's insane, right? But you look at these compositions, and for so long, Misfits crushing, right? Kabe had this massive lead. That's now been largely mitigated. It's 4 items apiece between him and Reckless. Those super minions giving so much gold over towards Fnatic. And at the same time, Febiven, how does he fight within the team fight? Well, you gotta wait, you gotta play slow, you gotta play around your cooldowns, where Nemesis is just pew, 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 firing on all cylinders with a Nashor's Tooth completed as well. And Kabe, low range, struggles against the Cho'Gath, struggles against the Lee Sin trying to kick him. It has become much easier for Fnatic to play these fights.
Ender, you called it in draft, you did talk about how that AP Cho'Gath with the Glacial Augment could be problematic. We're now at the stage where 4 and 5 items are very realistic, 35 minutes into the game. The late stage. Do you prefer the composition as a whole at this current game state?
Yeah, for Fnatic, absolutely. Absolutely you do. And the reason why we didn't earlier, right, and we're saying Fnatic chances look so low, that's because Misfits have a Baron and they've got Zoe, right? Yeah. She was destroying them underneath their inhibitors, and maybe Misfits could have pushed the envelope a little bit faster. They didn't. They went for the slow and steady, they went for the inhibitors, and now it is Fnatic with pressure in every lane.
And also Febiven, 3 completed items to Nemesis is 4. There's an item disparity on that lane.
What can they do? How can they clear the waves? They can't without Gangplank here.
No, they cannot. Cleanse has been popped there by Febiven. He's got Ignite as his second summoner. Dan tried to use the powder kick, but all of a sudden, Fnatic have taken the inhibitor. While that's going on, Nemesis is pushing the top lane. It's 8 towers secured for Fnatic. They're just 1 shy of Misfits. Rupture once again goes out. Super Minions in the bottom lane. Super Minions will start pouring through the middle lane, and the 3rd inhibitor is now under siege. That's the push forward from Razok. He's trying to find a target. Das has taken so much damage, and despite the sleep onto Hylissang, there's no follow-up. 3rd inhibitor is just falling.
Oh man, it's looking like 80%, 90% now for Fnatic inside the base. We've lost 6 inhibitors inside of this game, and now Bwipo looking for Das.
He's looking for it indeed, but he's already been feasted. He's already been gold card. He's already been deaded. Razok is the next target for Reckless. He's hammering away. That's the kickback. Kobe will be caught out by Selfmade, but a fantastic flash escape keeps Kobe alive. It does not matter. Fnatic have found the fight that they needed. They picked themselves up 3. Nemesis is on the Nexus turret as Kobe is now running for his life. Dan and Kobe, the last 2 members standing. Misfits had the game within their grasp, and it was lost to them as Nemesis will tower dive. He won't be able to finish it off. The rest of Fnatic turn back to the Nexus. From the clutch of defeat, Fnatic take down Misfits.
100% Fnatic snatch it away from them. Misfits were knocking on the Fnatic door right there, but they turned it all around with an insane Baron steal, a beautiful team fight, and quite frankly, just gave themselves enough time to come back in that one.
Plastic high five, my man. That was such a fun game to end the day. Guys, key player of the game, go vote at LEC on Twitter. Bwipo, Selfmade, Reckless. The swings, the troughs, the speed, the number of kills, it was everything.
And can I say, that is why I like games that go longer, because you can have insane comebacks like that, right? Misfits tried to play maybe a bit of a faster comp that spiked in the mid game, and they got so far, and it just came to 1 misexecution around the Baron buff. Reckless stole it with the Q over the wall, and then it was Fnatic's game to win.
The crazy thing as well is, despite all the advantages that Misfits had accrued, literally every punch that they landed, Fnatic had a response. At no point until 20-something minutes was a gold lead larger than 1,800 gold. Every single blow was traded back and forth. It was such an entertaining game to watch. I think huge kudos to Fnatic, to their mental, their resilience, their decision-making. But also, let's remember the fact that now Misfits, new AD carry, new support, changes from last split. they came out and really stuck it to Fnatic.
Yeah, I mean, Kabe jumped out to a massive lead. They were just bullying Hylissang down in towards the bottom lane with the early kills. Febvin also on the Zoe put together a beautiful performance on the champion. It was a really good showing from them, but then you saw the mistakes that cost them the loss. Like, they're going to feel terrible after this game because it was theirs to win, and there's a moment, right, where Razork dives underneath that mid lane tower. That gives Fnatic so much time to come back into it, because I still believe this was supposed to be a Misfits win.
Misfits and making plays at inhibitors that should win them games and doesn't. Real old school call out. I don't know if the graphic actually ran earlier, but key player of the game options was at LEC on Twitter. Blipper, Selfmade, Reckless. Those are the three we're talking about. Thank you for throwing that one. I saw my prompter go up and down. I just one last shout out as well. Thank you for everyone stuck with us today. We've had a number of pauses and delays. It sucks for everybody, but I hope you've enjoyed the games. That last one was a banger. I'm very much looking forward to seeing what discussion is on social media and on Reddit because it's so different, the contrast. And also, do have a player come back to Origen, you know, in Kabe, one that was like very hyped up and very excited, and he has such a great performance, but then loses. It's spicy.
And here's the best part, right? We get to hear from Kabe in just a second.
Yes.
Right? He's going to be on PGL. So, like, this is your plan for the night. You're going to, you know, close your computer down, right? It's pretty late here. Get into bed, you know, turn on PGL, listen to that, and sweet dreams.
Yeah, exactly. You've done such a good job. Why don't you send us to break?
After a short break, War checks in with Bwippo. We're going to Bwippo first before it's time for PGL. Don't go anywhere. Sleep later.
Not bad.
Welcome back to LEC, everyone, for the review of the day. I have Bwipo with me after the first win from Fnatic. Thank you, Bwipo.
Hi, how are you doing?
I'm good, how are you?
Pretty good. I mean, we've played better games, so a win's a win, but here we are.
I was about to say, the game was a banger from a viewer standpoint, but I imagine that was different for you playing, so tell me about it.
At some point, so we fell behind in the early game, weren't really able to get anything going. Then we came back, found at least in Selfmade found a really good kick play and got us back into the game, and then disaster struck in the mid lane, and yeah, from there on, it was build your own solo queue game, I think.
I mean, a win is still a win in the end, but what would you identify as the mistakes you made, especially in the early game, because that's when they took an edge?
So they got a pretty good gank off on us mid lane on TF, and I think that slowed us down a bit. We were able to come back in mid lane thanks to some good wave management and whatnot, but ultimately I think that they were swapping around and getting a dragon and then getting a herald, and they weren't necessarily winning out on the trades, but they were slowly crawling up little advantages, and we also had a death 2v2 bot lane, so we started the game 0-2. But we eventually managed to find that big play bot side. But until that point, we were just slowly falling behind. And it wasn't the worst, but I think that's one of the reasons why we were falling behind a bit.
All right, well, you managed to come back in the end. And the caster desk was talking about who should be player of the game here. And I'm asking you, who saved the day? You, Reckless?
Reckless.
Or Reckless? Okay.
You don't even need to ask who. It was Reckless.
Okay, well, we'll see about that in a few minutes, depending on the fans' votes, obviously. And I want to talk about Reckless's opponent in this game. Kobe is back. Obviously, he's back in Europe. Everybody's happy about that. But what did you think about his first performance against you guys?
He played a good game. I think that we were making a lot of mistakes, and we were making it easy for him, despite our champions being quite good against Kalista, in my opinion. I think champions like Ezreal, Glacial, Cho'Gath, Lee Sin, Braum, TF, like we have a lot of point-and-click CC and stuff that's just very annoying for Kalista to navigate, but they were able to play the team fights quite well, and he got to shine through some of them, so they played well around him.
I agree with you, and we'll get to see him in a few minutes in PGL. But before letting you go, I want to ask, did you watch the game before your game today, like the other games?
I watched some of them, yes.
Okay, I know it's hard to say something after the first day, but any first impressions on the split so far and what you've seen from teams?
Well, apparently we're back to the tank meta top lane, so everyone get your dog costumes out. We're going for a wild ride. Other than that, other than my role, I feel like meta's been quite tame. People are still, I don't want to say unrusting, because obviously people have been practicing before the split, but you can definitely see that the stage nerves are showing up, and even though we're playing from our office space, some people are still taking it a little bit slower than they would normally.
Well, we'll see how things develop in the LEC, and we still have 2 more show days and games to show you guys. Thank you very much, Bwipo, for the interview, and congrats again on Fnatic's first victory here.
Thank you very much, and have a happy birthday.
Thank you very much. We're going to take a short break, and we'll come back in a few minutes with Kobe in PGL with Chucks. Stay tuned.
I'm feeling like it's pulling me under. You tell me take my hand and trust me if you can. I know I'll be okay if I hold you, and I'm not letting go. You open up this feeling inside me. It's opened up my eyes. This thing I cannot hide. Do anything to keep it around me, and I'm not letting go.
Welcome back to the LEC, everyone, and this is the post-game lobby. I'm Shox, and I'm joined by Vedius and remotely also by Kavi. Hi, Kavi. Is everything working?
Hello.
Hi.
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah, we can hear you. That's great. We really wanted to talk to you, and it is a bit unlucky how that game ended up in the end. It was so incredibly close for you guys. Have you had a bit of time to reflect on what kind of dropped the ball for Misfits at the end?
No, I mean, the rest are sitting in team review now, and I'm going to join them after, right? But yeah, I think we played really solid for the majority of the game, and then we just kind of dropped the ball at some point. So yeah, it feels a bit bitter, but I mean, that's life sometimes.
Yeah, absolutely. And again, thank you so much for joining us. I know it's not easy after that, and you're going to join the team after. But I do want to talk to you a bit about the big return to EU. We're definitely super excited to have you back. We missed you when you were over in North America. And I want to know how your kind of first weeks back have been, training with the team and just, finding your way back here in Europe.
So honestly, I felt blessed as soon as I came back to Berlin, which is like, it was really special because I was stuck in NA with the quarantine and stuff for about a month, being teamless and all of this. And honestly, I was in a really dark place, and now I've just been so happy since I got back. I've been grinding solo queue. I realized I'm actually not that good at the game right now. So I've been working really hard past few weeks to get my level back. And yeah, I've been pretty happy since.
Yeah, it's been awesome to see. When we look at your career so far, it's been super successful, but it almost feels like you're coming home now and you can kind of finish what you started when it comes to kind of trying to get that title in EU. Can you talk to me about your goals for this split specifically with Misfits?
Well, yeah, winning a title is always my goal, of course. It's not like whether realistic or percent chance. Sometimes it's more likely, less likely. I'm always going to aim for that, right? But I think together as a team, we set our goal to finish top 4 and aim for Worlds, which is like pretty standard for most teams that want to compete, right? And it's something we really want to do, like as an organization, and also a lot of the other players that haven't been to Worlds yet. So that is what I'm trying to work towards, yeah.
I mean, especially now that there's 4 seeds out of EU going to Worlds, of course the chances get a lot higher. Can you talk to me a bit about kind of the Misfits family? I was commenting on the fact that it kind of looks right for you to be in that jersey, and for so long we saw you in the Splice jersey, which you had a great era, and then you had the TSM era. But how has it been working with the Misfits family so far?
Yeah, as I said, I've been enjoying my time. I haven't had any big issues now. I'm actually having a lot of fun with the players. It's honestly just a new, fresh experience again, and I'm really enjoying it. So there's not too many negatives yet. We just need to improve our game, and then yeah, I think it'll just be better.
Yeah, maybe I'll pass it to Vedius, but it's maybe hard for Kavi to take the perspective as he just was in the game, but that much of a competitive game versus a Fnatic, which has always been very strong, has been very strong this year as well, is hopeful, but maybe not when you're in the game.
So I think, from my perspective, I have to compare previous Misfits to this one, right? And something we said at the beginning of the match was one of the problems we had for Misfits last split was that they couldn't play through bot lane. This game, they first pick Kalista, they have a strong 2v2, they don't need jungle presence because they kill them 2v2, and then they move their pressure around the map extremely well. And Kobe, I have to say, the first Baron that you guys played, I thought was a little risky, but the way in which you executed it, for a team that has only recently come together, I thought showcased excellent synergy. It was the second Baron where I think things started to go wrong for you. So I feel like already the team seems to be operating at a very cohesive level. People are playing individually very well. And I'm curious as to if you feel a difference in synergy on Misfits compared to your previous teams in TSM and Splice.
So I think synergy seems pretty good besides like most players, Fabi and Razorg especially, and I'm already getting along with Dust pretty well because we've just been spamming duo queue since I got back. And yeah, for me it's like I kind of have to adjust to this as well because I was in Splice for a long time, right, which was known for playing a lot of late games, right, whether intended or not, and early game was never our strength. And this team is like known for having really strong early games and tend to struggle later on, at least from what I've seen and heard from Spring Split, right? So this is also a big change for me. Like I'm picking Kalista. We are playing early game. We're snowballing, and that's also I feel a bit guilty of this loss, even though we did so many things right. As you said, the first Baron, we just felt really confident, right? And then we just kind of YOLO'd the second one because we just thought we're just gonna do the same thing, right? But looking back at it, there was some setup stuff we didn't go through first, and that's why it ended up looking not so good.
But I think for your first game, I would be very happy. Obviously, it's frustrating not to take a game off Fnatic at the beginning of the split, but the fact that you played that well, you have another 2 days of games now. I can't help but feel confident that Misfits is already looking like... I tweeted it out, and obviously, like, I feel like a bit of a cast of curse, but from what we've seen from Misfits already, it's like night and day from last Misfits. So I can only give props to Kobe because he seems to have had huge impacts on this team, and I'm excited to see where Misfits can go.
Yeah, me too, absolutely. Before we continue, $1 million question. How have you been enjoying the EU solo queue experience?
I've actually been enjoying this. I've never played as much as I'm doing at the moment, or maybe I have at some point, but I'm just playing the whole day right now because, as I said, I didn't really play the game for a month while I was in NA. Like I was in a really dark place, and I kind of found my joy in playing again and improving, and I can start seeing, like I was hard stuck Grandmaster for 1 or 2 weeks here, which just was so frustrating to me that wait, did I actually get worse at the game or what? But I feel like I can start to see the signs now that I'm finding my level again. So yeah, I'm just gonna keep working on that.
Okay, fantastic. Great to hear. It sucks. We have to do it. The Kia player of the game was Reckless with 61% of the votes, and that is so. Like, I know because it probably would have been you if it went the other way.
Yes, it definitely would have been.
But what can you say about this guy? He's also has trajectory. He's been around for so long, and he's still crushing it.
Yeah, I mean, there's not much bad to say. He, like, by the way the draft was, he kind of did what he was supposed to without making mistakes. So he just makes the game harder for us, right? By not making mistakes. If he just falls over in lane and dies in a negative matchup, then, I mean, he supported it, but not him. And yeah, he just picked up a lot of farm, eventually carried, which was both due to him playing well and us messing up. So yeah.
And I'm curious as to what you think of the AD carry talent pool in Europe right now, because it was a little different back when you were playing with Splice. So a lot of us are currently discussing that this is probably the most stacked AD carry has been in Europe for a while. What are your thoughts?
I mean, probably. I haven't played against the newer players though. Karsi, for example, Comp. I think I'm forgetting a name, but those guys I haven't played that much against yet. But they're still, you know, Perks, Reckless, Upset, these guys who I think have been good for a while now. So yeah, it is indeed pretty stacked, and that's why I'm very eager to just get even better, because I don't want to, it's like a race, you know, I don't want to fall behind.
Yeah, I mean, that's a great point. In summer, it is a race. It's all going to go very, very fast. We're going to take a look at the standings now. Some surprise results overall. The 2 last-placed teams from spring, in fact, SK and Vitality, they both picked up wins, Vedius, which is great. Which is fantastic. And, I mean, it's not too shabby. SK won versus Origen to start.
I mean, that's the biggest surprise.
Yeah.
And I'm not sure, Kobe, did you get a chance to watch the SK versus Origen matchup, or were you practicing?
Actually, yeah, I catch that game.
So, what are your thoughts
they
on it?
surprised me, SK.
Yeah,
well, I need to rethink again. I think they surprised me. They actually played a lot of things really well. I think their draft was a bit better than Origen's too. So yeah, just my initial thoughts.
Yeah, because I think SK seemed to come in with a very strong early game plan, and the way in which they executed upon their comp, not only that, they got a lot of comfort picks too. Zazie on his very first game, getting the Azir, having a solid performance. I think that we can hope for some pretty positive things from SK moving forward, and I'm looking forward to seeing their development throughout the split.
Yeah, we'll see indeed. It's a great start for those teams. I don't want to linger on them just too long. It is just day one, and I've said it is a super week, so 3 days of games. So we'll have a lot of foregone conclusions and 1 game sample size conclusions after today as well. But we'll be back tomorrow for more action building up towards our match of the week, Origen versus G2. Can I get a cheeky prediction for Origen versus G2, Kobe? I mean, it's maybe.
It's a G2 win.
Yeah, when I like asked you, I was like, okay, that's not going to be too difficult. Vedius, is there another standout game you have for tomorrow?
Well, I'm looking forward to Misfits versus Rogue.
Oh, me too.
Because I think that Rogue, I think they showcased, again, what they are very good at. I think they draft very solidly. You know, there's nothing too outside the box. It was pretty cut and dry, but the execution is very good. And I think we're going to see a very interesting contrast of styles tomorrow, because Misfits, as Kobe was saying, they're a lot more fast, they're a lot more aggressive in the early game, a lot of that coming off the back of Razork, versus Rogue, who are a little bit more controlled, a little bit more steady. And it's always exciting to see Featherman versus Larson, who I think were two of the strongest performing mid laners from last split. So I think it will be an overall very solid matchup.
All right, Kobe, what are your thoughts on the Rogue matchup tomorrow?
Well, I think we're gonna win. I mean, it sucks today that, I mean, it's not a shame losing to Fnatic, but knowing we had the game, it just feels better, right? But I think that will make us even more hungry to go out tomorrow and play really well, because we need some wins, yeah?
Yeah, you do.
Yeah.
I love it. I just love that attitude. You know, you could have beat them, but, you know, just beat the next teams, and then it's all good as well. Thank you so much for joining us, Kobe. It was super insightful. We're so happy to have you back. It's great. And that was all from us here in the LEC. And after us, or actually already, it is time for LCS Academy, followed by the opening games of the LCS Summer Split. And we will be back here tomorrow, right here from the LEC studio. See you then. Bye, Kobe.
Bye-bye.
For Matt here. And a lot of that for me was because sometimes G2 just, well, they mess around a little bit on day one, as we see here. Cat's gonna get kicked back. That is far too clean from Shadow and Humanoid. Absolutely fearless here, but maybe should be getting a bit more respect, because that damage coming in from G2 is far too much to deal with.
Matt Lions still had the potential for the miracle. Maybe
oh, he cleansed there on the QS.
I was trying.
Alti coming out, but he's going to get pulled back, and they're going to shred him down. That's the front line gone. That's the tank gone. Com's still alive, and this should just be an absolute massacre. Yuumi Ezreal going to run through the entire team. Melitza as well.
And SK are like, that's fine. You can stand there. Let's go.
Forward facebreaker. Pull the Orion back. Goodbye, Nuke Duck. Zazi now trying to shut down the MF, but he's going to zoom away. Limit. How much more heroic can this performance get? The hook connects. Limit finishes him off.
Got that thinking and see sort of the immediacy of their engage. Hansama?
This is bold. This is real bold. Hansama sidesteps the Mystic shots. Oh, that was fantastic. Larson's going to jump into the back line. Finn's going to find the double knockup. Cajal is already popped and bopped. And Special gets melted inside the jungle. They're taking a lot of damage. Look at the flank. The bubble gets missed. Gold Con is prime. Gets thrown out. The slam dunk unstoppable. Kobe gets the kill. It's a nemesis, but then put him on the front line. He manages to throw out the rupture as well as the silence. Dan is waiting in the river. That's the smite outside of the fight. 2,500. No! Fnatic has got the fight. Razork is the next target for Reckless. He's hammering away. That's the kickback. Kobe will be caught out by Selfmade, but a fantastic flash escape keeps Kobe alive. It does not matter. Fnatic have found the fight that they needed.
Hi, honey. Are you ready to dance with me?
Not much of a dancer. I'm giving it a try. I don't like this song.
Come on.
Let's give it a shot.
Okay. dance a little bit? No. Hi, honey.
I don't like the song.
I like God.
Who's that? Come on out here.
What are you doing over there?
I'm
just dancing.
Do you dance? You look like a good dancer.
I can dance.
Dance together. Come on.
Join us. Come on.
I'm not dancing.
Come on. Always can. Come on and enjoy
No
yourself.
way.
Everybody's dancing.
Not me.
You look silly not dancing. This is a dancing place.
Okay.
I'll dance. I'm the DJ.
This is a place of love. We were dancing and happy and all fell apart. Peter doesn't like that. He makes happy music. He doesn't like people hurting.